Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of AI Dev Days. My name is Martin. I've been involved with GitHub Copilot since the very beginning. I'll admit, initially I was a little bit skeptical when the team came to me, but when I started to use the first versions of just the autocomplete functionality in VS Code, I knew right then what a game changer it was for my own development and how useful it was going to be to me. But now with agent mode and the ability to delegate tasks to coding agents in the cloud, we've got the ability to use AI for code reviews, and using AI agents across the whole DevOps lifecycle. It's not only changed how I work and how my teams work, but it's also revolutionized actually what we attempt to build. I've been coding a long time, and I know enough about software to know how long it can take to write things, or at least I used to. Since GitHub Copilot created this new wave of AI coding functionality, I actually have to force myself to rethink that every single day. What used to take months can now be done in minutes. As Jay said yesterday, we're at this inflection point in software development. To me, it's the biggest change that I've been a part of since the beginning of the web. And yet, this change is happening so much faster than anything I've been involved with before. But I see teams with strong DevOps guardrails, the ones that are quick to experiment and learning how to use new tools. They've been able to adopt this tooling and they see huge gains in productivity. So that's why we created AI Dev Days. It helps you get up to speed with the latest information, but also helps you get actual, early hands-on experience with these latest AI tools and technologies. And you get to hear from experts about how they use these tools in real life. Now, if you missed the sessions from yesterday, don't worry. They're going to be available for you on demand. But we've got this fantastic lineup for you today. So today we're going to cover the latest in AI, agentic developer tools powered by GitHub Copilot, whether that's in VS Code, in the CLI, or in the cloud with the GitHub Copilot Coding Agent. You're going to learn and see the latest advancements across all these areas and so much more. James, Katie, and Christina, they're going to be your guides again today. So they're going to be in the studio live taking all your questions. But yeah, let's get the fun started. The VS Code team's here, actually, with a few friends from the community to show off their favorite parts of the VS Code release. So over to you, team.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the VS Code release event. My name is Olivia. I'm an advocate working with the VS Code team. I'm very excited to be here with you all today. We have an amazing lineup for you all, going through the biggest items from the latest release that just dropped yesterday. So let's get into it. I'm here today with Kai Maetzel. Hey, Kai.
Hey, Olivia. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm excited to be here.
Oh my gosh, us too. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had you on one of these live streams. So I think everyone's going to be very excited to have you here. Do you want to do just a quick intro for folks who maybe don't know you?
Sure. My name is Kai Maetzel. I'm located in Seattle. I run the VS Code engineering team. And maybe one tiny little detail, one of the things that you actually see from me on a regular basis are our monthly plans that I publish on VS Code.
Yes. Yes, you're definitely everywhere. On that note, VS Code is an open source project, so you can always see all the great latest updates in those iteration plans. With that, I cannot believe that we are at the end of the year, just had the last VS Code release of the year. And this has been a big year for VS Code. Right? I mean, looking back, there's been, open sourcing the AI capabilities, big leaps for agentic dev, so many updates to the terminal experience. It's been a big year. So what would you say are kind of the biggest standout moments for you, Kai?
Now, first of all, I've got to say it's like mind-blowing as a year, right? When you think about it, you mentioned a couple of things, but go backwards. We didn't even have any agentic experience at the beginning of the year, right? We didn't have NES, next, edit, suggest, and tap, right? So yeah, a lot of things have changed, right? And when you think about this, right, we started without, now we are actually at the, we have a really good agent experience now. Now, just in the last release, actually, we brought in a new way of actually presenting our chats, right? Running chats in the background, in the cloud. You don't have to have your editor open. So yeah, it's, came a long way, right? But there was also, when you think about this for agent mode in particular, right, was not just working on agent mode, was supporting all the different models that came along, right? We worked a lot on bring your own key, right? So that, for example, you can use providers like Cerebras, for example, right, that are in the marketplace. So we did a lot of work on customization, right? So you can not just have the actual Copilot instructions, but we support agent MD files, for example, right? Just now we started picking up Claude skills, right? So there was a lot of these kinds of things that actually happened, right? And also a lot of small, tiny things, right? So like, for example, right, we introduced OS notifications for long-running tasks, right? Or when you actually needed to confirm a tool call, for example, right? So those tiny little things, and it's all over the place, right? Big highlight also MCP, right? We have the most complete MCP implementation out there of any client tool, right? And we have been keeping up to date with this all along, right? Yeah, so those are the big hitting items, right?
It's always mind-blowing to me when I'm reminded that literally at the start of this year, we didn't even have agent mode, or really so much of kind of what's in VS Code today. How does the team adjust to such a changing landscape? I know you mentioned the iteration plans that happen monthly, but how do y'all really approach staying up to date with all the cutting edge of where we're at in development?
Oh yeah, that's a very good question. So how do you stay up to date? You have your ear pretty much on, what happens in the world out there, right? You do competitive analysis. You do a lot of self-hosting, of course, right? Because if you actually don't use it yourself, you don't have a good impression about what is needed and what is not needed, right? Like, for example, the feedback that our own team gave in order to improve, for example, our NES experience, right, was absolutely fundamental, right? So in order to get the timing right, in order to get the UI right, at what moment do you think it's actually useful compared to what moment is it a little bit distracting, right? Remove the distractions. And that's very, very small increments of feedback that you need on a continuous basis, right? We also collaborate with others quite closely, right? When you think about how we collaborate, for example, with the AI labs for the new models when they come out, right? There's also some knowledge transfer happening there. So, but it's a lot of research, continuous research, working very closely with data science folks, right? And seeing what happens around you.
You touched on one of our top questions we get is, does the VS Code team use VS Code to build VS Code? And yes, I mean, the team is in insiders nonstop.
Oh, yeah, right. I mean, you look at this, right? There's a reason we have the insiders release. Right? There's a reason sometimes the insider release all of a sudden stops rolling out because we realize, oh, wait a moment, there's something not quite working the way it should. We push in new insiders, right? An hour later, you have a new build. So yeah, right, all of us are on insiders. There are also the pre-release extensions, right? So that is pretty much the insider version of individual extensions, right? And we combine clearly the pre-release extensions with the insiders itself, right? And yeah. You push something, and a few hours later, you actually self-host on it. Mm-hmm. That has been true pretty much forever, right? And that's the beauty of developer tools, right? I mean, if you do software for some other business, you cannot really do this, but we can, right? So that's
I'm
very
really
gratifying,
of watching how the team really interacts, and takes all the community feedback and is just constantly in the tools, and everyone's so motivated to make it the best because they use it. It's a tool that they use too. Okay, well, that's a great kind of look back at some of those big ships. We just shipped the last release of the year yesterday, and I can't believe how much made it into that release. The team has so many great features that were jam-packed in this release. Would you want to go over just some of the highlights that stand out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at Universe, that already seems, years ago, but this was only a month ago. We actually introduced Agent HQ, right? So that's actually where you can pretty much see all of your running agents, those that run in the background in the cloud, those that you have in VS Code directly in the foreground, right? And that was a good stepping stone, right? But it was not perfect. So we put a lot of effort for this release in how to make that experience actually more smooth, right? And that's what you see, right? And I think Brigit is the one that will actually show this today in the live stream, right? So there was a lot of finesse and a lot of tiny iterations actually went through this in order to make that. So we're not done yet, right? So don't get this the wrong way. But I think that is a big stepping stone, right? Then also we had work trees for quite a while, but it was not the most intuitive kind of way of work with work trees. Now, when you actually start a background agent, you have the choice right in the dropdown to say that you actually want to use work trees, right? That gives you isolation for your background agent so that they don't step on your feet in the foreground. I already had set Cloud skills, right? That was also interesting because Cloud skills really are growing very quickly. You see a lot of people putting a lot of effort into those, right? So that's one of the customizations clearly that we wanted to take up, right? But also, I mean, NES, I mentioned that before, right? We rolled out new production model for NES, right? That really makes the experience much nicer. But now we started for the first time to actually integrate NES with language server support. So like, for example, you make a change to a symbol, and that there's very moment when you make a change to a symbol, we figure out that this is potentially a rename. And then you have an ability to hand it over to the language server to actually perform the real rename refactoring, right? And that makes it, first of all, more precise, but secondly, actually less steps to perform the same, right? And that's clearly some path we want to go forward, right? And then the last thing that I want to call out is we put a lot of improvement in actually the visual representation of how chat actually looks, right? And what we do with thinking tokens and so on. And for some technical limitations, we had thinking tokens not yet on Sonnet models, right? Or on Anthropic models. And that actually now changed with this release. So now across pretty much all of the major models that we support, you have really nice thinking token support, right? We kind of collapse, for example, and compact the presentation of this, and that makes it more digestible, right? And I think, those I would say I mean, it's a long release note, right? So I always just can point at highlights, right? But those
right.
are the.
It's hard to pick just a few that stand out because I definitely recommend everyone go and read the release notes because there's so much in this release. As Kai mentioned, some of these we'll be covering in this stream in just a few moments to hear straight from the VS Code team of folks who worked on the features themselves. So you'll see a lot of those in action. That was a lot just in this final release. I know you mentioned that there are refinements always in process, especially right if folks are using VS Code Insider so you can get those daily builds. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to what themes you see emerging then that are helping shape what development's going to be looking like next year from the team, and anything you can share there.
No, next year, if you talk about January, that's more predictable, right? Again, think about what we just talked about,
right.
What this year looked like, right? And I don't see it slowing down anytime soon, right? So, but a couple of things we already see, right? So we pushed, for example, custom agents, right? And custom agents is your way of pretty much telling the agentic loop how to behave for your concrete use cases, right? And as good as generic agents are, custom agents that you can actually control, test, and so on in order to make sure that they run properly, I think that will really take off, right? And what we actually try to make sure is that custom agents run locally. You can actually use VS Code as your development environment for custom agents, but then they also can be picked up by background agents or in the cloud, right? And I think that will really continue, right? And we really just have touched I think the first couple of interesting problems around custom agents. And then related is, right, we have a planning agent, or we call it planning mode, right? And right now, you get the plan, you as an individual, right? But think about if the complexity of those problems really increases, right? Maybe I need your opinion, Olivia, on if the plan makes sense, right? And then it's the agent, you and I, right? And that actually creates this kind of collaborative nature for planning. And that's clearly something that we'll also go after, right? And also, one other aspect, right? At Universe, we had our integration or our collaboration with OpenAI, right? For the Codex integration into Agent HQ. Right? I think that kind of type of collaboration will continue also with others, right? So it's an opening up, right? It's pushing for collaborative planning. It's more custom agents, right? And you mentioned that before, right? We went open source this year. Big step for us, right? As a traditional open source project, or traditionally being an open source project, right? It was always kind of awkward for us that everything we did with AI was closed source, right? So clearly people can come and do this with us together, right? So that's exciting. Right?
I think one of the things that really stands out to me looking at this year is just VS Code really trying to, in the age of AI, stay true to its core principles, right? Open sourcing the AI capabilities so we can get closer to our community. We're talking about BYO functionality with extensions, be able to contribute models, like just really leaning into extensibility mindset. I think that that's a really great thing to see. And to your point about, having the community help shape and give feedback so we can just make the experience even better is a great thing to, I think, end on here. But is there anything else that you want to cover before we turn it over to some of the rest of the team to showcase some of those great features you talked about?
I mean, maybe just saying thank you to everyone, right, who uses VS Code, who gives feedback, right, who sends PRs, particularly those who send PRs. Thank you very, very much. We try to call you out in release notes every single time, but, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And clearly also thanks to my team. They're awesome.
They are. I'm biased, but it's a really great team to be part of. Cool. All right. Well, Kai, thank you so much for being here. Definitely look forward to having you on in the new year, and we can maybe do a side-by-side clip of this, of where looking forward in the new year and see where we're at in even 6 months time.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great idea. We should do that.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Kai, for being here.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, y'all, that's going to bring us into kind of the next portion of the VS Code release stream, where we bring on members from the VS Code team and special guests to talk about some of the great features from the latest release. This is meant to be interactive, so please make sure that you're dropping any questions in the chat. With that, let's dive right into it, and we're going to bring Brigit on to talk a little bit more about the agentic experience. Hey, Brigit.
Hey, Olivia, how's it going?
Good. How are you? Thanks so much for coming on. I love any time that you are on this stream. It's always a good time.
Well, thank you. I love being here. So super excited to be in the final stream.
I know. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe it every time I hear that. Okay. So obviously I know who you are, but some of our viewers might not. So if you could do just a quick intro to yourself, and then I think we can dive into what you're showing.
Sounds great. So I'm Brigit. I'm a product manager on the VS Code team here at Microsoft. I've been on the team for over 5 years now, I think. And some of my current focuses include the next edit suggestions experience and all of our agentic experiences, moving between background, cloud, local, all those kinds of cool flows.
Yeah, tons of amazing work that we've seen from you and the team this year. So I know Kai kind of alluded to it, but what is the latest in the release that just dropped yesterday that people need to get their hands on?
Yes. So we've made a ton of changes to how users can interact with, kick off, hand off between different kinds of agents. And when you open up the chat panel, you're actually going to pretty much immediately see the change there. And so I think we could probably just get into the demo and take a look at it. That sounds good. Okay, so I have gone ahead and opened up the chat panel here, which you can always do via this toggle chat button. And right at the top here, we're going to see we have this recent sessions list. Now, this is going to be recent different kinds of agentic sessions that I've kicked off, whether they're local, which is just regular agent mode as I'm in here, or it could be background sessions, or it could be cloud sessions. I could go ahead and explore these different sessions. And something that's also cool is we now have this button here that allows you to expand into this agent sidebar as well. So depending on how you kind of like to manage your work, review your work, chat with Copilot, we're kind of building in these different kinds of flows to make it feel as powerful and as extensible as possible to you. Now with this as well, we have where maybe if you have a bunch of different sessions, you can do things like you could archive them. So for instance, if I have a few sessions and maybe I was kind of working on similar tasks in them, I don't really need to worry about some of those. I could go ahead and say archive, and move that over to an archive section. And at any point too, I could go ahead and filter my different kinds of sessions. I could search them to find them. And I can again move between different kinds of views. And also go ahead and create different kinds of chat conversations as well. So here I'm just in kind of regular local agent mode. I could also go ahead and switch over to specifically a background agent conversation or a cloud agent conversation as well. I know that's kind of like a quick overview. I'll pause there.
Very cool. Yeah, I think that first of all, these updates are amazing, right? Because I know if you're using all your different agents as much as I do, right? You have so many different sessions. And so being able to just filter through them is so helpful. I was wondering if you could touch, and maybe you're gonna do this in your demo, a little bit more on just kind of the difference between that local background cloud interaction and how that works.
Absolutely. So we could go ahead and kick off, and I will zoom in just, maybe we'll stay right about here.
It's a tough balance. Too zoomed and you then can't see your screen.
Yeah, like never mind. we'll stay here. We can resize if we need to. So we kind of go through a typical flow that maybe I would do. So maybe you and Kai were just discussing as well, like planning mode. We have that. So maybe I want to do some planning for my current repo. So for instance, this is actually a real website that our team develops and publishes. It's all about dev containers, which is another feature of VS Code that I love and that I work on. And maybe I want to find ways to make this site even more user-friendly. So I could work with either local agent mode or the planning mode and local conversations and say, what are some ways that I could make my site more user-friendly? And I'll go ahead and send this off to kind of just work on a plan for me. And something that's also cool that we added this iteration is that I can let local conversations, whether it's local agent mode or planning mode, continue working in the background. So I can go back and we see here that this session continues in progress. I could choose to check in on it if I like, but I don't have to keep it in the foreground focused on it. I could go kick off some other work if I'd like. So I want to kind of let that plan work on things. And then in the meantime, I maybe have some other work that I'd like to go ahead and kick off. And maybe I'd even like to go ahead and kick off some things additionally in the background. So for instance, something that as I'm in the kind of the mindset of ways to make this website more readable or more contributable by new folks coming into it, maybe I'd like to go ahead and add some more testing instructions to the README. Maybe that's something that's top of mind for me. So I could say add testing instructions to my README. And I could go ahead and kick that off to, again, work in just a local agent mode session. I'll kick that off. I can let that work in the background some more, and I'll see that continues working and thinking there. Now, as I kicked off that on agent mode, that's going to go ahead and create changes just to my local files here in my workspace here. So they're not going to kind of be isolated from if I kicked off another agent mode session. It is possible that maybe those changes could conflict. So if I really want to go ahead and kick off some background work, it's helpful to actually use a background session. So that way it will work on a Git work tree if I'd like. So I'll go ahead, and we have a few different ways actually. So what I could do here is I have this continue chat in button. So if you're typing here, you're just working in agent or ask mode, and then you realize, hey, I'd like to send something off to the background to the cloud, you can actually use this button to then continue your conversation there. Or if you kind of decide from the beginning that you'd like to go ahead and work with a background agent, you can also plus and create a new background agent directly from here, which is where we're then going to see that dropdown where I can choose to work on a work tree, which is going to be an isolated Git work tree that's not going to then impact my other local files directly. Or if I didn't want to use that, I could also choose to go back to the workspace option.
And is it pretty much, as long as you're in a GitHub repo or a Git repo, you have that access to work tree and the work trees will just magically work? Okay.
Exactly. Yep. And under the scenes as well, the background agent is powered by the Copilot CLI. So if folks are using the Copilot CLI outside of VS Code, we also now have these integrations directly within the editor. So maybe I want to say add a glossary page to my site and also link to it from the README. This is a scenario where it might end up conflicting with some of those local changes I was going to have because, hey, I was adding testing instructions to the README. Now I'm also going to add some other information to the README. It's nice to be able to kind of kick these things off in different isolated background or cloud sessions if I'd like. So here, I type this up. We also have a model picker for the background agent sessions as well. And I'll go ahead and send this off. And now we see immediately as a response that the background agent went ahead and created an isolated work tree, and it's going to go ahead and actually make those changes on the work tree. If I check over in the SCM view, I'll see that work tree was created and my changes are going to exist on this work tree instead of potentially conflicting on my local repo.
Very nice. How do you usually decide for your personal workflow if you're going to delegate it to a background agent or to a cloud agent?
That's a great question. And so I found that sometimes if it's what I expect to maybe be a longer running task or something that I really don't want to or feel like I need to see the results of, sending it to the cloud can be nice. I also feel like if I want to automatically have a pull request generated and maybe go ahead and collaborate with Copilot on that PR, collaborate with other teammates on that PR, it's really nice because the cloud agent is going to go ahead and create a new branch and PR for that session. And so if that's something that I feel like I'd get value of for this kind of task, I find that to be a really great opportunity to delegate to the cloud.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, great.
And we could take a look at an example of delegating to the cloud. I could do it from this kind of continue in button here so folks can see that flow as well. So maybe something I'd like to do is add a theme toggle to my site. I expect that to maybe a little bit more long running. Maybe I want the coding agent to take a little bit more creativity with it. So I think this is a good task to try sending off to the cloud agent. So maybe I'll say add a theme toggle to my site. I can use this and say cloud. We're also going to pick up if you have any outstanding local changes, and you can choose to decide if you want to include those in your cloud agent session or not. I don't think that they're relevant because I haven't been doing work that's quite relevant to this. But if you have been doing some work and you have some things that you want to package up and also include in the cloud agent session, this flow is great for that. So I'm just going to say delegate, and then it's going to go ahead and automatically create a branch, kick off a PR, and go ahead and work in that branch and PR. And if I then go back here, we can kind of see the different status that we've ended up at. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of our sessions here. So I can see that Copilot Planning Mode here came up with a plan for ways that I can make my site more user-friendly. And I have a few different next steps I could take from here. Either I could continue iterating with Copilot locally on the plan, maybe break it down, expand on it, totally pivot with it. Or if I like this plan, we now have this dropdown and you could continue with this plan and delegate it to the background or to the cloud. And so we're trying to make it as seamless as possible. If you could delegate the whole plan, you could decide just to say, hey, I just want to implement step 1, and then you could go ahead and choose to delegate that to the background or cloud. Either way, whatever works for you.
Very cool. Okay, there are a couple questions if I can pause just for a second. One question in the sidebar where you see the blue dots next to some of the chat sessions. Can you talk a little bit again about what that indicator is?
Yes, that's a great question. And so we have a few different statuses here. And so blue means that a session is completed and I haven't yet clicked into it. So if I'd like, I'll go ahead and click into it. And then we see now that the session is basically marked as red. And we also have this capability where you can choose to mark sessions as read or unread with the right click option. And so for instance, if I was working on a plan or working on a change and I think, hey, I'd like to remember to come back to that, I can go ahead and mark it as unread. I find this is helpful when I want to do things like if I generated a plan and I'm like, hey, that plan's going to take some time to kind of cook in the background. I want to be able to remember where it was in this list of sessions I have ongoing. It's nice that we can go ahead and decide, hey, I want to mark it as unread and come back to it. And you can also then choose to filter just to read or unread sessions as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the overview. We're also getting a lot of good feedback in the comments. I just want to do a call out for that. Thank you all so much for doing that. That's one of the best parts about the team being here is that we're reading all that feedback. So we will definitely take note of all of that. Okay, Brigit, is there anything else that you want to show them?
No, I think that this is a good overview of some of the changes that have landed. We can check in on the SCM view here. We'll see we have different work trees, different changes committed here. Also, folks want to really have power over their pull requests and issues directly in the editor, since we also have integration with the Copilot Coding Agent in PRs. Installing the GitHub pull request extension is a great next step as well. It'll give you some even more capabilities. And then when you have those kinds of cloud sessions that get kicked off, you'll be able to click into them and see the PRs that were generated, be able to interact with the PRs, apply changes from them, check out if you have that other extension installed as well.
Awesome. Cool. And I know that this was like literally just touching the surface of all the updates. This was a great overview, but I do just want to do a plug because we are currently streaming to the AI Dev Days event. And we actually have a whole breakout session on the unified agent experience in VS Code from Josh and Osvaldo on the team later today. So that's another great chance to see all of this in action and kind of dive a little bit deeper too. So just want to do a quick plug there.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Brigit, for being here as always. And I'm sure we'll see you a ton in the new year.
Thank you so much and Happy New Year, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Brigit. With that, that's going to go ahead and bring us to our next guest and demo with Logan. Hey, Logan. How are you?
Hi, Olivia. How are you?
Thanks. Is this your first time on one of the VS Code release live streams? I can't remember.
I think so. I did a podcast at one point similar about this feature, but I don't think I've done a live stream yet. So
yeah, good call out for the VS Code. Yeah, right. For the VS Code Insiders podcast, definitely check that out. Logan has a great episode there. Well, so can you go ahead and do just a quick intro of yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Logan. I work a lot on kind of the model adoption and model integrations within Copilot Chat. So a lot of the new models that you see come in have been kind of added by me. And then I also work on the bring your own key experience, which is about bringing access to users to bring whatever model they want to use within Copilot. So that's what I'll be kind of showing off a little bit today.
Cool. That sounds great. Yeah, I know models, Kai mentioned it in his opening, that all the model work is a huge, huge piece of all the work that's been done this year from the VS Code team. So super excited to have you on the stream today and show this off. So with that, yeah, we can go ahead and dive into your demo.
Yeah, sure. So here I'm just in Copilot Chat. I'm actually using my Copilot free account, so it didn't cost me anything to sign up for this. You can see I open this and I have some, quota for chat messages. But maybe I want to I already pay for some API usage, or I want to experiment with different models. We actually support bringing your own keys so that you can access a different LLM. So the way I do that is I click here into the model picker, and you can see I have, at the top here, all these models that were provided by Copilot directly, and this is included in your subscription. And then I have this other section at the bottom here where you can see other models that I've contributed via an API token. So if I click Manage Models here, we'll actually bring ourselves into this new management flow that we've been working on. And so here I just have a few providers listed, but there's many more than this. So if I click Add Models, for example, I can go and add API keys for even more of these or install more providers from the marketplace. But this is just what I've set up for now. And so we have Copilot, and this is like not super bring your own key because Copilot's of course included, but this flow does allow you to also manage the models in your picker. So let's say, we have GPT-5 Mini, GPT-4o, and GPT-4.1. I might not really want to use 4.0 or 4.1 anymore now that we have 5 Mini and now our new in-house Raptor Mini model. So it just might make sense to click the little I button here and hide those. And now I have a cleaner kind of model experience to work with, which is really nice.
This is such an underrated feature. I feel like I've been shouting this one from the rooftops, oh, you don't want a giant list in your model. You can configure that.
Yeah, it's not too bad with the free accounts because, of course, with the free accounts, we have to limit the number of models we can provide. But with the pro accounts, you can get quite an exhaustive model list, and it definitely helps cut down on things. And that's why we also started providing auto as an option to just help with that mental fatigue of what model should I be using, because there's just so many options. So we want to cater to the gamut of, I would love to experiment with models that Copilot doesn't even provide, which is why Bring Your Own Key exists. Or I'd like to not think about models at all. I just want to use AI. And that's kind of where Auto comes into play there. So yeah, so that's kind of the Copilot models, but then the actual Bring Your Own Key experience. So I've added keys so far for Cerebrus and OpenRouter, and I have Olama running on my machine as well. So you can see I have all my models listed here. They show their context windows, so I can decide, maybe I don't need a model that can take 1 million tokens, or maybe I do. Whether or not it supports tools or vision. So if you're working with images and things like that, you might want to specifically select a model that has that support. For Copilot Chat, because a lot of things are going agentic, we definitely recommend picking tool selected models. So for Cerebrus, you'll see I've only selected GLM 4.6, and that's because their other models at the moment do not support tool calling, and it doesn't really create that really nice wow experience without being able to do tools. So another fun feature is if I click on these little blocks, so if I click vision, then it'll actually filter the list down to vision only models and allow you to kind of pick and choose. So I've already chosen a few here. I can choose, maybe another one just to play around with. So we can try to add DeepSeek v3.2 there. It gets added in. And these models work exactly the same as normal Copilot Chat models. So I can just go here. I can say, I have this little project called My Site. Create me a website of VS Code showing product info. And the thing I like about Cerebrus that we'll see is it's just like an incredibly fast inference provider. So it makes it very easy to do these quick little demos here. So we're going to rip through these files, and this is all real time, nothing sped up or recorded. And
that's why I love these live demos, because people can see like this.
What we get. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't make me look bad.
You never know. The demo gods are a little more finicky.
So depending on how you do AI, you could review these files. I won't. I keep, and then I'm going to close my other tab just because I don't have a lot of screen space here, and we can just open up the site here. And look, I got a broken image, but other than that, it looks like I have what appears to be a copy and paste of our old site with nice. And I can view this all within VS Code, everything like that. I could even do this add element to chat thing, which is really cool, and say my image is broken. And it will try to fix it for me. Look at that. Amazing.
Oh, real time.
It even made that SVG itself, which I thought was absolutely crazy that it got right.
Oh, man.
Now we have these. Git is some sort of plane fighter jet looking thing. But and so, yeah, so these are all, the quality and experience is exactly the same as if you used a Copilot model. We can even kind of prove this to you. So you can see in my output channel here, I'm seeing that all my requests are flighted to the ZAI. I can click these markdown files, and these markdown files actually contain, the entire prompts that we're sending. So if you are really wanting to get into the nitty gritty, which is kind of what BYOK caters to, of bringing your own model, experiment with it, seeing what works best for you, you can see that you can view these whole prompts here and see everything we send to the model, how many tokens it consumes, and everything related to that. So it's a really cool feature. It really helps with the fact that no matter how much we'd love to provide every single model on the planet, each time you add a model to Copilot, you take the pool of GPUs that are available and have to divide them, so that each model gets some sliver of capacity. And that makes it really, really hard for us to provide everything. So it's really great. So I'll read like an AI article, a new model will come out. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I want to go try, this model I've never heard of. I've never heard of a lot of these models, to be honest. Some of them come from big players, but I've never heard of this like step fun model, for example, and maybe it's really good and maybe I want to play around with it. So that's where I think that the Bring Your Own Key experience really shines, and it works completely the same as any in-house model would, and it does not consume, any of your budget as well. So I still have 4%, as I showed before. So that also is a benefit if you don't want to use your Copilot subscription, you want to save it for, using whatever model, you want to just pay by API key. So that's really all I have to show, Olivia.
Cool.
So take
Yeah, I
questions,
think
or...
just a couple questions we usually get around this experience in general. But yeah, I think thank you for showing this. I think it really just like really hones in on the message of model choice, right? You're not just limited to the models that are built into Copilot, even though depending on your SKU, you can have a lot. But if you want to try out the latest model of some provider, you have those options to do that. And so I really love that capability. One question that we get a lot is, do you still need to be signed into GitHub Copilot though? Because while it doesn't count against your GitHub Copilot usage, how does kind of that relationship work?
Yeah, so at the moment, you do still need to be signed into GitHub Copilot because we often will do things like you can see in my logs, we use GPT-4o Mini here, and we use GPT-4o Mini for creating this like nice create a website title and other background requests for fine-tuning kind of some of the requests in the background use this 4o Mini model to fine-tune your query, make it better. And then there's features in Copilot Chat that don't have a model picker associated with them. So I don't have it right now, but if I had the source control, we do the auto commit generation with the Sparkle, or like the F2 rename with the Sparkle. These all don't have a model picker associated with them. And the way to power these features is via 4o Mini as well. So none of those count against you in terms of cost, but they do require that you are signed in and have an active Copilot subscription.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. All right. Well, this was a great overview of BYOK. We actually have a great next demo kind of showing how you can use Hugging Face with this experience. So Logan, is there anything else you want to touch on or talk about before we?
No, that's all. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you, Logan. Have a great one. All right. That's going to bring us straight into our next segment with Selena from Hugging Face.
Hi, Olivia.
How are you doing?
Super excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're so happy to have you here. Yeah, I did a quick intro that you're from Hugging Face, but if you could just do an intro of yourself and then what you'll be showing today, that would be great.
Yeah. So I'm Selena. I'm a software engineer at Hugging Face for more than a year now. I'm the co-maintainer of the Hugging Face SDKs, and I also work on our serverless inference service called Hugging Face Inference Providers. That I will be talking today, and how to use it inside VS Code. So a quick word on inference providers. If you can show my screen. Yeah, so quick word on this. It's basically the easiest way to get access to state-of-the-art open weight models via one single API. And the inference runs on world-class inference providers like Cerebras, Grok, Fireworks, and a bunch of others. And you get fast, reliable access to pretty much any open weight model you can think of. And because we support multiple providers, you get flexibility in terms of cost, speed, and availability without being tied like to a single vendor. And it's also cost effective in the sense that we don't add any extra markup on top of provider rate. Now, the part I'm especially excited about is that you can use these open weight models directly inside VS Code Copilot Chat with the extension called Hugging Face provider for GitHub Copilot that you can find on the marketplace. I think you cannot miss it. It's the extension with the cutest logo. So yeah, by the way, huge thanks to the VS Code team for implementing the tooling that make this super easy for us to build. It's based on the bring your own key feature that Logan was presenting before. And as he was explaining, it basically allows you to contribute your language models through an API to VS Code Copilot Chat. And VS Code being open source is such a great thing for us as well. It helped build this kind of features. So yeah, another thing about the extension, we think it's very cool for us because we constantly release new features on our side. And the extension being outside of VS Code allows us to iterate faster, add new features, integrations, bug fixes, and all of that without relying on VS Code releases. So yeah, a quick demo. Setting this up is straightforward. You just need to install the Hugging Face provider extension. Once it's installed, go to Copilot Chat, click on the model picker, then manage models, click on add models, and then you will find the Hugging Face in the list. Click on Hugging Face, and then it will ask you for your Hugging Face API key. So this is your Hugging Face access token. And you can find this in your Hugging Face settings. Just make sure to add permissions to inference providers. So I will copy my token here. Click enter. And then you can select any available models to use inside Copilot Chat. So yeah, a couple of useful things here is that you can actually filter models by provider that supports this model. For example, if I want to show all models that are supported by Fireworks, I can just look for Fireworks, and it will give me all the models that are served through Fireworks. You can also pick either the fastest mode, which will select the fastest provider for that model, meaning the highest throughput for that model. We have also a cheapest mode, which will select the most cost-efficient provider for that model. So yeah, so let's select, for example, the latest DeepSeek model, which should be DeepSeek v3.2 with the fastest provider. And let's select GLM 4.6, another open weight model that has great performance for coding. And once you enable visibility here, you will find the models here directly to use. Yeah, so let's try a quick demo here. Let's build something real, actually. So I have this feature request I was supposed to implement today. So on the Hugging Face Hub repo, which is the Hugging Face Python SDK. So yeah, let's just ask GLM to implement this feature directly.
Love it.
So just ask GLM to implement this by giving the URL directly to the GitHub issue. Let's add a bit of context. And let's hope I don't get any demo effect here, but it should be okay.
You never know.
Yeah, actually, for this kind of features, I really like using local agents instead of assigning, I don't know, the issue straight to GitHub Copilot, because it feels much more interactive. And I get to steer the implementation step by step. I can refine the prompt, and I just like watch it until it completes its work. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I also estimated roughly how much it costs for this kind of session. I mean, this kind of request, and it's roughly around 20 to 30 cents if you want to have GLM implement this feature. And I'm not even using the cheapest provider, so it's quite cheap compared to other models. And with the free Hugging Face account, you get some free credits to try things out. And then with the pro account, you get even more monthly credits, free credits, and then it's pay as you go after that. Yeah, so I think it's going really well for now. It takes like 1 to 2 minutes. And as of the extension, the implementation is obviously open source. So you can just check out the code and open issues if you have any bug reports or feature requests. We're super happy to get like some feedback on that.
Yeah, we'll definitely make sure to share out that repo link so people can contribute to that. But yeah, I love, like, there's a couple things I just want to highlight that you showed up. First, I love be able to filter for cheapest and fastest, because I mean, like, at the end of the day, right, a lot of people don't necessarily know what all these models are. We want to know what's something I can try that's cheap, or what's something I can try that's going to get my task done fastest. So I think that that's a really, really great user experience. And then to your point about just this being in its own extension, Logan touched on this a little bit too. But it just really allows y'all to be able to get the latest updates out to folks as quick as possible, rather than, to your point, waiting for maybe a monthly stable release to go out.
Yeah, actually, for the cheapest and fastest mode, we shipped that a couple of weeks ago after releasing the extension. So I just had like to release another version of the extension, and then ship that into Copilot Chat. So it's very, very cool.
There is a question on if these models can be handed to the cloud agent or if your local sessions.
Yeah. I think it can be used to Cloud Agent. I tried this, I think a couple of days ago. So it should be working fine also with Cloud Agents, background agents. I'm more of a local agent, to be honest. But yeah, it can be used as well.
We see this kind of like the other thing I think that's really great to show with the extension too is then it kind of gets all the error handling from y'all as well too. So that way, it's a model that's supported by Hugging Face, and that you can make sure that all the responses are being requested properly, and that you can see kind of that great user experience there.
Yeah. I think it helps also that we have we are OpenAI compatible, which makes it really easy to implement this for the VS Code Copilot chat. So it's really a good thing to have this thing of the bring your own key feature in VS Code and the way it's implemented as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let's see. It looks like it's all passed successfully.
Yeah, I think it did the job. And then I can, using this, I can just iterate, ask for tests, or if I don't like something, I can just do the job locally and then push a final version of it after reviewing the agent work.
Yeah, and I just think it's really cool how you still get kind of this native experience they're used to in chat, but you get to bring all these extra models in. And I know Hugging Face is that was one of the top ones that people are like, oh, when can I put in Hugging Face models here? So that's a really great. I'll put out the link again real quick so people know where to look for. You can either search in the extension marketplace in VS Code for Hugging Face inference provider. For Copilot Chat, I think it's called, or we have the link up right now too for how to get to that extension page.
Awesome.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to share or talk about that Hugging Face will be coming in the future?
I think though that's it. We will. I think we're communicating about it every time we have new features, and we try to improve that and see what new features of VS Code and how to integrate that on our side.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Selena, for being here.
Thanks
we
a lot.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
All right. That's going to bring us to our next demo with Connor, who's been talking some MCP updates, which I know we've already had asks for in the chat. Hey, Connor.
Hi, good to see you. Yeah, I think it's been a few months since I've been on here, but
I know.
It's always great to be here and show off.
And we get a twofer for you today, right? Because you're here and then you're on with Tyler later for AI Dev Days, right? To kind of do a deeper dive.
I'm on at 10:35 Pacific, so about I think 2 or an hour and a half from now.
Awesome.
So if you want to learn more about it,
love it. Cool.
Check it out.
All right. Well, I guess with that, right? Obviously, I know you, but do you want to do a quick intro, just for what you do on the VS Code team?
Yeah. So I'm Connor. I work on debugging, testing, and then also relevant to this. I build out many of the MCP features in VS Code alongside Tyler and Sandeep, who've been on here in the past. And it's actually a timing on the last release because the latest MCP spec just dropped at the end of November. It had the first anniversary of MCP, and there's a bunch of new features in there that are super cool, and that we actually already support in VS Code. So I'm going to show some of those to you today.
Awesome, cool. Should we go ahead and dive into the demo then?
Yeah, definitely. You can go ahead and put my screen on the screen. There we go. Yeah, so one cool thing that I just wanted to mention that we've actually talked about before, I think, on here, but if you haven't seen, we also support now the new MCP registry. So if you just type add MCP in your extensions view, you get to see all these cool MCP servers. So you have Playwright, you have Chronic 7, Microsoft Learn, GitHub. You have things like DeepWiki, which is super useful, especially if you're talking to a project that is on GitHub that might be new and maybe not indexed already by a language model, and you can just hit install, and then just like that, you've installed this MCP server, and you're good to go. And then actually now also in recent versions of VS Code, you don't have to like start it manually or anything. It'll just be started automatically the first time you send a chat message, and then we'll discover its tools, and then go ahead and just use it.
Cool. And then when you say MCP registry, that's essentially an official curated list of MCP servers that you now see in VS Code, right?
And so the MCP registry is actually sort of just a spec. There is also the open source, the official MCP registry. Currently, VS Code is pointing at the GitHub registry, which is a more curated kind of like a tested and tailored registry. But as the like open source and the public registry is gaining momentum, I think that we're starting to kind of have that be like an upstream to the registry that we use in VS Code. So one of the stories that like it's there. It's not like directly publishable to yet. It's really good if you want to just consume these MCP servers, and then probably over the next few months, like we'll get to the point where this becomes more of like just a mirror of the public open source registry.
Cool.
So there's stuff behind the scenes that's kind of evolved very quickly over the last 2 months, but it's getting there. And if you're like a developer who wants to use these servers, you can go there. A good chance if you have a server that like DeepWiki or Playwright or any major server, it's probably already there. It's probably already available, and you just hit it, install with like a button press. So
cool. Okay, thank you for that overview. Awesome. All right, what would you like to show then for some of the latest MCP updates then? Yeah,
so these are brand new, like off the press, and so I think most servers don't really support like a lot of the cool things yet. But I just set up a basically like a local test server. I had like Claude Vibe Code be an MCP server, and so I'm going to show that to you today. So I'm going to first add my server. I just have a localhost server, so I'm going to point it at localhost 3000 MCP, and then this is just the server that will help me like design a website. So we can see now it created a MCP JSON, it created the server, and it found 6 tools. And so this exposes a few different tools. So basically, it is a there we go. Yeah. So first like new thing in the spec is that servers and tools actually can now have custom icons, and so I just like made a little rocket ship icon for the server. But if you're a developer, you can have these icons, and it makes it just much easier to identify your different servers and tools. And so first thing I want to do is probably call the start project tool. So I'll go ahead and do that. There we go. Let's think about it for a second. There we go. And so I'm going to allow this to happen. So one thing that you see is like recently we improved how we deal with resources, and so MCP tools can return resources, which you can like see attached now to the tool call, and you can also download those. This just returned basically a JSON blob here, but I'll do more with that in a minute. So yes, let's say we can now design, we can now configure settings and build and deploy it. So let's go ahead and start designing it. So I'll say start with the design. And so this is going to use a new feature called URL mode elicitation, which is basically a fancy way to say it's a way for a server to like ask for input that happens on a website that you can then navigate to. So I'm going to go here, and this is a tool that will let me sketch out my website design, and then I'll be able to then give it back to the tool. So I'll just do like a simple, I'll have like a like a content there, maybe like a logo here, and then like a sidebar here. I'll say this is my logo, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that worked, but anyway, this is probably good enough for the tool to figure out what should happen. So I'll say done. And now we actually see that this got returned to the model, and we can see that also is a resource. My beautiful sketch there it was returned as a resource. If I think this is super cool, and I want to save it, I can go ahead and download those.
Oh, this is awesome.
I can save those anywhere I want to. So that's cool. And I'll say, okay, so I have my basic beautiful design, and now I'll say configure my site and see what happens here. There we go. So this is using the more standard, like traditional like elicitation, where a server can ask for just like kind of textual or numbers or like picker input. So I can go ahead and respond here. I have like a few like various things. And so I'll say this is a creative site. I'll just do a single page. Sure, whatever that color is sounds great. Yes, animations. And then there's also like just one small new feature as well that came in the latest spec is that they have a way to actually ask for like multiple things that you can like check and support. I'll say I want both the contact form and a newsletter, and then I'll hit OK. You see the output from my illustration here, and then we have that kind of all configured and set up. Cool. So now I will say, yeah, let's just go ahead and generate content. I'm probably actually going to maybe change into a full sonnet for this because like this is kind of a more heavier task, whereas like haiku is great for fast short things, but I'll go ahead and generate it and say generate content. You got this, because models always need some encouragement. Yeah, so that's some new features. Also, one thing that is not really visible here, but that came recently is, oh, it actually is a tool. Okay. Oh yeah, so it's actually showing one new feature as well called sampling. And so sampling is essentially just a way for the model to say, I want to make a request like on behalf of the user, sort of. So it's a way for the MCP server to make their own requests to the LLM. And so I'll say I'll allow this in this session. And so behind the scenes, it's going to be going and making requests. I can actually see those in the Copilot debug view. And we can say that, or eventually it's going to make a request here. There we go. I think it's probably this guy. Let's see what it's saying. Okay, so the MCP server like just asked it to generate content for a landing page site. And so we'll see that it made all this content here, and so it created this landing page resource, which I think maybe my demo server is like not like super smart. It probably could have written that to an HTML document itself, but I can go ahead and download this, and I'll say that I'll call this like landing.html, and close that out. Go back here, I click on things, and we can see how this landing page site looks. It seems like it wrapped that in a code block, which is not the best thing in the world to do. But yeah, so it seems like that basically like combined all of the things that I gave it. I think maybe it didn't really follow my sketch too well because it didn't create a sidebar. But maybe my sketch was not good enough for it to really base.
I thought it was great, Connor.
Thank you. Yeah, but anyway, the other thing that I want to mention, which kind of a behind the scenes thing, is tasks, and so that is a new feature in the latest like MCP spec, which basically allows servers to handle long running operations, like if server asks user for input during a tool call, for example, that could potentially take like a few minutes for a user to actually like execute, and so that presents. So that like presents a problem like when you deal with like networks, and when you can deal with like things that are like proxies that could like time out the request. And so tasks are a way that a tool calls, sampling, and illustration can basically be created as like async task that the server or the client can pull for completion in. And so that basically solves like a lot of issues. Like for example, if your server crashes, then you don't necessarily have to like lose your tool state or lose your state of sampling or elicitation, because that can be stored as a task that can be like reconnected to and resumed in a durable way. And so VS Code also supports that transparently. Like there's no really like UI impact for that, but you should see for servers that support tasks, you should see like better reliability, especially like I was coding on airplanes, and so like if you're on an airplane or something, or you have like just like a bad network, then the tasks like should be a way to be able to have your sessions and servers work a lot more reliably than they would otherwise. So yeah, I think that's kind of the few things I wanted to go through here.
Awesome.
I'm not sure if the audience has any questions.
Yeah, there's a few questions, comments. One comment is just that it would be really cool if our custom MCP could use tools of other MCP servers and kind of bring this up. So cool comment there of things.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Yes, so actually that is the only thing in the latest spec that we don't support yet. They actually did also add a notion of sampling with tool calls. there's some more kind of like things that we have to change like internally to make that work, but I expect that should come probably like in the next release, which is always on Insiders first. But that basically does have a way for sampling requests to include tools that the model can call as if it was actually in a full agent session. And so definitely like keep your eye on that. I think I have an issue for that on GitHub as well at Track. But that is something that I'll be looking at probably shortly here.
Awesome. That's great. And then one other, I guess, a couple questions around sampling. One is sampling a new request, or is it all part of the same request? And then two, can sampling also use tools?
Yeah, so sampling can use tools like with other feature that I mentioned before. So it's not supported yet, but it will be supported very soon. I think a lot of SDKs for MCP are still coming out with that support, so it might not actually be in your SDK yet. But soon TM. And the sampling actually is kind of a distinct request. So it's basically a standalone request. It's basically a standalone request that the server can make, basically tell the client to make. Though of course, if that sampling request is a result of a tool call, which is the common case, then the MCP server would have as a parameter to the tool include a summary of your conversation, or include a summary of whatever you're wanting me to do, and then it can use that to actually generate.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Apparently Siri heard me.
Look, that's so relatable.
Yeah, but then the server actually can use that and include that as context into the request that it makes.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this overview, Connor. Like we mentioned, you're actually doing kind of a deeper dive with Tyler later at AI Dev Days. On that note, actually, if you all are watching from the VS Code channel, stay put. We still have one more final demo. But if y'all are watching on the AI Dev Days stream, I'm actually going to kick it back to James and Katie in studio there for them to keep the fun going over there. All right. Well, Connor, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing more of your demo later today and just seeing what great things come from the team for the rest of the year.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Like I mentioned, that's going to bring us to our last and final demo today. So we have David coming on.
Whoa.
Hey, David.
Hey there,
we're
how are
back
you?
in the studio for day 2 of AI Dev Days, keeping the good vibes rolling here. But thank you so much to Olivia and the team. I loved hearing all of those release notes. There were so many things I had to really scroll through them this time.
It was awesome. I mean, this is such an amazing release. Every release of VS Code is absolutely awesome. I've been dogfooding in Insiders. Not even just get Insiders right now. Go install it as well. But the stable is there, so you can try out all these new features. If you're stable, if you're blue or green, we love blue, green,
both together. Earth Day vibes.
Yeah.
And also, if you're really into keeping up to date, we have those release live streams every month.
That's correct. So make sure you subscribe not only here on the Microsoft Developer channel if you're watching AI Dev Days, but head over to the @code over on YouTube right now and then subscribe because there's tons of great content, videos. I love the deep dive that Kyle did from GitHub on the VS Code channel about what these new agents are, the local background cloud, all that stuff. So if you're like, what are all these new things happening? That team is just crushing it.
Totally. And we're going to get a little bit more of that today through AI Dev Days Day 2. Today is really all about developer productivity. We're going to be talking VS Code. And even up next, we have GitHub Copilot CLI.
Yeah, lots of CLI goodies. We have multiple sessions upcoming. Our great friend Ryan over at GitHub was going to do it live, but he got sick.
Unfortunately.
So luckily, we have his introduction to GitHub CLI that we're able to do. And then additionally, right after that, we'll come back here. But then the John Lindquist is here, going to do a deep dive in scripting the Copilot CLI. You do not want to miss it. So let's head over to Ryan now to kick us off with the intro to the GitHub Copilot CLI.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Hecht, and I am a product manager on the GitHub Copilot team working on the GitHub Copilot CLI. We launched in public preview last month, and we've been shipping every day to bring some more advancements that I can't wait to show you. Let me show you what makes the Copilot CLI special, why it's so great to have an agentic AI assistant right in your terminal, and how we're building the Copilot CLI to connect more broadly to the rest of the GitHub Copilot ecosystem. And first, I got a question for you. Well, first I want to show you our lovely startup animation, which I'm just in love with. I love this thing so much. But first I have a question for all of you. How many of you use GitHub Copilot in VS Code or another IDE? All right. Now, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Now, of all of you, who spends their entire working day in the IDE and never does anything else anywhere else? That's what I thought. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to build the GitHub Copilot CLI. We as developers are spending time SSHing into servers. We're debugging things in containers. We're triaging issues on github.com. We're managing CI/CD pipelines, and we're writing deployment scripts. There's a lot of work that we do that doesn't neatly map into an individual IDE or even a multi-purpose code editor like VS Code. And, you know, the terminal transcends all the different applications on your computer, right? The terminal is the most powerful computing interface that there is. In the right hands, any task can be accomplished with fine-grained control, customizability, a wealth of open source tooling that does one job and does it really well, and also composable scripting for automation. And agentic AI in this environment makes everybody a terminal whiz. It gives you an editor-agnostic tool to collaborate with, to, starting today, connect to the broader GitHub ecosystem, and get your work done and focus and meet you where you are already in the terminal. I've spoke to a lot of friends over the past several months who have rediscovered the terminal now that AI assistants have met us in here, right? Because it allows you to spend less time hunting down man pages and scouring documentation and more time actually executing, and now also incorporating the AI into your automation and all of your scripts. So I want to show you guys a little demo. So we're going to have a situation where I am taking over on call. Where is my mouse? Here it is. Where I'm taking over on call for a friend of mine. And he maintains a feedback form, and I don't know anything about it. I don't know what code base, I don't know what language the code base is in. I don't know the framework it uses. But just in case any kind of issues come up during the day, I'm going to see what I can do to work my way through them. And it looks like design has actually sent me over an image. So let's open up fixthis.png. What's wrong? Oh, look at that. It looks like there's the feedback, the submit button is overlaying on the page here. So we're going to see what we can do to fix that. So I'm going to launch Copilot. Now, keep in mind, I don't even have the repo downloaded. It's not cloned on my computer, and I don't know anything about it. So I'm just going to have Copilot clone the feedback repo and set us up to run it. Now, this is my first wonderful application of the GitHub Copilot CLI. It's getting started in a new application and getting started in a new code base. You don't know, what you're going to need to run it on your machine, but Copilot's able to look at the documentation really quickly, figure out the stack, figure out the dependencies that you need with minimal input from you. And one input that I do need to give is permission to run commands. By default, it's going to ask me for permission to run all these different commands on my computer. In this case, we want to clone the actual repository and then check out what's inside of it. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And Copilot's going to tell me what it's doing. It's setting up the feedback repository. It's looking at the README for setup instructions. And it looks like it's found that it's a package.json. So in this case, it's just going to go ahead and an npm install, I would imagine, once it figures out what it needs to do there. But if it was more complicated than an npm install, if I had to install a JVM, if I had to install the right version of Go, maybe even set up a Python virtual environment, it's going to be able to do all of that for me. And in this case, it has run npm install, and it's set us all up, so that's wonderful. And it's even given us a nice head start. Hey, look, you could just run npm run dev to run the dev server. So I'm going to do that, npm run dev. And, I'm not in the right directory, so that's npm run dev. And it looks like port 3000 is already in use. That's right. Earlier, I was working on something else that was using that port. And these are the kinds of things that are little workflow killers when you're getting started in something, because I know that I can use the lsof command. There's a certain flag I can give in a certain syntax to check what port is being used. But it's way easier just to defer that to Copilot. So I could say, what is currently using port 3000? And without needing to go and look up the right flags for the command, without needing to look at the man pages to remember how to use it, I can tell, okay, it's that colon before the port that I personally always forget. And so it's great that I can just say, all right, cool, you can use lsof for the rest of our session, and it can run that. And it'll come back and say, hey, here's the process ID of what was using port 3000. And I can have Copilot kill it, or if I know the kill command, kill-9, and the process ID, I run that one a lot. So I can use an exclamation point to just quickly do kill-9, 9464, and boom, now I've killed it. And so let me go back over here, and now I can run npm run dev again. And now we are actually running on localhost port 3000. So we can go over there and check it out, localhost 3000. And sure thing, there is a bug here. So let's go ahead. So if you'll remember, we had this image. So I'm going to copy this image into our repository here and open up Copilot again. So, I don't even want to spend time looking through all the code files to figure out where the change is. I'm just going to have Copilot fix the bug shown in at fixthis.png. So I'm going to mention the file, click enter, that's an image, and Copilot's going to read the image. That's a functionality that we added a couple of weeks ago. So it sees the bug, it looks like the button's overlapping the text area, and so now I can just go through and figure out where the right folder is and where the right file is to make that change. It's probably just a simple little CSS bug. And sure enough, yep, that's what it was. And so it's going to go through and fix that itself. And of course, this is on the level of something that you could do in your IDE, but being able to do it in the terminal means that I can have my same session and go through and transcends the IDE, and I could do other tasks that maybe I wouldn't be doing in the IDE as well. So I'm going to tell it that it can indeed change that CSS file and also do file operations for the rest of the session. And it looks like it had a couple of changes it wanted to queue up, and so it's keeping me in the loop about what it's doing, which is wonderful. And now it says that it's fixed. So why don't we see if it is indeed fixed? And well, it's not quite fixed. So what we can do now is I can, I don't have enough time to necessarily go through and actually make sure that all of that's fixed. But before I commit and before I actually dispatch, I'm going to dispatch Copilot Coding Agent to finish the rest of this asynchronously for me. Before I do that, though, I can't just push these changes willy-nilly because my team has very strict accessibility requirements, and I don't always know what all of those are. And luckily, my team has a custom agent, which was just released today for GitHub Copilot as well, that defines all of our accessibility rules. It has all the right MCP tools to check on all those guardrails. So I can do /agent and look at the accessibility reviewer, and I can say, review our changes. And so that's it. I don't need to go through and figure out what all of those standards are. The accessibility agent can just go look at my changes, and the accessibility team has already gone through and written up this wonderful custom agent that has all of the things that we need. And it looks like it's found a critical accessibility issue, and it wants to make that change, and it's just going to do that for me, which is pretty wonderful. And okay, that's great. But we haven't fixed the bug yet, right? There's still some things that need to be done. And I also want to know if there's any issues that have already been opened in this repository that might map to what we've already been doing. Luckily, the Copilot CLI ships with the GitHub MCP server. So we can look up anything that is on the GitHub repo without needing to actually go to .com. So I can say, are there any open issues that map to the work we're doing? And the GitHub MCP server will go and search for all of our issues. First, it's verifying that we are indeed in a GitHub repository, and we are. And so it's found an issue, and what's it going to say? It looks like, okay, well, it doesn't know that that's not actually fixed. But there's also another part of this issue as well, that the button is oversized on mobile. And so what we're going to do is, all right, and the accessibility agent is giving me all of its recommendations too. I didn't realize I was still in there. But I want to delegate the rest of this to Copilot Coding Agent because I've got other things to do, right? So I'm going to do /delegate, which is another new command that we have. And I can say, finish fixing the issue outlined in number 1 and use the playwright MCP server to ensure that it is fixed. And so what this is going to do is stage all of my changes. It's going to commit them to a new branch. And then Copilot Coding Agent is going to open a PR and then dispatch itself to go and do that work asynchronously. So now I can move on to bigger and better things with my day. And so now that PR is opened, I can click on it so I can know that this is the PR where all the work will eventually be. And eventually Copilot is going to pick it up and do the wonderful Copilot Coding Agent flow.
And it looks like we're back in the studio. So that was a little bit of an introduction to the GitHub Copilot CLI. Obviously, a pretty quick one, but we have plenty of time to get a little bit more into that. But today we also have a lot more going on.
Yeah, it was so quick, in fact, that I didn't even know that we're back in the studio.
You didn't see your shining face.
Hopefully not too shiny. I was in our YouTube chat over here. I love all the questions coming in. We got Kayla and John in the chat. Burke is in the chat as well, helping out. Kayla just posted an awesome blog that she just put up, which is on customizing the Windows terminal for the GitHub Copilot CLI with all my posh and all this good stuff. And as many people know, I'm not a CLI person. I'm a GUI person.
I'm not really either, but it was cool to learn that the GitHub MCP server is just built in. It's right there. Like Ryan was doing or showing off just now, he could just ask it questions, and it kind of had all the context he needed to get the answers he wanted.
Yeah, and I'm slowly trying to ramp up. That's what I think is so great about these days, is you not only get like the introduction, but you get these deep dives from the team on both days, not only just building apps with AI, but also building inside of VS Code, Visual Studio with the CLI, and these different tools and how they can be used together. And everyone uses them in a little bit different ways. I see like when you're using VS Code or I'm using Visual Studio or I see Hanselman using the CLI, we all use it in a little bit different way because we're all unique.
It's a personal preference thing, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about the Copilot CLI, for example. Like maybe we're not CLI people, but we really want to meet folks where they're at and not, impress upon them the fact that, oh, we want to use VS Code or we want to use Visual Studio. Like, code how you want to code, where you want to code.
Exactly, and I love that inside of VS Code, you have that ability now to do those local agents, background with the CLI, spin up a CLI, or just spin it off to the cloud. I know later today, at the very end of the day, I'm going to be doing a deep dive of how I build and produce more applications and more code ever using all these tools together.
Yeah, and we have a ton of different sessions all around that topic, but also others. We have more MCP stuff coming as well. We have some folks from the design team talking about how they use these tools as well, which I thought was super intriguing as somebody who doesn't have a ton of insight into design. This is something that you can really use in a multitude of different roles.
Yeah, and Harald's going to be live from the Mountain View office, Silicon Valley office, doing a live lab. We've linked in YouTube up top. They've pinned there full agenda for today and the lab later, so you can hands-on with this technology. Now, I do know someone that loves the CLI.
And who is that?
I believe it's John Lindquist, and I believe that John is up next doing a full deep dive on scripting with the GitHub Copilot CLI. So over to you, John.
Thank you. Hey, I'm John Lindquist. You can check out information about me at egghead.io. But why don't you just stay here, and we're going to learn about scripting Copilot and diving deep into using the terminal with AI to build out some really neat agents. Now, as with any sane developer, I had to vibe code using Copilot, an entire slide presentation system in my terminal, so you'll see me using that today. And as the agents explore this code base through some of these pre-recorded scripts, that's what it'll be referring to. So Copilot can be run from the terminal just by typing Copilot, and with a -P, it can put you into this mode where it just spits out text. It can intelligently analyze what's going on and render that into your terminal, and you can take that, it's called standard out, and take that information and do some incredible things with it. So if you have just a quick question, you can ask it about what's this git command, and if you have a command that you want to run and inject into it, you can say something like, please explain this error. And command substitution in the terminal allows you to run a command in there. You could run your build, it would say explain this error, and then you get information about that and then act upon it. And then another thing you could do is you can just dump files into context. So you're essentially preloading context ahead of time. You don't have to wait for Copilot to search and find the files. If you know exactly the files you want, using glob patterns, using exact file names, or however you want to reference your files, and dump them into an initial prompt. And you may be wondering why I'm using all of this text here in Markdown and on display, and that's because AIs work so well with Markdown, and in the future, once the AIs pull down this video, and anyone wants to download this video and upload it to a place where an AI can analyze it, it's great to have the text on the screen in Markdown. It's the best way to communicate with AI. So whenever you're doing a presentation showing off, just use Markdown. It's fantastic for AI understanding. And then lastly on this slide for an example is in a script, you could ask it to grab the diff, assign that to a variable, and then inside of the prompt, you could drop the diff information in there, ask Copilot to talk about it, get a message back from that, and then commit with that message. If you've ever done this automatically in Copilot through the GUI, this is essentially what's doing under the hood. So the key flags here with Copilot is -P for the prompt you want to use. This turns it into the non-interactive prompt mode, and it'll output everything to standard out as text. And then we're going to be using allow all tools to allow it to run bash, to run any of the scripts and anything we want it to do. There's not time enough in this session to talk about allowing and denying tools, but as you build out tools for yourself and workflows for your company, please make sure to look into allow tool, deny tool, and everything that can really lock down your agents and your workflows to be more respectful of what you want to happen as your agents look through your code base. So, quick demo time. This is going to replay a session of using Copilot. So you can see I type Copilot in this slid directory. Slid is the name of this slides project. I'm going to give it a prompt of hello world, classic hello world example, and it's going to start spitting out text. It's going to say, I'm the Copilot CLI, I'm here to help you, and then what can I do to help, and then give you the final information down here. Now you can disable this one with the silent flag, but otherwise, if you just run Copilot, you can just start asking any sort of question you want right there in the terminal. All right, so the first thing I'd recommend anyone do is to hop over to your ZSH config or whatever you're using for your shell and set up custom aliases. This is going to allow you to forget the flags so that once it's time to pick a model that you like the most, once it's time to pass in silent or the prompt, you can just have a much shorter version. I don't have to type Copilot every single time. I can just type Co. And that's what I use for Copilot in the terminal. Or for example here, so if I type Co, explain this error, it's just going to run and then print the result, compared to Copilot-P or explain this error. Similarly, I have one called ICO for interactive Copilot, which turns on interactive mode with the -I flag. This is some special syntax, kind of off topic, that just turns on the I flag if an argument exists. Not too important. If you want to learn more about that, just Google it or ask an AI. So the usage here is you can start ICO for a fully interactive session. This is where most people spend their time in Copilot, or most people are more familiar with using the terminal user interface for Copilot than scripting. So you can spread these out. I have mine set as Co for Copilot, interactive Copilot. I have one for using the Sonnet model, one for using Haiku model, one for using Codex Max. And this is one of the fantastic things about Copilot is you get to pick and choose whatever model you want to use. And so depending on how you want to put together and orchestrate your agents, you can have multiple of them work on the same task at the same time. Lots of amazing options here, and this makes it simple just type a few characters and fire up an agent with with just a few characters. And then for session management, it's critical to realize that any time a session ends, it's never lost. You can go back and find it. We have a continue flag and we have a resume flag, and so I have Copilot CON for continue and CoRes for continue and resume. And these allow you to go back to a conversation and then bring it back into your session and resume where you last left off. So we now have a model flag, we have our allow all tools, we have prompt, we have interactive, and we have continue and resume. So for this demo, you'll see that now all I have to type is I'm going to just show you the package JSON contents of this project, so it has some dependencies in there. And now I'm going to type Co and then type in just a string. There's no other flags I have to worry about. I can just forget about those. And I can convert this into a markdown table. And I'm going to use that command substitution, which is going to cat the package JSON directly into that context. And then the end result is a markdown table, which I could write into a file or do whatever I want with it using our custom aliases and commands. All right. So Interactive mode is a little bit different than using the prompt mode. So with this alias, I can just spin up an interactive mode with a preloaded prompt. So if I want to do scripted things ahead of time to build up context, to build up a much better prompt, I can do it by typing interactive mode. And again, this is just Copilot with the interactive flag, or Copilot that you'd run by default. I can do this by putting together a prompt ahead of time to kick off the task. So instead of opening Copilot and asking it to do a bunch of information like find these files or run this GitHub CLI command, I can do that inline. Now, there are some features in the Copilot terminal user interface like slash commands and going back through message history and better messaging and formatting that are awesome and definitely useful for if you're having back and forth conversations and need to really go have a deeper interaction with the AI. That's where you want to go. So for example here, if I run ICO, again, this is Copilot-I, and I pass in a prompt. I'll say, where's the container defined in the slides project? You'll see that it starts up an interactive session. It'll start thinking, and then you get this much prettier experience because it's waiting for me to type text and work with it. And then to exit out of it, you hit Command or you hit Control-C, and then that exits out of your session, and you go back into the terminal. It shuts down, and you're good to go. All right, so combining your AI with commands you already know is where things start getting really powerful. So command substitution inside of your prompts is going to allow you to run things like a GitHub CLI command. For example, if I want to get my first GitHub issue, like GitHub issue number 1, then I can run that inside of a command substitution and drop it into the prompt. So if I ask something like, is this issue valid? And then I use a trick often where I use the double exclamation mark, and that expands the previously run command, which I'll show. That's going to allow me to ask a question about the previously run output. And you can do this for all sorts of things with the GitHub CLI, for checking on PRs, for diffing PRs. You can ask it intelligent things like get a list of all of the open PRs or open issues and ask it like which one seems most important, and then start a new session working on that. So the key here is that this command substitution, you can ask any sort of question here and then run any sort of command and kick off a new session with everything already intact and scripted and ready to go without having to open Copilot, type it all in manually, wait for it to finish. This kicks it all off for you and manages all the permissions ahead of time based on your system, and you don't have to worry about approving these tools and such inside of your session. So the demo here is if I run GitHub issue to view my first issue of this project, you'll see it will spit out the issue with all the markdown, nicely formatted, and this issue is about creating an intro slide. So once that's done, I can take Copilot and I can say, okay, Copilot, I'm going to jump into interactive mode. I'm going to say, is this issue valid? And then pass in the previously run command. Once I hit enter, it's going to jump in, and you'll see that it does, is this issue valid? And it drops in that issue that it pulled in from the GitHub CLI, and all the information there. It hides some of it, and it'll continue through. Now I have this session where I can kind of sit back and relax for it to work through whether that's a good issue for me to work on. It says it's a valid issue, and now I have a chance, because it's interactive, to say, all right, let's go. I'll type in, I'll start this issue or move on with my work however I need to. So continue and resume are lifesavers whenever you're working on a task. Often you might accidentally quit out of the terminal, or you might want to pause something and go work on something else. They also allow you to chain together some really interesting conversations with your AIs, because you can do things step by step. So when I have something like, please suggest what I should do next, what are the most important things, what should I fix, then you can continue on that conversation by taking the output of this one, and then once it continues, it picks up right back from where it left off. So this is Copilot with the continue flag. This one's Cocon, so it uses continue, and this will get the most recent session, so it's great when you're just doing the double ampersand to continue a Copilot session just finished. This one will prompt a interactive list of all the sessions you've had in the current directory. And then you can even, if you grab the session ID from your /session command inside of Copilot, you can grab that and resume from there. So we'll see that this is going to allow us to maintain context. It's going to allow us to build upon what we've done previously and just dive deeper into an initial prompt in question. So for example, here I'll ask it, please suggest the next 3 issues, or next 3 tasks, and then continue the conversation in interactive mode so that I can do an intelligent thing up first, and then once the intelligent thing is ready, I can hop in and do, you can see it automatically swapped over into interactive mode where I didn't need to worry about that initial prompt or typing it out. I can script that away and feed it into a continued conversation where it can go in and do more interactive things. It's checking for test files. It says we should fix some TypeScript errors. And then now I can say, do I want to continue? I can say yes. And now it continues on. And now I'm in this interactive session where it chained one thing to the next. And once this is finished, then we'll move on. So it edits all these files. It's verifying it's fixed. And we handled what it suggested were the most important issues for us. All right. Now for custom agents, you can build agents inside of a GitHub Agents directory. So for example, if you have a markdown file that looks something like this, like a test specialist, which has a name and a description of when it should be used, you can use these a lot inside of the interactive mode. If you want to use them inside of the non-interactive mode with a prompt, you can just pass in the -- agent, and we'll assign this one a testing specialist so that we give it a prompt and we tell it swap over into testing specialist mode, which will use the markdown that we defined inside of this markdown file. So you're going to have your front matter and the body, and that's just markdown again being the hero here. It's going to use that information and set up your session in a way where it's following these rules and adopting this sort of behavior. So if we look at a custom agent, if I say Copilot, I can ask what its role is without any other prompt and say, look at your testing specialist, and it'll print out my responsibilities, our existing tests, writing tests, reviewing test quality. It knows it's supposed to do all of those things anytime I give it a prompt. And so I'm going to ask it, or I'm going to show you that prompt, just show that it's living in that directory. You can see the output there is the testing specialist. So if I can ask it something like, find a recent commit with a TypeScript file and make sure that it's covered by tests, that's the only thing I'd have to prompt, and then the testing specialist would know its role. Okay, I'm going to look at this TypeScript file, I'm going to go through and analyze it based on what I know, and I can start creating tests for it. All right, so any of these, again, you just kind of want to forget the flags, build your own custom aliases. These are the workflows and the things that help you that help you organize, and they auto-complete in the terminal. It's just so nice to have them around. You can set up all these agents for you and your team. You can share them around. And then I can have like co-test for that specific file, co-test for the last 3 commits. I can set up a security agent, and I could say co-sec, a document agent, which would specialize in documentation, something for code review. And all these would allow me to just type those few characters, such as I can say, this is, if you type which on a ZSH function, it'll show you the body of the function. This is just showing you that's what this is agent pointing there. And if I run co-test with just a simple prompt of the file that I want it to test, it'll just kick it off and start writing tests and analyzing it because it knows that its role is to handle tests, and you gave it a file, and it's like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. All right, so because we have scriptable agents now, we can drop agents into things like package JSON scripts. We can drop them into pre-commit hooks or other Git hooks that you want to allow it to intelligently identify things that you might want to block. So this specific example is using a pre-commit hook, and it's going to say, please check the staged TypeScript files. If any of them lack tests, then we're going to say output an error flag that we can capture. And then later on in our pre-commit, we're going to say, if I find that error, then block this commit from happening. So the result can be, I tried to add this function, but it's blocking this because it didn't, our testing agent didn't find any tests on it. So if I show this running, I'm going to add all of my files, and it's going to write a commit message to add a function. There were some TypeScript files added, and then it went ahead and blocked this. That went really fast. It checked the test coverage, and it blocked the commit intelligently because the test coverage issues were detected. And it'll write out all of these issues. And then what I can do from here is I can continue that conversation and say, okay, how can I fix this? How can I make sure that I cover these scenarios that weren't caught? I can drop into an interactive session and then go through these issues that were found during the pre-commit hook without ever kind of leaving the context of that task that I'm working on. All right, so a project I set up because I got so used to writing so many ZSH aliases and so many ways of capturing prompts and agents is called MDFlow. And MDFlow is what I call Markdown that thinks. And if you want to check it out, it's at mdflow.dev. It's in kind of a research preview. And this is going to allow you to write Markdown files. I'll just scroll down to some of the examples. Markdown files that have intelligence built in. So Markdown files that can run multiple agents at the same time. It can run things in orchestrated ways where you can run the tests here and run it through Codex and Gemini in different models. And with all of this, you're able to use all these globbing patterns. And the key thing for me is that because it's Markdown, it's something that AIs can train on, and I can generate these new Markdown definitions of these agents. It's kind of like the agents and prompts built in, but on steroids, because it allows you to import files. It allows you to have, I have a VS Code extension, which has front matter, which auto-completes, so it gives me documentation for all of the flags in line, so I can learn about that as well. And it just allows you to continue to build out all of these custom Markdown files you can share with your team that represent these complex tasks that reference certain files, certain URLs, a certain task, and run them all in line. So it's what we've been doing so far, but kind of taken to the next level where everything is captured inside of a single Markdown file. So all you have to do is create a simple Markdown file. I'm going to assign its model to Haiku just by default. And then I can run it with either the MDFlow command, or you can run it directly. You can actually run a .md file through a trick in ZSH called the ZSH suffix, where it detects that at the end of the file and swaps over into invoking this based on the file. That's something to look up for the real nerds out there. And then it's going to take all of that, and the CLI flag is going to be parsed out of the front matter. So it'll swap over to that model. And then you'll see if I just let this demo run, I'm going to open up a little editor. I use Micro. It's kind of similar to Nano in the terminal. And this is going to allow me to set up in the front matter the model of Claude Haiku. Then all I'm going to do is type out a simple hello message. And then if I run this Markdown file with hello, so one thing to call out is that because this is .copilot.md, Copilot is the command it's going to use to run and pass all the flags to. So it's going to run this and give you that information back. So if I continue with this, and now I can just run it directly as a Markdown file agent and get a very similar response. And if I set up some of the tools in there where it intelligently looks in the path or looks in your .mdflow directory, all you have to do is just type the Markdown file. You get autocomplete. It runs the agent with all of that wonderful scripting logic and everything built in. So this even allows you to do piping and allows you to pass in and define flags as variables, which allow you to use template logic. It uses Liquid.js. I made sure to use the most common templating libraries and most common patterns. As with anything in the AI land, the rule is code normal, do what other people do. That way the AIs will have the best chance of being successful when it's running this. And so if I set up something like, what's the most important fix for this topic, and this will expose a flag of _topic. It's like an internal flag. And this will load in all of these files up front, so it just pumps that context in without having to look up everything. All I have to do is say plan copilot.md and then pass in a flag of topic around performance. And it's going to look in my source directory, and it's going to find the most important performance fixes. Then we can also pipe in standard in and use that as a variable as well. And we can even chain things together, which will show off where we run one, we get the output of it, and then we can pipe out, which looks kind of crazy, it pipes out to another markdown file. So now if we let this run, this will show making a plan. We'll go ahead and type it up and let it go here real quick. We'll select a model of Haiku because it's the fastest when recording a lot of code. We'll pipe in, or we'll glob together all the files we want to include in this, so it brings them in up front. This is kind of choosing the cost of loading context up front versus the cost of running all the tool calls to find everything that we wanted to do. And I often choose the cost of the context up front. And now it's going to pass in a flag like, what is this topic? I'm going to say this topic I want for my source directory is performance. And now it's going to create a plan for improving performance. And now if I go down and write an implementation copilot, which will set to model Haiku, and this can take the previous output where it was making a plan and say, here's the rules of implementing anytime I get a plan. So it's going to take that output, bring it into this specific agent, and write everything out. So now if I run plan, and then I give it the different topic, I'll give it a topic of reliability, and then I'll pipe that into my implementation. It'll do an agent handoff of the output, and it's kind of compressed down to only that context of the output, and it starts a new session where the implementation can take over. And one thing I didn't do in this one is I didn't give it allow all tools, which is critical. We had that in our aliases earlier. You have to enable that here. It's not on by default. And so now it can allow all tools on both of these and allow them to run all the tools necessary to actually make these fixes and implement things. So we'll let this go ahead and run. And if it's missing an environment or missing a variable like standard in, it will prompt you to put that in. So we need to actually pipe in from our plan. And this will start analyzing TypeScript files, creating a plan, pipe it in, and go from there. It's piping in, and it'll build this out. All right. So now it's going to start writing tests and creating commit messages and using all the files we brought in. So you can do things like embedding shell commands where you can run the individual things that you want to bring in, like git logs. You can import and run branches. You can set up all of these things that run scripts and imports and file globs ahead of time. And then because it has liquid templates, we can use flags like positional arguments to say, if this one is yes, then do this one, otherwise do no. So you can have conditionals inside of your templates as well. So you can say yes, this, or no, that. And then finally, if we just let this run out, I'll let this play out real quick to finish this off. So run this conditional. I'll say, hey, Copilot, and set up an if template. And then it'll write out yes. And then I believe I'm at time, so I'm going to call it here. And this will write out this template. And I didn't even need front matter here. I can just run this and let it pick one or the other. So we'll say conditional and Copilot and pass in no, green light, red light. And I am definitely getting the red light here. So we'll dry run this, and you'll see it says say red light as the dry run there. So thank you so much for watching. That is Copilot, scripting Copilot, and the advanced tricks you can do with it.
John, this is absolutely amazing. I've just been like laser focused on everything. I feel like I'm wasting so many keystrokes. And a wise man, my manager once said, never waste your keystrokes, save them up. You only have so many left.
You only have so many.
You only have so many. John, I love this. This is really fantastic. It's really cool to see how you use the CLI as a non-CLI person to actually get a lot done. And I feel like I'm doing a lot of this, but in a lot of like big interactive and waiting modes where I really can apply some of these concepts that you did immediately today. So it's going to be my holiday hack, is rewatching this over and over again and implementing all this stuff. We got a lot of awesome questions. We're going to rapid fire over to you, John, because we got a few minutes. You want to kick us off?
Yeah, totally. So first one here is, can these commands be batched if need be?
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Next one. That's perfect.
Absolutely. Yes.
Next one, for the Copilot CLI, how can we tell what native tools it has and how can we extend it so that it can specifically note in agent files what tools it's using?
So it has access to any of the tools on your system, and if you add additional tools through, recently they added skills and other things, then you can prompt for those just by asking it directly. Just think of tools as the commands you can run in the terminal. It has access to everything if you give it everything. Just be careful.
And then all the MCPs as well, right?
For MCP tools, there's /MCP commands where you can add and remove those and set those up. It can show you all the information you need.
I like when in doubt, just ask it.
Absolutely,
yeah.
It knows. Okay, Vange says, I noticed John's MD agents don't have any defined tools. Is there a default tool set? Kind of like, do you need to explicitly say it, or is it kind of smart enough to pick it up?
Yeah, similar answer. It knows it's running in the terminal, and so it reaches for terminal tools.
Awesome. And then one more, and we'll have to wrap up after that. Custom tests, can those be opened in any UI?
I think like if the ones that you were creating, basically they were in like React or other things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just standard scripting. There's really nothing special about this. This is just scripts that run as you normally run scripts and workflows in your projects. There's nothing special about the output or the tests here that limit them to only running in certain environments.
Awesome. John, thank you so much. Follow John Lindquist on Twitter, on his socials, on all the places for just a masterclass of all of this amazing CLI stuff. Awesome. We're going to head back to us, I guess. Thanks, John. Yeah. We have a whole bunch of good stuff throughout the day. I mean, so many deep dives from the engineering team, from the product team, and so much more. Are you now a CLI diehard?
I'm being convinced. I take some convincing. I'm going to echo Burke in the chat, though. I would love a special John Lindquist beanie. If that is available, let me know. Looking forward to that drop. But yeah, I honestly, the world of GitHub Copilot CLI is something I'm very new to, so it was cool to get not only the introduction from Ryan, but a real in-depth walkthrough from John as well.
Yeah, I love it. I think one thing that I've been doing a lot of inside of VS Code is running a lot of prompt files. We do a lot of work and kind of, we talk a lot about automating things. And every time I'm like, I have to interact with a file or do something like that, I'm like, how can I script that so I can just play it back? And now I'm thinking, I literally have a lot of these scripts already, but I'm kind of waiting, and I'm going and waiting for it to churn, and I'm really just waiting for the output. So now I could kind of automate these things with the CLI, so it can just kind of happen automatically.
James and automation, for those of you who are not familiar with James, are like two peas in a pod. Like back in the day, like what was your grind, and how did we get here?
We have so much cool, awesome things that we're doing all the time as a team, and I want to do more awesome things. So every single time we do something, I'm like, are we doing it again? Let's automate it, let's throw an agent at it, and let's let it just cook. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah. And I mean, especially with all the agent HQ goodness, it's so much easier to have all of that stuff happening in parallel and just get one unified view of it and really, feel like you're in the pilot seat, seeing what's happening and making sure all those things are going smoothly.
Now, we have some amazing engineers directly from the VS Code team up next, Josh and Osvaldo. Now, I will say this, though. We have some cool swag drops ourselves. If you bug Burke on Twitter, Burke Holland, he's there in the chat. He's the first 5 people to bug Burke Holland on Twitter X. Find him. He will send you some swag in the mail anywhere in the world.
And he's totally expecting you to do that.
Yes,
so.
He is ready. All right, while we're ready, I think we're going to head over to Josh and Osvaldo. I'm just having fun. Take it away, guys.
Hello, how's it going? How's it going? Very good. My name is Osvaldo. And I am Josh. We are on the VS Code team. We are both engineers, and we've been working on a lot of agents work over the past couple of months at this point. Lots of agentic flows and chat experiences and stuff like that. But Josh.
Yes.
Imagine I've downloaded VS Code today.
Sure.
I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
But I downloaded it because somebody told me agentic flows and agentic experiences are really, really good.
Sure.
What is agentic flows? What are those agentic experiences?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's what everyone's talking about these days. It's what this whole, I think for the past few months, it's what we've been focused on. So agents, I think the best way that I think of it is a way for code, or for, I guess, the editor to write code on your behalf for
ways that you can get work done faster and stay in the flow doing the work that you care most about, which I think is the most powerful thing that we are offering.
I agree with that. And so the past, probably this year, the whole year, we've been working a lot on these experiences, and we're excited to show you something that we just launched recently, and so we can show you here.
Yeah, so Osvaldo's going to show a bit of work on an app he's been building called Spokes, which is, I guess maybe you want to explain it?
Yeah, so this is an app that I've been working on for just bike rides and being able to talk to people while you're doing a bike ride, which is fundamental if you like listening to music. Mm-hmm. But I want to show you here. This is my app. Imagine I just clone the code. I have no idea how to run it, and then you can go here and say, compile this app and launch it in a simulator, right? And so you can see here all this new UI where you can track all your agentic flows, all of the sessions that you have open, and be able to do multitasking here, right? It went a lot of work into this. Our team in Zurich was really helpful in this. So you can see in this session, it actually prompted me if I wanted to run this particular tool. And so we go ahead and select it. And then let's see, in the meantime, we explore this code a little bit. We can say, read the configuration and tell me what else I can add there for this app, right? This is, as I said, an app that I've worked on for a while. And by worked on, I mean Vive coded for a long time. And so this is something that you can imagine. You're building your own project. You want to add more features. There's a lot of things to do when you start a new project, right? And so you execute and execute and execute and just keep coordinating your agents here, right? It keeps prompting me to, if I want to run these particular commands and stuff like that, and then boom. Hopefully it will work. Let's see what happens. Allow.
Yeah. And you are running this inside of our local agent, right? So.
We're running this inside of a local agent, but we know everybody works differently. Mm-hmm. Everybody likes to do things in a different way. So let me show you a little something about another way for people to be able to execute these agent flows. And so we have these options for creating, for example, let's do a background agent. And what this is going to do, let's say that I want to add to my configuration. I'm from Mexico. In Mexico, we don't use miles. Okay. And so this app, when I Vive coded it, it just automatically decided to use miles, right, which is hard for me.
Yeah,
so let's try to see, can you add a setting that allows users to switch between imperial and metric system. And so you can see here we decided to do it in a work tree, which what it does, it will create a work tree for you so that it doesn't mess with anything inside your current workspace. Mm-hmm. So you can have all of this work going in the background and decide when you want to apply it, when you want to use it in your current workspace. So let's go back here, see, allow. Perfect, the app is installed. And let's see if it launches the app. There you go. Pretty sweet. So this is all my rights, my profile, friends. You can see I don't have many friends. Yeah. My settings, and this is where we want to add this particular setting, right? Like we want to be able to do a different metric, the metric system versus imperial. It shows here all the changes that it's been doing, mm-hmm. which is really cool. You can decide to keep them, undo them. It's actually creating a unit service really nice, so that we can apply the changes as we go. So, yeah.
So at this point, you have an app. You didn't even know how it worked, perhaps. You opened up the project in VS Code, and you explained in natural language what you wanted to accomplish. And we saw it here on camera. It is working on the solution. And even inside of VS Code with MCPs and other tools, this is a Swift app, an iOS app. But with MCP tools, which I love using, you're able to build and run, test, see in the simulator all of the changes that you're doing. So it's all kind of integrated in one spot and all controlled through natural language, which I think is super cool.
Really cool. It would have taken me months to do this, and it was really fast. And so now with this view and being able to being able to coordinate your changes and being able to coordinate the features that you want to do, all these kind of things makes it even faster to do.
Totally.
But Josh, why don't you show us how to be able to delegate this?
Yeah, sure. So I can show. So I'm working on another iOS app, one that I've been playing around with for a while. I'll show a little bit of it in the background. I've showed this in previous live streams. It's like a kind of like a hide and seek game, essentially, where you use the entire kind of transit system of a city and play hide and seek. This is like the idea of the app, kind of based on a game that is on YouTube. So what I wanted to do was kind of create an app that made it easy for me to beat my friends in this game. So we have all these tools that allow you to kind of narrow down where someone's hiding in a city, say. And this is, of course, Seattle, where we are right now. But I wanted to add some more features. So I have a bunch of ideas here. I've actually closed quite a bit of them from before, but I want to add a new tool that tells me from the clues that I get if the person hiding is like north, south, east, or west of me. And this is something that I asked Plan Mode here. So we have this new option in VS Code. I think it was last release. We shipped Plan Mode. So right here in VS Code, you can see all of my previous sessions on the side here. Maybe I'll hide them for now. But you can see I just asked, and I'll scroll up to the top. I just said, let's work on this issue, which I have some information in that GitHub issue. So what it did is it ran a subagent, and it grabbed the issue details from the web, from the issue. Because I'm signed in to GitHub in VS Code, it was able to fetch this information. And then it was able to synthesize what I actually wanted to accomplish in that issue. It read a bunch of files in the project. We'll see down below here that it actually created this plan for me, which, of course, is exactly what I wanted to do. It understood that we have tools in this project. There's a protocol that all of these tools conform to. And it found some of the other tools that already exist and found how they're registered. So it gave me, as the human, a nice summary of exactly what it will do, kind of step by step. You even see it here, step by step, kind of numbered 1 through 5, which I find really cool as a developer who might not know what the agent is going to attempt to do. So it's really cool that we have Plan Mode fully integrated into VS Code now. I think that's been helpful.
I think it's really interesting, what you bring up with the being able to plan your workflow and being able to plan what you want to do.
Right.
Because you've heard a lot of people doing a one-shot situation, and then you just do this thing, and then you have it clear in your mind, and you're like, oh, the agent didn't do the thing that I wanted to do, right?
Right. Totally.
And so I think this is a really cool strategy to know for sure, give a specific structure of what you want to.
Right.
The agent to do, right? And
right, totally.
Yeah, and set it up for success that way.
Right, and I think this has been super helpful with, when we've been working on VS Code, or at least for me, when I'm working on a feature that is new to, a new area of the product that I've never touched before, not super familiar with. I'll use Plan Mode. I'll explain. It's normally a GitHub issue either from the community or from our team internally that explains what we want to accomplish in it, and I'll let Plan Mode explain it back to me, ask it for code pointers, references, how the agent would accomplish it. And there are some times where the agent can go the entire way. There are some times where I want it to start the implementation, and then I'll go in and make changes myself. But that's, I think, what's really cool about the 107 release, the one that we released yesterday, I believe, is that we have all these agents and all these tools that work in different degrees of autonomy, right? There's some that really help the developer get context and information and get going, and then there's some tools that we now offer that are built into VS Code that allow complete autonomy. And for a hobby app like the ones that we're showing here, it's kind of fun to just throw down an idea in a GitHub issue, say, go ahead, try it, and then come back an hour later. And with these apps, with TestFlight, it can be pushed directly to my phone. I don't even need to be at my computer. I just say, go ahead, do it, and then you see the code change on your phone an hour later. So super cool. I have really been enjoying Plan Mode. I also really enjoy these considerations that we tell Plan Mode, because all of these are prompts behind the scenes, essentially. And you can see I have some custom agents here as well, but this is an agent with a custom prompt that is really good at kind of digging deep and then also surfacing these questions that are good to think about ahead of time and not allow the agent to loop for 20 minutes and then be like, oh, shoot, I should have thought about this consideration. Should the comparison be relative to this or that?
Also the other way around, right? Like sometimes if you do like the one-shot thing and then it just goes ahead and implements something super complex and you're like, you didn't have to go all the way there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice to be able to be, actually, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea, and make sure to think about this other thing, which is really nice.
Totally. And a lot of the work that we've done this month, this past iteration, is that we have this new button here, which had existed in other forms in the past, and now we've kind of consolidated it to this continue in feature here. So let's say, I've kind of already looked through this plan. It's using my instruction files. It is kind of going in the right direction, I think, from what I understand about the app, kind of assuming that I haven't written a lot of it. AI has written a lot of it. So that looks great. And I wanted to answer this follow-up. Let's use let's use directional callouts here. So just kind of answering their question here. And let's say, the thing that I find most useful about this is that we now have some more options of how we want this conversation to be continued. There's a big argument there's a lot of use cases where I just want to stay in my editor here and I want to watch what the agent does. I can stop the agent and I can go in and make code changes whenever I want. And there's some times where, say I am heading off to lunch or something and I think that the agent has a good grasp of this, I can say continue in the cloud. And then I can delegate it, which what it's going to do here is you can see it's analyzing the chat history. So it's reading everything that we have here, and it's compacting it down into something that, like a single artifact that can be used by the Cloud Agent. And the Cloud Agent is the Copilot Coding Agent that runs in GitHub. So you can see it is delegating to this Cloud Agent. It's creating this pull request. And you see here it closed this chat because now it has been delegated to the cloud. And we can pop into it if we'd like up at the top here. But you see it says cloud at the very top instead of local, because we're not local anymore. We are in the cloud. And you can see here that it has started the pull request. When it starts working, it'll start streaming in all logs and information from that change. You can see this was my prompt. This was the summary of the task that I wanted it to complete. And if we want to get more info here, we can see the pull request. Actually, we can even go right to my repo here, and we'll see that it has started the feature. And then once it starts working, you'll see it start working here and start streaming into VS Code.
Very cool.
So yeah, this is kind of the flow that I use a lot of the time. If I want to get kind of a fast prototype, like you'll see on VS Code, if you look at all of my work on the VS Code repo, you'll see a lot of ideas that I send to the cloud, and I see kind of what it comes up with, and I use that as a starting point for either discussions, for prototypes, for really all the work that we do. I think there's a lot of value in being able to get some kind of code example, working really quickly.
Yeah, and also a lot of value on like providing all these options for people that if people want to use background, if people want to use cloud, if people want to use local.
Totally.
So everybody works differently, and there's a flavor for everybody.
Yeah, and you can even see here that we have this running in the background, but we can start kind of other tasks here, and they run autonomously. I did want to kind of highlight the custom agents as well, too, because I think this is a pretty cool feature that we have, where I wrote this feature, or I wrote this super simple custom agent, which uses these features. In this case here, it will specifically like explain MapKit, right? I think this is a great example of agents kind of working in ways that aren't just writing code, but are actually helping you work smarter and faster, right? So in this case, it's going to use this MCP server, which I had open at the beginning. This MCP server called Apple Developer Docs. You'll see it's going to ask if it's allowed to use this, which is great. We always want, I think, the developer to kind of know what's going on.
Yeah.
So we have spent a lot of time and effort in thinking about how you give your consent to agents and how that works in like the UX in VS Code, and I think spent a lot of time talking about that. So I love that. You can see here it is using this MCP server. It's going to go to the Apple Developer Docs site and try and understand, based on my question, what docs are most relevant, and it's going to do it's going to go and find docs from different sources and kind of connect that all the pieces together for me, essentially. Cool. Which I don't know if anyone on the stream has used the Apple Developer Docs site, but it is, at least for me, not the friendliest site to use. I feel like I get overwhelmed really quickly, and there's links to go into all sorts of stuff. There's examples here, but that's why I built this MCP server, because I wanted a really quick way to understand if I'm using APIs correctly, if they're deprecated. And here, you can see the resources. I know we have another talk later on MCP, which I think will be pretty cool. Yeah. But just a little sneak peek of how it kind of connects the dots for you here. And I use this extensively, and I let the agent use this extensively when I was first building this app out, so that it used these best practices from Apple instead of attempting to use APIs that it saw in its training data 5 years ago that are no longer supported by Apple.
And I've used your MCP, which is really cool.
Yeah.
He helped me a lot too. Let's see, the work on this that we started in the app, the initial app, is finished.
Okay.
Should we give it a try and see what happens?
Sure. Yeah, let's go back to your screen and take a peek.
So you can see here, it finished all the work. It created all these files, modified all these files, so we can keep them. You can see 217 lines of code, which is
nice.
Amazing. It was like in the time that we've been here. Really cool. Then we can apply the changes and then immediately get them to your workspace, right? It's all of the changes are here already. So let's go back to, or we can create a new session. This is the beauty of being able to track all of them, right? And being able to create multiple. You're able to archive also, so they'll go away, and then you keep this clean, which is really cool. So let's say build the app and launch in simulator. Let's see what it did. I want to also show how you can also create codex agents from here, from this same view. So it's kind of like a centralized view, right, to manage everything. And so we had initially, I don't know if you remember do you remember the initial view, how it looked like?
Right. In the editor.
In the editor, and like how we had this separate view. Now we have decided to move everything into chat, like everything related to AI is in chat, right?
Right.
And so, which we heard people, we heard the feedback, and we are, we want to improve, we want to make things better, and we want to make sure that people are able to do their work as they want, right? So this new view, you're able to customize it. You can see here, I have it on the left side. I like it that way, that's my preference. But you can also have it here, or you can hide it if you want. You can decide if you want to stack side by side. You can modify as you wish. If there's one thing that we're missing, let us know, and we'll love feedback, So this is running. Looks like you decided to change to a different simulator, which is, maybe making sure that it works for every single iPhone.
Yeah, it's smart.
Let's see what it does. Ooh, complete your profile. I'm going to name myself Josh. How about that?
Sounds great.
Josh.
Excellent. And I have an account on the app.
There you go.
Although I think I already did. Yeah. Now I have two.
This is how I sign you up.
Yeah.
So
I'll deploy.
Cool. We have this new setting here, which is the units. We wanted metric or imperial, which is really nice. Let's see what happens here. If we go, there you go, kilometers per hour. That's really nice.
Very cool.
And
easy.
You didn't have to
write any code.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is really nice. So let's say we finish with this work here, and then we can just archive the session and just keep it clean and think about what to build next.
Cool. And let's see. What else have we? I mean, we've added so much this month that I feel like we're missing so many things. I guess the big thing is that you can create, a new session in the chat, and you can hop between them. These chats, even local chats, now run in the background, which I think is a huge change to VS Code. Anyone that's used agent mode in the past, knows that if you wanted to start a different local session, you would need to stop your current session. That's no longer the case. You can track them all from the view that is integrated into chat, which I think is huge. I think that's kind of one of the underrated features, I think, of this release. Huge kind of architectural change that our team did to allow that to happen, and kind of really aligns a local chat, which can run in the background, with the other kinds of modalities of agents that run in the cloud, run in isolated work trees.
So when you say run in the background, like a local chat.
Yeah, right.
But also there's background chats that run in with a work. Can you explain the difference?
Sure. Yeah. So by background, I mean you can run two chats that are either looking at the same code base, like your local workspace, at the same time. If they are working on isolated features, you could have them work on two separate parts of the code base, and that's all local with the same agent that you've been using for a year, 2 years now.
And but with work tree.
Yeah, and then what we call background in VS Code with the continue on flow is even more isolated, right? In the sense that it uses a work tree. So that's like a function of Git, where you can tell Git to create a whole different directory with your code, and it'll operate on that code, which means that you can run 3 different, background agents on your machine, and they'll run on 3 different copies of the code base. So that means they won't step on each other, essentially. Yeah. And then lastly, of course, we have Cloud, which I showed, which is also quite similar, but it will push your chat context up to GitHub, and they will run that on their infrastructure. So you can, you don't need your laptop running. You can just close your laptop, and then you can come back later, and you can see all the work that the Cloud Agent did there.
Very powerful. Very excited about all these new features. Yeah. And please let us know. Use it. Let us know what you think, what you like, what you don't like.
What you don't like.
We'd like to hear that too. Cool. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Osvaldo.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And we actually have a bunch of really great questions for you.
Cool.
So to kick us off, Esto Azul asked, when delegating to the Cloud Agent, can we specify what kind of model we're using? For example, they're mentioning if they wanted to use a lower or higher budget model.
Yeah, for the Cloud Agent, I believe next release will have support for models, but it'll just use the default model for now for Cloud Agent.
So get on the Insiders build so you can get those updates in real time. You can run them in parallel.
As soon as possible,
Get
as
on
soon
Team
as
Green.
we build it, it'll be out the next morning in Insiders.
I love it. We did get a survey. We had hundreds of folks respond. I said, what kind of agents are you using inside of VS Code? 50% local, 5% background, which are new, of course, 27% cloud, and 20% all of them. So everyone using a little bit. Which one are the two of you using the most on a daily basis?
I really, really like using cloud because like it just goes, it's back somewhere in github.com, right? And then you can just go see the pull request and it's already there. You can publish it if it's like ready to review. It makes it so much easier to do the whole workflow. I think that's the one that I really like using. Realistically speaking, I think I use local chat a lot too.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are my two favorites.
Yeah, I use cloud for sure for like, I think rapid prototyping, and then I'll kind of pull that back in to local and use the local agent or the background agent there to tweak and perfect the work.
That's cool. Actually, it's cool because Poetic Monkey, which is a great name, was asking about delegating to the cloud, and like, how do you work, or how should they think about maybe even like verifying your build when you're doing things locally, right? You just run the command, you run the build scripts. Like, how do we think about that in general, and then how do you optimize that, or is it just kind of better to pull it down?
Right. Well, we have. For like the VS Code repo, we have CI that runs that kind of validates it for us. We have the Copilot Coding Agent allows you to define steps that for the environment that it should run in. So you can make sure that it will pull down the node modules and actually be in an environment that you can have it being run and tested. So you can have the agent actually run the build commands and things of that sort, so that it is confident that it has actually built something that works.
And some people in the team even use Playwright MCP, right, to
That's
verify the change and like generate
UI
like
change, right?
Yeah, UI changes and generate like screenshots and stuff like that into your own pull request. And so that's a pretty cool way of like doing verification sometimes.
This is awesome. I love the unified view to see all of them, be able to pull it down. You know, I have this saying on my team, which is like, before you leave for the day, assign Copilot something wherever you're at right now in this moment. So when you wake up, it's right there in VS Code, apply the changes. Because you can. You can think of it, dream it, put it in, assign it to Copilot, and go.
All right.
Now, going a little bit deeper, thank you, Josh and Osvaldo, we actually have Harald from the product team coming up next. He's live from somewhere.
Silicon Valley-ish? Somewhere?
Maybe his house. I don't know where
I'm not sure, because he's also going to be delivering our lab later today.
That is correct. He's going to do a deep dive on all this stuff that Josh, Osvaldo, John was talking about. He's going to be talking about Harald here in a few seconds, and Tyler and Connor are going to be coming up. Oh my God, there's so many amazing people.
Totally, and honestly, like, the more Harald, the better. I always say it's written in my team status. So
that's your team status. More Harald.
Yeah, don't double check it, Harald, but it's there. I promise.
All right, well, let's kick it over to Harald right now, live from somewhere in beautiful California, for a deep dive on your code base, your rules. Take it away, Harald.
Thanks so much for the warm intro. That's amazing. Yes, hi from Mountain View. This time my home, and next session will be in the office, which is going to be awesome. There's already some people from the team actually watching in the office, so hi to Mountain View already. So let's talk about the kind of customization experience from kind of what the agent understands out of the box, which is a really key kind of knowledge for you to understand what the agent can actually do if you just tell it something, but also how to improve that knowledge, how to bring in more context through context engineering, and then later on how to go beyond the basic kind of dropping in knowledge to really customizing it to deeper workflows. And I'm Harald Kirschner, so I work on the VS Code bits that I'm showing here, from custom agent customizations, and really trying to, over time, like make this like even more powerful and better. And we got a ton of stuff that landed in the past releases that I'm showing off here, and that's been improving. So the out-of-the-box context is really important to understand, because once you open that agent window and you understand what the agent can already do and see, if you tell it something, that really unlocks a whole lot of kind of, do you need to repeat this? Do I need to attach something? And all the other things that kind of make it nicer. And the powerful thing is that a lot of the things that it's integrated into VS Code. So a lot of the things that make VS Code better and a workspace better for you to work in also make it better for the agent as well. On the top side, we have the codebase and repo search. And that's what the agent usually see by default. You ask a question, and it's like, hey, let me look at the codebase. It will use these codebase and repo search tools and what we get from the GitHub side is a semantic index. And that's the power of the platform. Like for most repos you open from GitHub, this is already pre-computed. So you get a really strong semantic index that allows you to search things like the authentication logic in very broad terms. And semantic index means this is mapped back to more words, to more understanding of the code base itself. So you can find login, for example, as a term by just looking for authentication. So that's a really powerful context. And that's on the right side, you see these symbols and pattern search. So that's the other thing you often see. It will use grep. It will find specific files. Because it has a great mapping of all the files in your workspace, that's the other way. It can quickly find multiple files, patterns of files, looking at folders and other things. And that's actually powered by the same search that powers also the find files panel in VS Code. So any improvements we make in speed, making capabilities will help humans to find stuff and the agent to find stuff. And yeah, terminal is one of the key features in VS Code. You can just from in your inner loop, just run terminal commands. And again, you get the same capabilities to the agent. And that means it can run commands, but it also understands when they fail. It can monitor a long running output, and that's getting better across releases. So the terminal becomes a really amazing user or target for the agent to run powerful things with you in control, because all of these things are allow listed and allow you to really finely tune what the agent can just do and where you want to also check in. Next up, we have tests and tasks. And I think those are the first things I recommend people to set up properly in the repos. Tests, tasks, and problems even as well. Because as soon as you can work on a code base basically in a plain text editor and just run code and see, oh, this code looks right. But then once you have proper linting set up, once you have tests that you can run locally, and once you can just build it locally with a keyboard shortcut, those are the ergonomics that make humans more productive. You want those red squiggles and everything else. And so if the agent can just run your tests or run a single test or rerun failing tests, if the agent can look at your tasks, at your watch build script, you can say, oh, the last thing I edited caused an error, let me fix that. And then lastly, if the agent makes an edit and immediately gets feedback that that edit caused red squiggles, that helps the agent to produce higher quality results. So really important key is that everything that you set up in your workspace, that for the agent or for the human, it helps both sides. And to just highlight this, we just shipped, or a few months ago, shipped the Smarter Workspace cross-repo search model, an embedding model that runs on GitHub that is better at finding the right code. It's a fine-tuned on code, and it allows the agent to really get faster to the right piece of code. We see that this yields to a high acceptance rate. So people see the agent understands the code better, makes the right changes faster, because it also has faster throughput. And that's how we can innovate across these elements. If anytime we improve these core context elements in VS Code or on GitHub, this really multiplies across a better experience and higher quality for the agent. So really awesome, that one. So let's look at how VS Code does this, brings this into action for the engineering team. So we do have in the repo, this is actually, just give you a quick tour. On the left side, you see the VS Code repo, which of course is open source. And then we have the VS Code Copilot Chat repo. Both of them you can find on github.com/Microsoft. So if you want to look up anything of the instructions I'm showing here, they're actually in those repos. Just on GitHub, easy to find. So first one is the Copilot instructions.md. And that's a repository-wide instruction that's included with every question you ask in the chat window, in the inline chat. It's used by the coding agent. It's used by code review. Any of the copilots will try to better understand your repository by looking at these instructions. In this case, we give it a quick outline of what this project is about, give it a kind of a mini map of where it should look for stuff first, and a little bit more detailed places where to look. And the key benefit of these instructions of like just pointing out which folders is the agent at any time will often look in different parts of the project, will search for the right files. And in this case, because it has this minimap, it gets faster into the right parts of the code base and therefore takes less tool calling to search, but then gets to the and has a higher likelihood to actually find the right stuff. Because like sometimes things are worded the same way. If you look for observability, if you look for patterns that are across the repo, if it understands where to look for first, it can find those faster. And in general, it's just an inventory basically where things are at, and then giving it some basic idea of that we really wanted to understand the imports we're using, because these are all kind of coming with the repo and test files. How to work on TypeScript. You see we're actually pointing it to the task because that's a watch output that's always happening. If I run this, you can see basically 2 tasks being executed, and the agent can keep an eye on that so they make sure they pass. So that's the first part, and including like how to write code and everything else. But it's probably down to a 2-pager overall. So we still try to keep this very succinct, and we assume this will help any agent interaction. So you don't want to be too explicit in how the agent should work, or give it workflows other than like how to basically run the build to make sure it passes. But we have more specific instructions in other places. So let's look in the instructions folder and find these domain-specific instructions, how I call them. So one is disposable instructions. And that basically describes a pattern we have in a code base that we found the agent understands sometimes, but doesn't always use correctly. It understands the concept of disposable, but then it makes up additional APIs that don't exist potentially, or uses it in the wrong place. So we actually gave it this like less than 1-page descriptions, like these are the things we use most of the time and how we want to use them. We have the same things for observables. We give it a few code snippets and pointed to like, these are the things we sometimes do wrong. So let's get them right. And the way these are exposed to the agent is just via description. So they're used across the code base. So it wouldn't make sense to point like anytime you work on TSX, read this. It will potentially confuse the agent because it doesn't always need to understand observables. It doesn't always need to understand disposables. And this description basically tells it, like anytime if you think about observables, or you're planning on observables, or you see observables and try to understand it better, open up this instruction. So that's a way you can, even in a larger code base like a monorepo, start customizing and start bringing in your domain knowledge from your experts. We have another instruction that has an apply to pattern. This is a from TSX instruction that is included for all TSX files. In our chat, we use these for prompt crafting and building prompts, and it describes this concept, again, the library, as a kind of 1-pager to the agent. So both of these concepts really help to give it a higher quality output. Let's look at 2 other things. We have the prompts. So we have a whole bunch of prompts that help with not just development, but also finding issues, finding duplicates, think about components, like having different roles in the team, like the build champ. So let's look at one I haven't looked at before. So microperf is a new one. I haven't seen this one before. And it basically it's written by our performance engineers in the team, and they try to understand like how can we like make it easier for everybody else to look at performance and understand what's happening in VS Code. And it really breaks down basically instructions we already had on a wiki for the agent now that anybody can become a performance expert in the repo. And next up, we have one of the agents. This one actually was a prompt before. And we found it gotten so complex and it gotten multi-step. So we made it a custom agent. So it now lives in agent/data.md, and this is our kind of data analyst agent. And it's hooked up to Azure Custo, where our actual data lives for VS Code. And then anytime we look at telemetry, diagnostics, like how fast does this feature load, you can ask these questions now in natural language, and we'll actually look it up in the Custo database writing queries. So it's combining the power of kind of having a workflow plus combining the power of looking at the MCP servers and actually being able to query data, which is really powerful. And then lastly, I think how just understanding another context pause, we actually had planning prompts in here as well before. So we still have like a fast plan and a plan, but now they actually, because it works so well for us, we put those into the product. So now we have a plan mode built in. Let's run it. And you see it's a really powerful pattern of how you work with AI is spending more time upfront to validate that you both understand what's happening, what's supposed to happen. And this is what the plan is built in. You can actually look at it. You can go configure custom agents, and you can look at our built-in plan and make your own. If you think about, I want to always put it in document. I want to have it much bigger. I want to talk about every single file it found. I want to talk about every single file once added. I want to talk about more about APIs. Maybe I want to see a full-on API spec up front. So you can really go in, I highly encourage you to take that plan agent and make it yours. This is the other way you can customize this, for example, is having an entry point. So for example, we have a plan fast entry point, which is just planning fast situation. It still points to the plan agent, but then it says research as usual, but draft a shorter plan. I don't want to read as much. This is a simple problem. I just want us to both agree on the same approach, and a shorter plan allows us to do it as well. And lastly, to point out a concept I will mention throughout the talk is sub-agents. And you see that happening here. So I asked it to make a plan to make the chat to-do list editable. And it started this big chunky work. It's reading a ton of files. So that's a ton of context being gathered and the agent needs to understand. So if it wouldn't use a sub-agent, all of these files would end up in the main context for the agent. But because we have a sub-agent, it will do all this analysis and then return just the insights, what it found. Like, these are the files you need. These are the related files I found. These are some of the APIs I found. So this one becomes a research sub-agent. And then all of the main agent gets back is this analysis to build a plan. This is what it returns right now. So it will take more time. It will be more thorough. But in the end, you can still have a chat conversation that doesn't have all the context consumed from this initial planning step. It's really cool. So let's go back to the slides and summarize. So we looked at custom instructions, which are these rules of engagement, and they're always on, and you need to be aware of that. So you shouldn't go all in on writing everything into those instructions. Start with coding standards, the basics, with some of the rules for, like, if it's all TypeScript, like in the VS Code case, we have some TypeScript rules in there as well. And then think about like what else you would document for a first-time contributor in your code base. And you can do this automatically, actually. If you go into VS Code, click on the symbol up here, and then generate chat instructions is one of the menu items. And the agent will, again, like plan mode, look through a code base and document what it finds. And hopefully your code base has some good documentation, and as the code is kind of explainable to the agent, it can figure out like what are the best practices. It's also good at probably finding like what in your code base isn't a best practice. If the instructions are all over the place, you probably want to pick the ones that are kind of the golden rules. And so it's a first draft, and I would treat it as such. And meanwhile, the plan completed. So there's a lot of context on what it found and what it needs to edit. And then this is the sub-agent up here that completed. So result prompts, I showed a few. So these are really executable kind of one-shot commands. You execute them, maybe it gives you an explanation back, and you move on to the next task. So this would be components, maybe just looking at the tests and saying like increase test coverage here. It's a like simple output, simple input. I have one for creating commits. I have one for committing and creating a PR. These are all just capturing a few CLI commands that I then don't have to run, and it comes up with a nice message that can still shape in the prompt as well. We also have then custom agents, which I showed with the data agent or the plan agent. And these are different working contexts, like really specialized personas and workflows. And these are, I think, the main area of what I recommend to customize in. The building basically your workflows into custom agents allows you to really automate larger complex tasks. If you have a big migration, think about, can you have a migration agent, or can you even break it down into separate migration steps? So let's think about more than just these agents. Let's see then a little bit more in action. And I'm showing a lot of agents because that's like the most exciting bit right now. Instructions has been around for a while. Once you have that set up, you already got your experience to a much higher quality. And then we have the more low code, the more different workflows that you can then bring in with custom agents. So one thing that usually excites people is test-driven development. And I think I'm not the first one to say test-driven development is exciting, or maybe I'm the first one, who knows. But what's exciting about this one is how it allows you to move through different phases of the test-driven development cycle. So in this case, I have actually three agents here. So let's move this to the side. I have a TDD red, which is writing a failing test. And this one actually has something interesting in here. So if there's no plan yet, if it didn't give it a plan, it'll actually go in and run a sub-agent to research the requirements first. So usually you come in with some idea, like, in this case, I ask it to focus on input in my chat app after creating a new chat. Simple change, but I'll make sure it's actually tested properly. And in this case, so it writes everything to a tdd.md file. And this becomes the artifact for this whole test-driven flow. So it's kind of the shared memory of these three agents is that test-driven development file. So that's another thing to think about, like what is a connective tissue as you hand from one agent to the next. And since I mentioned handoffs, I also showed that one. So TDD red has handoffs, and you saw those in the VS Code repo as well. So these are handoffs. So from a plan, I can start implementation or open an editor. From TDD red, I can start to implement. And in this case, it gives a little prompt as well, and it shows up under the red phase. So red will write one failing test. And why this is cool and maybe annoying, it's like one test only. So it makes review easier. And that's a big thing people struggle with. Working with AI, giving it a task and getting 1,000-line change back. And it's like, I did it. The perfect, it looks perfect. It's ready production. It passes tests. I looked at it. It's production code. LLMs love to be really high confidence about the code. In this case, by breaking it down in like this TD pattern of like writing one test, then making this one test pass, and then refactoring to clean it up, you can really put the human in the loop and allow that trust. And you're still like really closely working with the tool, like, oh no, this test should also cover X, or this test does too much, which often happens with AI. But allows you to review and stay in control at the most critical points in time with a specific deliverable that you can then review, reviewing the tests, reviewing the implementation, and then the refactoring if it makes sense, and the tests are still passing. So really cool pattern that I can highly recommend. It's on my GitHub, chat Harald, if you want to check out those TDD agents. The next one is a pattern that I really like of how do you can work on the front end. In this case, I use the Spec agent to think about a mobile-friendly Kanban board for managing AI agents. I use the Perplexity MCP agent to figure out like what is a Kanban board, what is the latest on AI agents, or grounding it in more recent knowledge, and it asks me clarifying questions. And that's all in the spec file. So it has access to Perplexity and fetch, and the flow is, if spec is empty, do research, we saw that, ask for clarifying question, pause for answer, and then do some more grounding. So you see that going on here. I gave it some answers on its questions, and then it kind of finalized the spec file. In this case, the artifact is a spec.md file. So, and has like, it's still longer to review, but at least allows you to think about the higher level functional aspects: your use cases, your design, the stages of like what does it mean to manage an agent, and kind of the views and how the design in general looks. So really, like high-level points you would bring into a meeting with everybody else. So now I can actually take this, implement it, and now I have the designer agent, actually. And designer agent is one of my favorites because it has this fast iteration loop of why I want to use agents locally. I want to quickly iterate with an agent locally and see the output and see what's happening. And there's vibes. They're going to be here on the right. I should send this off. So the agent, let's look at what it does. It's only focusing on UX. It takes a plan, but it only focuses on UI. It doesn't care about like how do we manage the agents in the backend, how does that work. Like for me right now, the critical element with this plan is I don't know how it will look like. So I'm gonna look at it's running. Yeah, and it has access to Playwright too. So that's another thing of this plan element. There we go. I open Playwright. Maximize this. And go back to where it runs. There we go. We're going to allow, without reviewing this code base, because MCP only accesses this website. Good. I can see the current document, and now it starts implementing. And maybe we'll pause this and use I could make it go faster. Not Opus. Opus is great for design, but we want to iterate faster. Okay, we're going to keep this going because this is cool. Now it will make a design for us, and we can probably follow along here on the site. So meanwhile, there's another thing I did before as well. I did this a TV optimized Kanban board for managing GitHub pull requests, and actually I used a different prompt plan mockup, which is like what was sure, like the entry point. And then I actually handed this off, had a plan, and I handed it off to different cloud agents. And now we have these cloud agents that created different versions of this variation, which is really cool as a way to think about and explore a space. And all of these are PRs in this repo, and I can check in later on how they did. Meanwhile, the designer is going. So yeah, there we go. So we explored abundance. We did some low-code UX mockups using the designer. It's still working on it. Try it out in the Visual Vibes repo on GitHub that I have on my account. But really, the key takeaway is use custom instructions. This is where you start. Resolve prompts where you start automating your chores. And custom agents is where you really specialize specific workflows and go deep into like how you want to work. And back to the studio.
Awesome, Harald. Well, thank you so much. We do have time for, I think, one quick question.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so let me ask this one. This person whose name I cannot pronounce, Marcus Hightower, got it. How do you do this across repos? And what they're really asking is this scenario where all of your microservices use standard agents, but some require custom agents.
Yeah, so the custom agent system is actually, with GitHub Enterprise, you get custom agent management on the enterprise level or on an org level. So that's one area. There's tools out there like Awesome Copilot. We actually allow you to just click a custom agent and it will pop up in VS Code and you just save it. But they're eventually just files in repo. So any tool you can find that keeps those files in synchronous as we work on a nicer mechanism. That's definitely top of the pile of like, how do you I have all these great customizations in my team, like how to make sure they show up everywhere. That's something we're actively working on, and that should be definitely easier. But eventually it's just files and repos. So many tools that you use to synchronize these files will just work. But for your user itself, actually, they will follow you along. Once you have them in your user data folder, they will follow along with setting sync and just work.
Yeah, I was about to say that because I'm pretty sure if you're interested in VS Code, you have your workspace, but also your user level. I think a lot of people don't know that, but like you can have your custom, like actually for everything you showed, right? You can have them both at a repo level, but also like at a user level. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so check that out if you haven't. I think it's a hidden hack because sometimes you're like, hey, me, solo developer, I'm using the same machine for everything, right? I have this here. Right. So if you have common ones across all of them, that's great. If you have custom ones, then put it in that repo. So of course you can use it on the cloud as well. But I love it.
Yeah,
thank you, Harold, so much.
To start. Yeah.
Awesome. We have Harold back
later today for a lab.
Live from the office. You have to now commute into the office, Harold. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. I got to run out any second now.
Well, we'll let you go sit in beautiful California traffic for the next hour and a half because we have so many great sessions on our way. Next, who is coming up, Katie?
Well, next up we have Tyler and Connor who are going to be talking to us about leveraging the full MCP spec to help with daily development.
These are three things that I love. Tyler, Connor, and MCP. Over to you guys.
Oh, thank you for that intro. That was great. I'm Connor.
I'm Tyler.
And we are two of the engineers who work on MCP at VS Code. So first of all, a very happy birthday to MCP itself. MCP just had its first birthday back in November. And with that came a new spec version. It is the very memorable 2025 1125 spec version. And it has a lot of cool new features, including some features such as the registry, which launched recently, and then some others which we'll demo and go through today. So first of all, it's not really something that came out in that version, but it's kind of come out over the last few months, is the MCP registry. So for the last year or so, folks have been collaborating on having a central registry like NPM, like PyPy, like NuGet, like those things for MCP servers. And so we also have added support for this into VS Code, and so I think this came out I think a couple versions ago now. But basically, if you go into your extensions view and type @MCP, that'll get you to the MCP registry. And so we have all these wonderful servers. We have Markdown, we have Playwright, we have Notion, Supabase. We have all these things. A deeper key is a good one. So I love using it for any time I'm trying to play with a repo that maybe newer. It might not be in the model's training data. I can just point to wiki add repo and say find how to do something with this, and then it works. So all you have to do is hit install, and just like that, the MCP server is installed into VS Code, and you can go ahead and use it in chat. And one other small note is that if you use MCP in VS Code, maybe earlier this year, you might have seen the lovely blue button to refresh your tools in chat whenever you install a new server. We actually recently have done away with that, so now servers will be started on demand automatically whenever you send a chat message, and so you don't have to manually manage those life cycles anymore. But anyway, on to the new things. So, first thing, which is pretty cool, is URL mode elicitation. So elicitation is just a way to basically ask the user for stuff, and previously there was a way to ask users for structured data, for strings, numbers, options. And now there's a way to also ask them to fill out basically a web form. So a common pattern for this is using logins, but actually played with making just a simple web design MCP recently, and so I'm going to show off that right now. So let's see. You'll go ahead and start this off. So I'll say, please start this project with my portfolio. Start with my code. Looks like it's trying to do things first. Oh, did I? Oh, duh. Okay. I actually didn't install that server yet. So that's just, I have to do MCP add server. Let's see, localhost 3000, MCP. And then I'll just call that designer. In my workspace, and that appeared there. It's already running. And so now we can try that prompt again and see what happens. That should probably work better this time. There we go. So yes, I found the tool. It made this project. So now I can call the design layout tool, and that's going to actually use this new feature in MCP, where it's going to prompt me to open this URL. So, in general, you want to make sure that the URLs you open are trusted, because if you have some prompt injection stuff going on, that can be an issue. But it's just going to localhost just with the IDs that I had before. So now I can open that link, and then this gives me this nice little tool for sketching out my site. So I can say, maybe I want a header. I want to have maybe content here. Oops, screen's very laggy for some reason. There we go. Some content there. Maybe a sidebar. I'll say I want like content, and then maybe some like navigation there. Or I think my little vibe coded text input's not working, but if I hit done, then that returns a control back to the server, and then we'll see that it got that in the server. We can see it also returned my beautiful sketch as a resource from that server. And so if I wanted to, I could like save this locally. I could hit this little button to like, download it and say, I want to save it here. And we now have my sketch as well as it also returned basically a blob. It looks like it included like the image as well. So that's so those are MCP resources. And so if you use a server like Figma or something, those are used really heavily, both to give resources back to the model as well as like giving you a way to like save assets from your designs and layouts and so on. So that's one cool thing that came out recently. And this is just kind of like a flow diagram kind of. So you sort of like ask for the elicitation, and the client like presents like that URL, and they have that interaction, and then the server notifies the client this happened. And so I think for usually if you're a developer working on MCPs, I think most SDKs have like abstract this for you, but that's kind of the flow going on behind the scenes. Also, with the latest version is the ability to have custom icons for servers and tools. And so I didn't show it before, but this server actually does have. Let's see, where is it? There we go. I put in like a little like rocket ship icon for this server, just so I know, it's my cool server that I want to use to start my projects. And so it's supported for tools, servers, and I think we also have it on resources as well. Additionally, there are more options for elicitation. Previously, the options were basically like having string input, having a number input, or having a choice. And so I can go ahead. I think the configure the site flow actually uses elicitation. So if you've never used it in VS Code, this flow is pretty much already like a standard flow that we support for servers that ask us for elicitation. So I can say I want this like to be a creative site. I want to have a single page. That color sounds good to me. Sure, let's have some animations, and then also now there's support for the for a multi-select flow for the elicitations as well. So I can have both contact form and newsletter. Hit OK, and we see that that's the output that was created by my elicitation request. That's that. And now I'm going to actually send it back to Tyler before I talk about some more things later on.
Sweet. Thank you. So I get the auth portion of this talk. So hopefully this doesn't scare you all away. But the first thing I wanted to just show off is so like many months ago now we've worked at including MCP auth right in VS Code. So just to prove, I guess, to put my money where my mouth is, right? I'll just try this one random server by Neon. It's like a serverless platform. And so if I like click through here, I can go through their auth flow right from within VS Code. And then you see once that's like actually started, I've got the 27 tools available via the MCP server. All loaded in and ready to go. So that's using like a flow that's called protected resource metadata, and I don't want to bore you with more sequence diagrams, but the way this works, this is important if you're an MCP server developer who wants to add auth to your MCP server. But essentially, the client VS Code in this case is going to make a request over to your MCP server, but without a token initially. And then your MCP server then returns a nice www authenticate header. And here's like an example of one down below where you mention where your resource metadata is. Resource is your MCP server, and then also any scopes that you need in order to interact with your MCP server. So you return that in a www authenticate header. there's like this alt portion I cut out if you want to do other things, but I think this is the happy path. So you probably want to do something like this. And so then you will return this like metadata. And just to give you a real example, here's what GitHub's looks like. So if you go to like this URL, you can see what their MCP protected resource metadata looks like. So they've got like resource name in here, and the important part is this authorizations server section, and then also the scope supported as well. And all this really says is like, hey, my MCP server uses this auth server in order to authenticate. So obviously GitHub here uses GitHub's server. If you were writing like an MCP server that uses Entra ID, you would list your Entra ID server here, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, and so talking more about what's new in MCP auth, there was a new MCP auth flow that was recently adopted into the spec, and that's called client ID metadata document. Doesn't sound as nice as like what is it, liquid glass or like dynamic island, but you know, it's fine. And so that is now added as like the go-to flow for auth. So historically, there's been like dynamic client registration, which is actually how the Neon example works under the hood. The way that works is that the client registers with Neon's auth server and then gets back some client ID and then uses that for follow-up requests. But client ID metadata document is like the new hotness that's like very much in favor when compared to dynamic client registration. So if you are an MCP server author and you're looking for an authorization server, look for one that has client ID metadata, because that's the future. And if you happen to work on an authorization server that does not yet support client ID metadata documents, well, do I have some work for you? That will be super helpful because you'll be able to light up a bunch of MCP servers that are coming on board. And those two flows on the left are so much nicer than the manual flow, which we also support in VS Code, which is like manually providing a client ID, like the user manually providing a client ID themselves. So yeah. Definitely like client ID metadata document. That was a big push in the MCP community, and I'm really happy to see that. And just to give you an example of what that looks like, as I demo a second auth flow and promise you that there's something different about this one, yeah, I'll do this, and I think I get an email for this one, so I'll have to like wait for that to come in, but that's fine. Yeah, so this is a demo that Stitch put together. They're an identity provider that was like early adopting in the client ID metadata document realm, and so they put together this nice MCP server to show this off, which is pretty cool. So this flow that you see is using that oops, I think I didn't actually copy it. There we go. Cool. So this is actually using client ID metadata document, and that just works, and I get my tool. So that's great. Let's see, what else? So those are the flows. And then the other thing I wanted to show up is something called Step Up. So this is not something I'm asking you to do. This is just a feature of the MCP spec where you use a token that maybe doesn't have access to every tool and every capability of the MCP server, but at some point you hit a wall where you need more auth, essentially. So to give you an example, I'm going to use the GitHub MCP server. We've been working with them to provide this experience. The MCP server itself doesn't quite, it's not finalized yet in this flow. But I wanted to show you what this looks like because it is supported in VS Code, and if you have another server that uses step-up auth, then you can also take advantage of this. So first, I just asked to give me a random issue in the VS Code repo, and what you didn't see me do before is I already authenticated to the GitHub MCP server, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask, tell me, search my orgs on GitHub. And what I can tell you is that the tool call that this will do does not have enough, needs more permissions than the token I gave it to. So we'll just wait for it to run the tool. Cool. And so then you see I get another auth prompt here, and this time it's asking for an extra scope, which is like organization access. And so I will go through here, and we'll see that it succeeds. So the whole reason for step up is like we want it to be possible to first ask for the minimum required permissions, and then as you start to use more and more of an MCP server, ask for auth on demand, right? So that's kind of the reason for step up, and so that's also supported in VS Code already, and and it will come soon to the GitHub MCP server soon enough. So
nice.
I think that's it for me. So
so step up also part of the spec. So can any server developer implement step up as well?
Yeah, that's right. So
Nice.
it's in the spec as well, in the like security considerations part of the authorization section of the spec. So there's a lot of good stuff in there, and a lot of power within MCP. So now I'm going to pass it back over to Connor to talk about some more future stuff. Is that right?
So some present, some future.
Sweet.
But you might notice the theme of getting lower level, but also getting more powerful, kind of. So the next big thing, which was a major push, and actually took like I think there are like 5 or 6 different like versions of this before MCP landed on what came out as tasks. And so there's a few things in MCP that can like take a while. So some of those are obviously like tool calls. If you have like a tool call that says like provision a like VM or something for me, that which could take a few minutes, or you have like listation scenarios where you're asking a user for input, like maybe they're like off making coffee or something and it takes a few minutes for that to happen, or for sampling, which is a case where the server can ask like the client to make like language model requests on its behalf, and so that could take a while. So in these cases, currently these work like great if you have like a local server like running on like STIO, because that's running its process. It can live forever. It's great. But if you're using a like remote MCP server like GitHub MCP or other MCPs that operate over the network, you can have issues like with like network connections. Like I like to work on airplanes, and so like often the Wi-Fi goes down for like a minute or two, or if you just have other like disconnections or just like proxy servers, for example, which might like close connection after a few minutes. Tasks are just a way for both clients and servers to have these like things that can be associated with these different calls that can be like pulled on. So I also have a nice big sequence diagram for this, but essentially it's kind of like how you think. So when like one of these like requests is made, I think this is for a sampling request that comes from the server. It says here's my request, and also like I'm associating this like task ID with this request, and then the server can then pull the client for updates on that, or for like when it's complete. And so there's things going on there, but then like basically it completes, and then this is a way that server can be like reliable to like disconnections. If they can always come back later, there's like methods to like list the ongoing tasks, and so on and so forth. So I actually have an example of this. So in VS Code, we support this now in the latest like 1.107 version, but it is something that like you as a user like never see. Like it just happens like automatically in the background. If a server supports it, great. If they don't, then it's all the same, but you'll just get like more liability. But like you can trust me, like when I say this server does support tasks, and so I'll show that by saying I want to now I'll generate contents. And this actually is going to use a sampling request that also is associated with the task. And so sampling, if you haven't seen what it looks like in VS Code, It's going to think for a second, and then it's going to basically issue that thing, which I think I actually already gave permission for the server to do that. But I can actually see there's a sound. Actually, if I go to MCP list servers, I can actually see a log of the sampling requests that's made so far, which I think it's still generating that request. So let's let it run for seconds. I can also look at the Copilot debug log, which is also great if you just want to see what's happening behind the scenes. There we go. I think it's still thinking a bit.
I mean, the concept of sampling is just wild to me. Of like, I've got an MCP server, the LLM triggered a tool on the MCP server. Now the MCP server wants to ask back to the LLM, hey, I need you to do something for me.
Yeah,
so cool.
Yes, like initially, like you will get like a prompt saying, do you want to like let the server like make requests on your behalf, and then you can also actually configure which models it's allowed to use. And so by default, I think that we just put everyone on 4.1 right now because that's so I think this defaulted because I selected it before, but I think by default it'll be on the GPU 4.1 just because it's a free model that's fast. But you can pick any model you want to here. You can like select your models, and then based on server parameters, we'll like select the one that best matches what the server's looking for. So let's see. I'm not sure if that actually worked or not, or maybe it timed out.
Like it timed out, yeah.
Yeah, I think that although this does use tasks, I think that it wasn't fully adopted in the actual like SDK yet. But in theory, this should work. So, but please, if you're a server developer, you can try out tasks. Like, do let us know. I'll if you have issues, and also this is a very complex space that actually like is just coming to SDKs now. Like SDKs, I think some of them support it, like some of them don't. So please, like, open issues like on us, and then we can, if it's an SDK issue, we can also like find the right root cause and so on and so forth. So that's tasks. Also, this is something that came in the latest spec, which we don't yet support, is sampling with tools. And so we just showed like sampling, which is like a way to make like a standalone request that says like, here's a prompt, give me back the LLM response. And so sampling with tools basically lets like MCP servers like actually build their own like agent loops by providing tools that the model can call and that can be like sent back to it and follow-up requests. This is also sort of like what you think. So like the server makes some like initial requests. It has tools. There is the like approval step because like we want to approve before we use resources. But then it can then like call tools and then like execute the full like LLM loop like in the background. So that's super cool. Yeah, there were some like API changes like in VS Code that we have to make to actually support this, but it should come probably most likely in the next release. So that's something to look forward to. Finally, I just wanted to touch briefly on virtual tools, which is something that we actually did in VS Code. Like you might have seen like a few months ago, if you had like MCP servers give to lots of tools, you'd get some error saying you had more than like 128 tools turned on, and to please like disable some or your request would fail. We actually, so recently we introduced like virtual tools, which are essentially tools that are like directories of other tools. And so how we do this is that we compute like embeddings for like each tool, and then we create these clusters of tools, and then we use the clusters to form a directory. And so instead of saying there's like, say like 10 tools for GitHub issues, we say here's like one like activate GitHub issues tool, and please call this if you need to do anything with GitHub issues. And so that was like I think implemented back in September, but it's gone much better recently. It's gone faster, and also we now actually pre-select tools based on the embeddings on like your own request. And so like we match the embeddings on like your like user query as well as some other data against different tools. And so then we can actually pre-select the tools that are relevant, which makes the model behave better because it has to do less steps, and also it's faster for you because there's like less back and forth, like from the model to the VS Code and back to the model again. So yeah, so that's super cool. And then things in the future. sampling with tools. Of course, it just mentioned that we'll support it soon. That's, I think, the only feature in MCP that we don't support right now. And the other thing that everyone's talking about is MCP apps, which are kind of the evolution of MCP UI and also the Open AI Apps SDK have kind of like collaborated on this new proposal for MCP apps, which are a way to provide like rich UI from the server, like in response back to the client that clients can interact with and users can use. So both very cool things to watch for. And then also there's some other investigations, but I think that we're short on time, so I will leave you in suspense. All right, I think that's all that I had.
Same.
All you?
Yeah.
All right, I think we'll pass it back to our presenters and go from there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Connor and Tyler. Hey, Christina, how's it going?
Good. How's the day been going? I've been having fun watching it from the green room.
Absolutely amazing. It's good to be by your side for the first time here.
Yes.
There we go. We've been hanging out off stage the entire time. We have at least time for one quick question. What do we got, Christina?
All right, so this one is from Alpha Nuevo. It says, ciao. Are there any plans for enterprises to be able to host their own MCP servers?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, you can do that today if you so choose. And you can certainly put it behind whatever authentication that your enterprise uses today to make sure that only your users have access to that. Additionally, we have, like Connor showed off, some of the registry stuff. So private MCP registries is also a concept that you can configure.
Yep.
So if you wanted to publish MCP servers to your own private registry, that is also possible today as well. So there's a lot of flexibility that we have for MCP servers for enterprises for sure.
That's super cool. Yeah, we actually do that here at Microsoft. When I open up my VS Code, I actually get our
you get to see different things. Yeah.
different things, which is very different than what the guys just showed off there as well. So you can do that today. In fact, you might want to head to some of the videos from yesterday.
Yes.
Because we actually have some deep dives on building and deploying your own MCPs, and even from MCP Dev Days as well. So much good stuff right here on the Microsoft Developer channel. Tyler, Connor, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll have you back very soon on the VS Code Insiders podcast. It's a podcast that we do. Did you know we had a podcast?
I did not know you'd have a podcast.
I have a podcast.
You have a podcast?
Well, we have a podcast.
We have a podcast. But you're
one of the amazing hosts.
You're one of the amazing hosts.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're amazing, but that's just me. And Tyler was actually on talking deep on MCP before.
That's awesome.
We had a whole bunch of folks from the engineering team, from the PM team, going deep. VSCodePodcast.com.
VSCodePodcast.com. All right, so we're going to plug that, and now we're going to go into our next thing, which is using multi-agent workflows with Elijah.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So let's head over there now.
Hi, I'm Eli, a product designer here at Microsoft's Core AI Computational Design and Research team, and I help design Visual Studio Code. Today, I'm so excited to show our new features for parallel background and local sessions and our agents panel. And we're going to demo this by building a iOS app from scratch using natural language, and we're going to use background and local sessions to do that. So there's an emerging category of users who solely rely on VS Code's agents to prototype features for their product, or even build out entire apps and websites. To kick things off, I'm just going to paste in a one-shot prompt that our agent had generated previously. And if everything works as expected, we should see an iOS simulator open up with a blank Hello World screen. So we're going to allow all commands in this session. And we can see that it's starting to plan the Expo app creation and setup. As a user who creates no-code apps and websites, I've always found it a bit cumbersome to wait for the agent to complete one task at a time. As you can see now, we're waiting for this task to finish before we can move on to the next step. But this starts to change with some of the latest agent sessions in VS Code, and we've made it easier than ever to start prompting with multiple agents and using different models all working at the same time in parallel. And we can start building out the different features of our app once we have our initial base set up here. Okay, so we can see that our app has been created, and we're just going to follow the instructions from Expo Go here. So we can see that we need to press I to open up our iOS simulator. and we can see that we are starting out with an error, but that's okay. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this error, and I'm going to paste it into our session here. So I'm just going to stop it and then ask it to fix this bug. And we're going to always allow. And we can go over to the terminal and press I to open up our iOS app. And as expected, we can see the Hello World screen as the base of our app that we can start building on top of. So if I expand our agents panel here a little bit, we can see that there's a new view that shows all sessions that are in progress and complete. Right now, we only have one session, but let's go ahead and create another local session. And let's just ask it to turn this app into a chatbot app that accepts an open router API key. All right, so looking at the all sessions view here, now that we have two sessions, we can see the tool calls underneath the session title, and then an icon on the left that indicates that the session is in progress. This remains as we go into some of our other sessions here, and we can also immediately open up the diff view by clicking on the files that have changed here. We can see that 4 files have changed here, and there have been 24 additions made. All right, we're going to close out our panel here, and we can see that we've encountered another error. But I do trust that our agent will fix this. And once complete, we should see a simple chatbot UI. All right, let's follow the instructions now that the agent has completed the task. It's asking us to run npm install. Let's cd into our app folder and run npm install. And then let's run npm start. And let's use this port instead. And then let's open up our app to see if it works. So it looks like we have our chatbot starter app on the left, which is great, but I'm not completely satisfied with the UI, and there are a few tweaks that I want to make to the functionality to make it even better. So I'm going to expand our chat view to take up the full editor because I'm only focused on the agent output as opposed to some of the code that's being generated. So this is where the fun begins. We can go over to our sessions panel and create as many new agents as we would like. So the first thing that I'm going to do is make the app look more modern with a black, white, and blue theme. Let's prompt that, and we should see the app change in real time on the left here. While that's happening, I'm not really a big fan of some of this jumbled text at the top. Let's just make the app much more simple. Okay, so while that's happening, let's kick off another agent session, and let's hide the API key setup behind a setting. Okay, and then let's also add in an indicator of the API connection on the main chat screen. And while we're at it, let's add a light and dark mode with a toggle hidden in settings. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different sessions all running at once. And we can see all the tool calls that they're using to complete our tasks. And it looks like we have an error on the left here, but that's okay. I trust that our agents will work it out. And if not, we can, again, just take a screenshot or copy this error log into a new agent, and it should fix it as it goes. Okay, now that our agents are complete, let's test our app with our Open Router API key. Hello, send. And okay, it looks like we are able to communicate with our LLM via our Open Router API key, and our app is working as expected. I really love running background agents in parallel in my workflow. It's really sped up the prototyping process. and has just made it a lot quicker to iterate through different UI changes as well as working on different features. And all of the code is here for me to pass on to our developers to continue on. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elijah. It's so cool to see all those different agents all working at the same time and iterating on design.
No, it is. And I love what he was saying about being able to kind of do multiple things. He can choose what he wants and what when he's iterating his UI.
And I was just talking to John before after his session.
Yeah.
And I was showing him the app I was building for iOS. And he was like, oh, that chart control. He's like, have you thought about this and this and this? And we're talking about how we would iterate that with AI. And he's like, you know what you should do is just ask it to come up with a bunch of different variants, different ways of displaying it, come up with things, and just display 10 different charts all at the same time.
What a great idea. I mean, and that's a great way to just let it go wild, and then you pick, and then iterate on which one you like the most.
Yeah. I was at GitHub Universe. You were at GitHub Universe.
I was at GitHub Universe.
It's my first universe. It was amazing. I loved it. And one of my favorite talks was actually from Brittany. And I know you're good friends with Brittany.
Yeah, I know Brittany is amazing, and she's actually going to give a talk that she gave at Universe, but she's updated it because a lot has changed in the last 5 weeks. So we're going to talk about eliminating tech debt with the Cloud Agent, GitHub Copilot.
Take it away.
Hello, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Brittany Ellich. I am a senior software engineer at GitHub, and I have what I think is one of the coolest jobs in the world. I get to work at GitHub, which is a fantastic place if you're interested in working on dev tools, and I get to test all of the things that we create at GitHub and use them in my workflow day to day. So I've been using GitHub Copilot for well over a year at this point. In particular, I'm going to talk today about using the coding agent with GitHub Copilot and how that has really transformed my workflow in the way that I think about tech debt. So let's get into it. So here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to go over the problems with tech debt management. We're going to talk about your tech debt elimination accelerator, and we're going to talk about building a sustainable tech debt strategy. So some of the problems with tech debt management. This is a backlog that I've seen at a lot of different companies that I've worked on. I usually refer to this as the tech debt graveyard. So these are the issues that I have created and lovingly put in the backlog to make my application better, but I rarely have the time to ever actually get to them. Sometimes they pile up, sometimes for over a year. And that's because in the tug of war in developer time between feature work and tech debt, features almost always win. It's a bummer, but it's the case. And it makes sense because those features are your competitive advantage. That's what sets your application apart. That's why people actually use it day to day. So it's important that developers spend more time working on features. But that means that a lot of those improvements that we would all really love to see happen don't ever get prioritized. These things tend to pile up over time. So it starts with a slowdown in the way that things work. Something that you originally think is going to take only 2 days ends up taking 2 weeks. Velocity on the overall team slows down. Your code becomes more fragile as this problem snowballs over time. If developers become afraid of touching old code, there are outages and customer trust erodes as they can't rely on your application. And then finally, a lot of the time we end up at this cliff where somebody says, we need to rewrite this whole application from scratch because there's just too much to work around. That means a multi-month or quarter or year project where you're just rebuilding the same application. That is a bummer. But I've seen this time and time again, and I think that there is a solution now in this world of AI. How do we get around Mount tech debt? That brings me to your tech debt elimination accelerator. This is GitHub Copilot. Like I said, specifically, I want to talk about the coding agent. So that is the ability to assign GitHub issues to the agent and have it complete it and bring them back to you. It's very, very cool. And like I've said, I've been using it a ton in the last year, and it has completely changed the way that I look at these smaller tasks. So it's always available. It's never tired. It's eager to tackle a lot of the boring tasks that, quite frankly, I want to see done, but don't always want to do them myself. It allows your team to be your team, but better. So your team is currently spinning a lot of these plates where it has things like security updates and bug fixes, these small changes to update text or improve test coverage. A lot of these things can actually be handled by the coding agent from GitHub Copilot, while your team and you get to focus on the strategic planning and the larger things that actually make your application better over time, so that you don't end up in these situations where you have to completely rewrite your software. That brings me to a demo. So what is this thing that I'm actually talking about? I have, let's see here. There it is. I have two great loves in this life. One is building software, and the other is crocheting. This last year, I learned that I can actually create a type of Afghan called a graphghan, which means that you basically put pixels together and turn it into an actual blanket, which I thought was incredibly cool. And I was thinking, you know what? I know of a graph that I really like to see. So I decided to put together this. Sorry, my thing zoomed in there. I decided to put together this commit graphghan pattern generator. So now this is my commit graph from GitHub that I have now turned into a pattern. I'm currently making it, and I've been posting updates online. It is very, very fun to work on. You can see here where I took some parental leave and had my kids. So this was really cool. I vibe coded this app and brought this thing to life that I probably never would have brought to life before the age of AI. But now that I have some people using it, I've realized that I kind of want to make it better. And I don't really have a ton of time day to day to work on these sorts of fun things. So I wanted to show you how I've decided to sort of harden this application over time to using the coding agent so that I can make changes in the future and not have to worry so much about them. So here I have an issue that I've created to create unit tests for the year selector component. When I created this, no tests were created, and I want to make sure that there are tests so that, in the future I can make a change with the coding agent as well and make sure that it's not going to break anything. So all I got to do is assign this issue to Copilot, and boom. That's about it. I can add some extra context in that box if I want to, but I don't necessarily have to. And so you can see Copilot's taking a look, and it's going to start creating a pull request for these changes. It starts out as just a little work in progress where it'll go add unit tests, and you can actually take a look. I'm going to approve these workflows to run so that it's not running up on my actions without me saying that I actually want it to do so. And it's going to start looking at this task and doing the work, which is incredibly cool. We'll see if, there we go. The session just popped up. You can take a look if you really want to watch this thing work and see what it's thinking about and installing over time, which is very cool. You can even go in and steer it while you're working on it. So if you're like, I don't really like the direction it's going, I can go in and do this. When I'm doing some of these tech debt tasks, I usually just fire off a bunch of tasks at once and then come back to them later. So I don't spend a ton of time doing this personally, but it is really cool if you do want to keep an eye on those things. Now, in the interest of time, I am going to pull up a pull request that was already created by Copilot to show you what this looks like. So this is the pull request that it came up with the same exact prompt a couple weeks ago. I think it took like 10 minutes to do. We don't all want to sit here and watch it for 10 minutes. So this is what it came up with. So you can go through and review it just like any other pull request you might review at GitHub. You can see it looks like it added this user event testing library. That's cool because there's probably some user events that are worth testing. You can go in and see what it decided to test. So it tests that the component renders. Looks good. That it's handling different types of props and different user interactions. Okay, so when a user's clicking on the button, that's why it needed that library. That makes sense. So you can review this just like any other pull request. You can go back and forth and add comments to say, hey, can you update this? I don't actually think that this test is necessary. And then just merge it like you would with any other pull request on GitHub, which is incredibly cool. I'm going to take us back now to the presentation. Whoop. Hate to do that. I'm so sorry. Here we are. All right. So that brings me back to building a sustainable tech debt strategy. So now that we have this tool, we want to actually do something with this that will make it so that you can make this part of your workflow. And so in the spirit of the season, I am going to give you all a gift, and I'm going to tell you how to wrap up your backlog. This is a little acronym that I put together that has been useful for me when I'm trying to figure out how to employ this and use it within my application. So we're going to start here with write effective issues as the first one. Now, you might see an issue like this, refactor to use async await, use async await for API methods. For the average engineer on your team, this might be enough if they have enough context to know that this is, they know they can take this and do something with it. But for AI tools, they need a little bit more help to know and direction to know exactly what it is you want to actually do. So I recommend trying to write a more effective issue for these things. So first, you want to use a descriptive title. I typically, when I write an issue for the GitHub Copilot Coding Agent, I will mention where I want the change to actually take place. So update authentication middleware, for example, to try and pinpoint where the change is, to use the async await pattern. Next, I'll add plenty of context. My guideline there is I like to think of what would I need to tell somebody who is newer to the team to make sure that they had enough information that they could pick up this issue and work from here with it. It doesn't have to be, tons and tons of paragraphs long, but it needs to be enough information that it can work from that. And then finally, include examples. So if there is something like this where you want to use a specific pattern, you can include an example of what that pattern should actually look like. That will result in much better results from the coding agent. Next, I want to talk about refining your instructions. That is the R of wrap. So there are a couple of different ways that you can create instructions for GitHub Copilot. I apologize. I know that this is a lot of very small text, but I have links to all of this in the repo for this talk. And it just links to the repository custom instructions for GitHub Copilot. These are instructions that you can put in your repo for anything that is relative to your application. So for example, you write a lot of Go, and there are specific ways that I like tests to look in Go. I like to use table-driven unit tests typically. So that's something that I put in my repository custom instructions so that every time GitHub Copilot is doing something with that repo, it refers to them and makes sure to use those. There are a couple of other ways that you can write custom instructions. So for example, if you have an organization that has specific needs saying, I want every single change within this organization to include unit tests, that's a great thing to put in your organization custom instructions. So refining your instructions is another thing that will lead to better results over time. Next, atomic tasks. Basically, breaking large work into chunks. You might be looking at this and thinking, all right, sounds like this is fine for small tasks, but we have really big problems that we want to solve. Well, you can do that, but it might be a little bit easier if you take these large problems and break them into a much smaller problem. For example, you wouldn't want to rewrite your entire application that has, 3 million lines of code from Java to Go in one go. You'd probably do that a little bit at a time. So for this example, we have implementing an edit widget button, and that might be too large of a task. It would probably do fine on a task this large, but you could break it into smaller problems, like add an edit button, or create the edit API method, or add less updated field to the database, adding metrics. So breaking those into smaller chunks helps you not only with the changes that you need to make, but also it makes it easier to review the pull requests as well, which is nice. And then finally, pairing with the coding agent. So knowing what you're good at versus what the coding agent is good at is going to be a really good guideline for which tasks to give to the coding agent and which ones you can tackle. For example, I'm really good at understanding the why behind a lot of problems. And so I can give a task to the coding agent and see if it actually addresses the why. Why do we need to make this change? That is something that the AI tools are occasionally a little bit less good at doing. And so it's, helpful to keep that context to know where I excel and where those other tools excel. I'm also really good at cross-system thinking. So for example, thinking about how one change in this repository is going to impact another repository. That is something that a lot of the AI tools don't do as much yet. Who knows what the future is going to bring. But it's something that I'm really good at. And so that's something that I try to keep in my realm of things that I do. But the coding agent is good at other things. So for example, expanding upon existing patterns. So if you do make a small change, a proof of concept change to update a pattern in your application, and you want to see, what this looks like across the rest of the repository, that is a great thing to give to a coding agent so that it can make those changes and you don't have to sit there and make those changes in each file. It's really great at tireless execution. Like I said, I like to fire off, 5 to 10 tasks in the morning and then come back to them later and see what happened. It's also really good for exploring possibilities. So if you want to, do a POC between 2 different ways to solve a problem, you can assign them both to the coding agent and see what it comes up with and see what it actually looks like, which is very, very nice for not spending a bunch of time doing that. And I've noticed that this has really changed the way that I develop software over time. So my development flow looks a little bit more like this, where I break time up into different chunks to work with the coding agent. So I might spend a half an hour triaging issues to Copilot, or reviewing those PRs, or merging those issues. I also still have a lot of development time. So I still reserve a lot of that time for the big, more ambiguous problems that I don't quite know how to solve for myself. And I found that having this time blocking schedule has been really helpful. This is a really great time to turn those tech debt mountains into a more managed terrain. We have the power now to not have tech debt anymore. And that is incredibly exciting and a great thing to change the way that we build software. And I'm looking forward to hearing how it impacts you as well. So thank you so much. And I'm going to send it back to you all at the studio.
Thank you so much, Brittany. That was a great talk. Great to see the updates too, just since Universe, right?
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of questions in from the chat. So the first one, this is I think going to be probably a pretty fast one. Can you use the Copilot functionality from GitHub Mobile, like assigning an issue or a comment, etc.?
Yes, you can. And this is a thing that I actually do all the time now. It's incredibly cool to be able to review a pull request from my phone and send it back to Copilot and have it iterate on it.
Yeah, I literally have a thing with my team I've talked about, which is assign something to Copilot before you leave for the day.
Yes.
But also, you have that idea, when you're out, eating dinner, getting ready for bed, I have this idea.
It's the shower thoughts type of thing.
It's the shower thoughts,
Yeah.
right? Shower after working on it. I have this idea. I don't have my computer around. I literally just open GitHub Mobile, and there's a new agent task, and you can just run it on a repo and go. I just do voice to text, so I don't even waste my micro keystrokes of my thumbs. So I just boom, go.
Doing it. I love that.
I tweet, it's like I'm at the airport. I might as well get some work done. Boom, just assign it to Copilot. Another quick one here for you from my fave, Kayla. Yeah. Do you recommend kicking off multiple agent tasks on the same repo? Should we try one at a time? What are your thoughts there? Merge conflicts? That wasn't in the question, but that was just me.
Yeah, that is a thought for sure. Yeah. If you're making some changes that are in the same area, you might run into merge conflicts, but the tasks all run on their own. They're not going to step on each other's toes if you're running multiple in the same repo. So personally, yeah, when I spend time doing some triage, I'll sit down and assign, 3 or 4 or 5 at once and let them go off and do their thing and then check in on them later to see where they're at.
Awesome. Brittany, this was amazing. Thank you so much for coming back, doing it again, updating it, and it's really cool to see how your flow and how I think a lot of people's flows have changed in the last year. So thanks for doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, cheers. All right, I'm super excited because I don't know if you know, but Mads is on my team. Mads is in the studio, and Mads and I ate lunch last week, and now I'm back.
So this is the Mads show now.
This is the Mads show. We've talked a lot about Visual Studio Code.
We have.
A lot about the CLI.
We have.
But we have another IDE here.
You don't say. Is it Visual Studio?
It's Visual Studio. Yes.
The granddaddy of them all.
Yes. Visual Studio 2026 just out, and Mads is going to talk about some of the brand new AI features that are embedded in it and updates since it just launched a month ago. So over to you, Mads.
Well, thank you very much. Visual Studio is another IDE, and I realize that there might be some people here in the audience that don't really know how Visual Studio fits into all this AI, and maybe
maybe you've used Visual Studio in the past, but you haven't looked at it in a long time. So just as a refresh, Visual Studio and our mission on the Visual Studio team, what is it that we want to try to accomplish? It's very simple. Visual Studio wants to drive success for our users by creating the most lovable experience for professional C# and C++ developers. That's why we exist. That's who we are targeting. That's who that's going to have a really great experience using Visual Studio. There's another way of looking at this that I kind of prefer a little bit, and that's kind of this more aspirational thing, where I would like to move towards some world where all C# and C++ developers are excited to start their day in Visual Studio. So this is something I use, and I know a lot of the Visual Studio team members use as something that has to do with developer happiness, and how can we, on the Visual Studio team, make this a reality. So if you are a C# and C++ developer, or maybe an occasional C# and C++ developer, Visual Studio is definitely the place for you. And we just released, exactly 1 month ago today, the first major version of Visual Studio in 4 years, Visual Studio 2026. And we wanted to do 3 things with this release. One was we were going to tackle performance. So a lot of you might think back to Visual Studio and think it used to be like this heavy product that loaded a bunch of features, and it could feel a little slow. And there was probably a lot of truth to that. So we said, hey, let's, for once and for all, let's do those big architectural changes to fix the performance. So that was one. The second one was quality of life improvements. These are the little paper cuts that you run into several times a day. The small tweaks and bugs and just small delighting features that you really need or you really want. Because sometimes all the small things, if you're using Visual Studio all day long, they become pretty big, right? So it's important that we have a great time. Again, developer happiness plays a role here. And finally, and this is what we're going to spend the most of our time today here talking about, is the AI that works for you. So Visual Studio, because it targets professional C# and C++ developers, its approach to how we're thinking of AI and implementing that might be a little bit different than you'll see in other editors and IDEs out there. So let's start with the quality of life, because what it really comes down to is what you tell us that you want Visual Studio to do. And in the past 12 months leading up to the release of Visual Studio 2026, we fixed over 5,000 user-reported issues. That's over 23 per workday. It's an absolutely staggering number. And when it comes to feature requests, we implemented over 300, which is more than one feature request implemented per workday, whether it's a big one or a small feature request. And so this is absolutely an amazing testament to the community, to you who raised all these issues and helped us fix them and helped us make Visual Studio better. It all started with you. And this trend is going up. We're doing more and more of these delighters, these removal of paper cuts, these fixes, and these quality of life improvements. Because at the end of the day, right, it's about developer happiness, and it's about creating lovable experiences that makes you productive, makes you happy, and makes you excited to use Visual Studio every morning. When it comes to performance, we did some huge re-architecture, and that led us to have some pretty impressive numbers. And I will say that this is just us getting started. This is the first wave of our performance improvements. And right out of the gate, the startup of Visual Studio is 30% faster. But the solution load time, which could take a long time when you have big solutions with a lot of projects, is a lot faster too, almost twice as fast to load projects. But you know what? The cool thing about this is that we're actually doing this in parallel now. So the startup and the solution loading all takes place at the same time. So the more hardware you got, the more CPU cores you got, the more Visual Studio can parallelize and the faster it will run. And on top of all this, the hang time has been greatly reduced by over half. So this is super important because when we're doing something very like task, whether it's 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, depending on what action you're performing in Visual Studio. Visual Studio sometimes will freeze and not up, you can't click on anything because it's frozen. And that's because the UI thread is blocked. That's kind of how desktop development and UI development work sometimes. But we've been able to move that back to background threads as well, and again parallelize things. So you see a much, much less of a hang rate. So all in all, what you're going to see with Visual Studio 2026 is this much more lightweight, nimble environment that just feels so much better. And to show you what that looks like when we start up Visual Studio, so here on the left, I got Visual Studio 2026 opening, and on the right, I have VS Code. And if we start them up at the same time, you can see they kind of start up at the exact same time, about between 1 and 2 seconds. And that's on this laptop. I took this screenshot on this laptop, which is not a very impressive laptop, if I must say so. It's kind of a few years old and all that. So absolutely fantastic. And a big testament to all the work that has gone in. So of course we have performance engineers that do this, but we actually also have some unique features in Visual Studio that helped us achieve these performance gains. One of them we're going to talk about is the profiler agent that was able to help us out and identify and fix some of the performance issues. And this is something that people really notice. So here's a longtime user of Visual Studio, Steve here, who was like absolutely wowed by just the speed and the lightweight nature of Visual Studio 2026. So if you still think that Visual Studio is kind of old and clunky and all that sort of stuff, try Visual Studio 2026. You will be very, very surprised. So all this awesomeness, it continues with the depth of our integrated AI experiences. So Copilot in Visual Studio works with you, boosting your workflow while keeping you in control of every stage of your development cycle, from planning to building, testing, optimizing, profiling, reviewing, deploying, and modernizing your apps. VS 2026 takes everything you love and extends VS core functionality with a fleet of agentic capabilities and tools. That helps you build, debug, and ship better than ever before. So that's really the key here. How do we take AI and move into Visual Studio to those things you're already doing and surface them in a very natural way in the IDE? And all these AI-assisted features, they work seamlessly in Visual Studio, enabling developers like Georgie to be more productive and stay focused on higher value work. So let's take a closer look at what that looks like in action. Right from the beginning, VS helps you plan out your work and jump right into coding. Just prompt in chat and you'll get a clear, actionable plan. Here's an example. I want to create a time zone helper app to better understand my coworkers' working hours across different time zones. In agent mode, I prompt chat for help and get back a plan that is created and then executed step by step, keeping me updated as it completes each step successfully. So in the end, it validates my build, and now I have the beginning of an app that would have taken me hours to get started with, with all the basic UI and logic that it planned for. I'm not a big UI person, right? So this is something that's truly helpful, especially to get me started. But building isn't a one-time task. Development is continuous. And Visual Studio meets us where we are, with inline code suggestions in the editor and agent mode always ready to help with larger changes. When it comes to unit testing, we also have a whole range of features. Everything from generating unit tests and whole unit test projects, but also being able to debug and find issues when you have a test that fails. So those are also very important. I can't tell you how many times in my professional developer life I've gotten ready to commit a change, small little change that I've done to my code base. But I thought, hey, let me just run the unit test once more just to be sure. And then some completely unrelated unit test fails. And I spent the next 2 hours trying to figure it out. In Visual Studio, that is now just a click of a button, and we can help you get it fixed with the help of AI. When we run into snags or simply want to investigate our code more deeply, Visual Studio gives us smarter ways to debug, from helping analyze exceptions we run into to helping inspect our inline variables more effectively. So back in my code base, I've set a breakpoint to investigate what happens when I delete a time zone from my app. I want to inspect my list of time zones to ensure the item is removed as expected. And instead of hunting through all the items, I can ask Copilot for help. This makes inspecting variables so much quicker and easier, especially when we have hundreds or thousands of items to look through. It just saves so much time. Other times, we might not know exactly what's wrong or how exactly to optimize our code. Performance tuning can really be tricky, but that's where the profiler comes in. I simply ask Copilot for optimization suggestions, and based on my project context, it'll nudge me in the right direction. In this scenario, Copilot prompts me to launch the CPU profiler, and I click through my app for the performance trace. This is a tool I've been unsure of how or when to use before. We've got experts on the team who understands performance inside out, so I just usually go straight to them with my questions. But Copilot helps bridge the gap, surfacing clear, actionable insights so I know exactly what to fix. So even though I'm not a performance champion, I can now understand what's going on and collaborate better with my team. This is the feature, by the way, that we have used extensively throughout Visual Studio itself. So we turned the profiler on Visual Studio itself, and with the help of the profiler agent, was able to make sense out of the performance data and also come up with fixes. So after these optimizations, we're in a pretty good place. So next we can review our code with our coworkers and even with Copilot in our pull requests. But a sanity check and self-review before committing our changes is always helpful, boosting my confidence and saving my team some time. Right in Visual Studio, in the Git Changes window, I click the code review icon and then click through the generated review comments. And sure enough, I get suggestions for things I had totally missed, like the phrasing of a text and the accessible color contrast ratio. I can easily accept suggestions, tweak my code as needed, and ensure everything works as is expected before I push up my changes. This is a huge feature for pretty much everybody. When I work on open source, I use it because I'm going to let the world look at my code, so I'd like to have some sort of review of it, even though it's my personal project. So I use that for even that scenario. But on the Visual Studio team, the engineers use it as well, just as kind of a little bit of a confidence boost before you go and get a code review by your colleagues. And you'll be surprised at how many things that it'll find that I bet your colleagues, your other code reviewers, will not even find. I think this color contrast ratio is a very great example of things that always slip through the cracks, and we have to fix those type of issues later on. Another great thing that we've added recently to Visual Studio 2026 is the Azure MCP server. What's really cool about this is that what we see in Visual Studio is so many people are using it to deploy their apps, microservices, functions, you name it, all types of different things to the cloud, right, to Azure. And with the new MCP server, it's now super easy to set up and start deploying all your app and all the different services and whatnot to Azure straight from within Visual Studio, without you having to really know how it all works, how it all connected and all that. And that's just really nice. And you can ask questions about your topology in Azure. You can figure out, like, hey, what a SQL Server instance do you have? And all these type of things that makes it such an easy or easier way to deal with sometimes complicated setups that you might have for your production environments. And when the time comes, it'll also seamlessly upgrade your app to the next .NET version, thanks to the new Modernize agent. This is extremely cool. For a long, long time, like back when I started on the Visual Studio team about 15 years ago, we talked about ways that we could have tooling in Visual Studio that will automatically update your app to the latest version of ASP.NET MVC, for instance, if you want to convert a web forms to MVC, or if you want to move from WinForms to WPF, or the other way around. Or more recently, how do you go from .NET Framework to .NET Core, or now .NET 10? And it's really, really hard to do because all apps are different. All dependencies are different. And so it's really hard to do in a way that works for everybody. And it wasn't until AI and full understanding of the context of your app that we were able to do this. And so it's an absolutely fantastic experience because we have a lot of customers all over the world, that maintain older internal applications, or some other types of software that, is old and they don't really touch it much. They fix bugs every now and again, and they kind of just maintain it. And the problem is that the people that can maintain those types of code bases, is going down. There's getting fewer and fewer people that know how to do that because it's using older technology. And it's been really hard for those customers to be able to say, hey, we're going to spend 6 months updating an internal tool to the latest .NET 10. That is very often the case, and you simply cannot prioritize that work, so nothing ever changes, and it remains like this legacy kind of code base that no one wants to touch. And now, instead of it taking 6 months, we can use the Modernizer agent and have that done in perhaps a week. We have plenty of examples from people that tells us they've done it in a day. But of course, every app is different, so your mileage may vary, but you can significantly reduce that time that it would normally have taken you. So this is a huge thing. Upgrade to the latest version of .NET and get all the benefits, right? Performance and language features and so on. And you might be sitting on like different databases and a production environment that's internal, and you would really get some benefits if you could scale it up and you could move it out to the cloud. And so how do you take an app that already uses like local resources and move those resources to be cloud enabled so your entire app can live in the cloud without any dependencies, or maybe very few dependencies on your on-premise resources? And that modernization is there as well. So it knows how to take certain things and turn into different Azure-friendly or Azure functions, Azure-friendly concepts, and so rewrite your app to work great on Azure, and hopefully save you a bunch of money by doing it in a way that's cost efficient and all that type of stuff. Which is not always simple for a regular developer to know. Well, what type of instance do I need of different things, and what is the best strategy? So now we have this modernization agent here that can help out with that, and that's really, really fantastic. One of the things we released this week was support for the GitHub Coding Agent. And we've seen this, of course, today and yesterday here at AI Dev Days, how you go into to GitHub and you can assign any issue to Copilot. And that's fantastic. What we've added support for in Visual Studio is a way for you to do that directly from within Visual Studio. So in the chat, you can do any prompt that you would normally do for the agent to work with you. And you can click a new button that's the Cloud Agent. You can send it to GitHub, saying, hey, this prompt, send it to GitHub to work on this in the background. And what's really nice about this is that I don't have to create the ticket on GitHub. In Visual Studio, Copilot will create the ticket for me. It has all the history of what we've chatted about so far. It knows the context of the app. It knows all the things that Visual Studio knows about your project. And Visual Studio knows a lot. Its context is very wide. So it's able to create the issue and assign it to Copilot on its own to run in the background, while you are then free to do the next prompt. You can create more of these, and they can run at the same time, or you can run it in agent mode at the same time. You can vibe code some proof of concept on this while the background task is still running, and so on. Immensely powerful stuff. And so that was released just this week in Visual Studio. So grab the update if you haven't yet. So I've only kind of scratched the surface of the AI that's available in Visual Studio 2026. You see more coming every month, and we're showing no signs of slowing down here. So what we're trying to do with the things in Visual Studio and what you've seen here today is implement the AI features in Visual Studio in a way that fits into the things that you're already doing, the way you're already doing them. Your muscle memory is preserved, and things just show up at the right time, at the right place, where you can take full advantage of it and make it a seamless experience for you. And of course, it's free to get started. So if you haven't already, go try it out today. You'll be amazed. And then finally, we've had Visual Studio used to release every quarter. So every 3 to 4 months, there would be an update to Visual Studio. And this day and age, that is just not fast enough. The world of AI and the world of developer tools is just so much faster. And so I'm very happy to tell you that we've changed the release cadence to be monthly. So we already had, a month ago, we had the Visual Studio 2026 GA release. And 2 days ago, we had the first update, the December update of Visual Studio 2026, with the coding agent supported, right? And the WinForms expert as well, which we didn't even talk about here. And there's so many more fantastic things of AI that we didn't get to talk to that you should go explore. It's absolutely fantastic. And at the same time, we have this insiders release that runs parallel to our stable channel. So you can get these features much earlier, and you can be on the leading edge, and you can test this out and have fun with all the latest and greatest. And I highly recommend, if you're into that type of stuff, that you go give that a go. That's what I do myself, and I absolutely love it. So with that, I hope that you want to consider Visual Studio 2026 and go try out some of the AI stuff. It's really amazing stuff, and it's a great time to be alive, and it's a great time to be a professional C# and C++ developer in Visual Studio.
Yeah, an amazing time to be alive. And I can't believe that Visual Studio 2026 just GA'd last month. It feels like so much has happened since then. Mads, we do have a couple of quick questions for you.
Yep.
Yeah, so this one, we had a couple questions around models. Rasmuller70 in the chat asked this, and Kayla wanted to know too, are the same models available in Visual Studio that are available in Visual Studio Code?
That's a great question. We get this all the time. There's a delay between, it's not a delay, but it's the models will be introduced in VS Code first. And then when there's proven capacity, then the models will come to Visual Studio. So there will be a delay. Sometimes it's just a few days or a week. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. But yeah, eventually all the models will make it to Visual Studio. But it's a capacity issue, and that's kind of the reason. So.
No, that makes sense. I mean, we want to make sure that everybody has a good experience. So
totally.
Yeah.
All right, Mads, thank you so much. I think it's time we shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Spec Kit.
Yeah, which is very cool. And we've been talking a lot about, using specifications and planning and the importance of that as you build things out. So we're going to cut to a session on Spec Kit. I think you're going to see a familiar face.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Hey, James. Good seeing you.
It's good seeing you again. I see Master Chief is
Master Chief, it's the holidays. We're ready.
We're ready. Let's do this.
We are ready.
Well, let's get in our Warthog and let's ride, baby.
Let's ride.
Okay. If you know me and Den at all, we love just talking about everything, including planning, speccing, and doing real planning.
Real planning, real development on top of plans.
Yes, I think so far today, people have seen a lot of things with GitHub Copilot, with VS Code, with Visual Studio.
Right.
And often I think when we're demoing or we're actually writing software, we're just having an idea or a bug or assigning it and telling the agent what to do.
Right.
And I was just meeting with a company, and I said, how I worked 2 months ago is so different to how I work now because I was doing what I just sort of described, which I had this idea in my head. I would write 2 or 3 sentences and let the AI figure it out for me.
Right.
And there's pros to that, which is it went from my head into code pretty quick, but then there's a downside to that. And that downside often is that I haven't really given it the rails, haven't given it the plan, the spec on how to do it.
Right.
Like I would normally get from my PM team that's assigning work our way, or at least me assigning myself work, coming up with an idea. So plan mode inside of VS Code allows us to do a lot, which is like I have an idea and turn it into a plan that I can execute. When we think about spec-driven development, that's a little bit different. And that's what I want to talk about today.
Yeah.
So what is spec-driven development, Dan, and why do people care?
Yeah. So spec-driven development is basically a practice. Like people think about it as some magical new thing, right? It's like, oh, it's all this agentic workflow and spec-driven and it's all magic. In reality, it's essentially us formalizing the guardrails for AI models, right? Because one of the things that if you talk to a lot of customers and they have tried vibe coding, like all of us have, right? It's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
You start building things and you're like, oh, I'm going to tell the AI to build this website, to start building my, the style and the buttons and the header, and then you see it all light up and it's kind of cool. But if you start building production software that needs to be maintained by somebody, software that needs to evolve down the line beyond your initial prototype, that vibe coding approach doesn't really scale because the AI doesn't have necessarily the sense of taste or conventions that you need to be applying. So naturally, the model that you're using is going to make its own architectural choices, right? Like it's going to decide to use a specific web framework if you didn't give it instructions. It's going to use a specific way to organize components and CSS and everything else. And that is problematic at scale because a lot of these decisions are not necessarily one-way doors. Like you can reverse them, but down the line, once you've built things out and then you realize that, oh, I want to add the shopping cart to my site. And then you realize that the libraries that you use are now incompatible with some of the things that you're trying to build. So you start putting yourself in this corner where now you're like, okay, now I need to figure out a way out of this. And spec-driven development is a process by which we essentially front-load a lot of the thinking that you have to do, and thinking with the help of LLMs, right? Where you can say, I am building an e-commerce site and I want to do X, Y, and Z. And by the way, my company is using Stripe for payments. I'm using, the Shopify front end for my store. And you can assemble all these things together in a cohesive way and then have the AI help you build the things that you want to build in a way that also will scale in the future. So it essentially allows you to think first and get the outcome you want rather than offload that to the LLM itself to go and make the decisions for you.
So I'm a developer now. I'm sort of want to live and breathe in the code, right? I want to live in my repo. So how should I, as a developer, I think that makes a lot of sense if I'm like an architect or I'm a PM. But what if I'm a developer and I'm like, okay, I just want to write and I want to jam on some code. How should I be thinking about spec-driven development? Because maybe I'm a solo developer, right? I'm just like building and I want to build something, or maybe I'm at a large enterprise or a startup or something like that. How should I, as a engineer, why is it important to me as an engineer to think about spec-driven development?
Well, because one of the key pieces of data that you need for good software with the help of LLMs is context. Context on your code base, context on the decisions that you made, right? Like if you throw an existing code base, like let's say you take something as complex as VS Code. It's an open source project. You go and you ask the LLM to go and implement some feature. It has no context as to like, why did you decide your status bar to be a certain color, a certain style? Why did you decide the iconography to be a certain way, right? So the LLM is going to start guessing. When you have specs in place, the LLM can go and parse out and say, okay, let me look at how you've previously thought about styling. Okay, now I understand, right? But it essentially is going to look at it and have the context when you ask it to do other decisions around your product, even though you're mostly in code, but having that extra context is super helpful to make sure that any future code is going to be exactly what you wanted.
I see. So in this instance, once I've created some sort of infrastructure, if I will, then that infrastructure will continue to be followed. Now we have things like custom instructions, HNMD files. How is this different? Because I'm hearing guardrails. I think about instructions and prompt files, and those are my own sort of guardrails. when the agent is making code? How does this different than that?
It actually uses a lot of them. It actually relies on a lot of them because specs themselves, if we think about the concept of spec-driven development, there are certain artifacts that folks might have heard from previous videos and blog posts. Like we have the spec.md file, which is the specification that outlines the functional requirements for what you're trying to build. There is the plan, which is a technical plan. There is a set of tasks, which is a broken down, basically a list of things that LLM needs to execute to get you to the state that you want to get to. And all of these are just markdown files. And then you have agents.md to set up the instructions for the code base, which is, by the way, now supported by Copilot, the CLI. It's in VS Code. You can use agents.md everywhere.
Everywhere.
Right. So, which is great. I love standards. I just love not to have to re-implement it over and over. But it relies on a lot of these conventions, and it basically assembles them together. Like this is what we launched, GitHub Spec Kit. And again, when I talk to people, they assume that this is like this magical product. They're like, it's just a bunch of prompts and scripts.
All right.
We just assemble them together to make it easy for folks to get started and see how they can leverage a lot of these spec-driven workflows to build software in a more deterministic way than an LLM typically could.
Was this inspired like internally teams at Microsoft and GitHub, or like where did it come about? Why did it come about? Like I think that sometimes like, oh, we built a thing, but then like, why did you build a thing?
Okay, yeah. That was actually a very fun story, and I wish we had John Lamb here to talk about this, but John is one of my colleagues who actually was the one that bootstrapped Spec Kit and a lot of the spec-driven work inside Microsoft. And the reason it was built is because John was using the Claude Sonnet models. And as we both know, Sonnet models can get a little bit over-eager. And you ask it to, I want to build a website. And it's going to go, oh, great, let me write a whole new web framework first before you build a website.
Develops a programming language.
Develops a programming language and everything, right. So
the runtime. Yeah, it's
exactly. And using the spec-driven development process, it essentially set the guardrails for, okay, I want you to build X, Y, and Z only based on this plan.
I see.
And that's where it kind of started. But after that, John quickly realized like, oh, there's actually value in this beyond. And this is where I worked with him to like help productize this a little bit and then get it into the shape that we see now. GitHub Spec Kit.
Well, I want to see it because it is one of the most popular repos on GitHub with over 53,000 stars. Let's bring up your machine here.
Yeah, let's do
let's
that.
take a look. Okay, cool.
53.6 thousand.
Hopefully more after AI Dev.
When we recorded our video for VS Code, how many stars was it?
It was like 24,000 or something like that.
And that was not that long ago.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's wild.
People are loving it. Okay, so what is this?
So Spec Kit itself, as I mentioned, in its core, all it has is just a bunch of prompts and scripts.
Okay.
Like that's all it is.
Prompts and scripts.
Prompts and scripts.
So it's not like a package that you're like an NPM package that you're installing.
No.
You have to you're not installing something into your project.
No. Exactly. Because if you really wanted to, like we have a helper CLI that I will show you in a second. It's called Specify or Specify, whichever way you pronounce it.
You tell us.
But that CLI is actually not required because what you can do is you could go to releases, you look at Spec Kit templates, you just scroll.
Look at all.
And then you'll find the agent that you want and the script language that you want. Like, for example, if I'm using Codex from OpenAI, I have a shell script or a PowerShell. You can just download that, right? Like if I get a PowerShell one, and let's download this. Let's pop it open. And then we'll see it in a second that there is two folders in there. There's Codex that has a bunch of prompts, right? Spec Kit Analyze, Checklist, Clarify, and so on. And we'll show you that in a second. And there's a bunch of metadata files like specified. There's scripts, there's some templates, right? Like again, it's all markdown files and scripts.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Yeah,
like
so you really just go
no
grab
binaries,
this.
no.
And you said there's a bunch of different, I'm seeing
like Claude
and Codex,
Copilot,
Cursor, Gemini. So this is really, it's from GitHub, but it is, you think of Agent HQ, like agents be everywhere. All agents can use this like an agent.
Yes.
So it's almost a standardization, but I'm assuming you've crafted them because these agents all work a little and require a little bit different setup.
Right. They're a little bit different. And also you heard it here first, we're working on Spec Kit V2. Well, that is going to remove the need for having these custom scripts per agent because it's all going to be bundled into Specify CLI and it can just like be agentable in both. But we'll get to that. But essentially, when you are creating new projects with Specify, you can install it, and there's instructions. If you go to the website or the repository here, you'll have instructions for using UV. We are big fans of UV. So if you're a Python developer, and that just happens because the Specify CLI itself was written in Python, right? Like, there's no Python requirement beyond this. Like, you don't need to have it. And again, you can install it. You can install it globally or for your instance. And then what you can do is you can do specify.
Pump it up a little bit more for me.
All right, let's do that.
Beautiful.
Let's clear it to make sure it's all aligned. All right, nice. So specify, and then init to initialize a new project. And then we're going to give it a project name. So we're going to call it test demo. So what's going to happen here is you'll see that, again, this was designed not with Copilot in mind, but with any agent in mind. So we have this beautiful ASCII art here, and we have a selection of agent. Like, what agent do I want to use? And I can use my arrow keys because we use terminal interfaces as usual. And I can pick any of them. And all this does is downloads the templates that I want. We're going to use Copilot because, of course, we're going to be showing Copilot. And then I'm being prompted to enter the shell that I'm going to be using. If I'm using PowerShell on Linux, you can use PowerShell on Linux. If you use shell scripts, you can use shell scripts. We're going to use PowerShell. Just going to download it. Boom. Done. Wow. And all this did is basically just the releases that you saw, the zip files that you saw, it just pulled them locally, extracted them, and made it ready for your project. That's it. So we can go to our folder for test demo. And let's take a look here. If I look inside the folder, and I have the .github.specify.vscode, because Copilot, we design it around VS Code.
Got it. Okay. Now, here's one question for you. You did this in a brand new folder.
Yes.
Right? Because you're like, oh, I'm a brand new project. And probably the majority of people watching this and streaming this in right now are like, I have an existing project.
Yeah.
Then, like, how do I add this to, do I do the same thing on, my web app, on my solution?
So,
what do I do?
For example, let's go just one folder, and we're going to create a new folder, test demo existing. And we're going to go to cd test demo existing. And here, now I can do specify init, and I can do either here or just use the dot. That's it.
Dot, boom.
So, and this is going to bootstrap the project in the current folder. So if I do, again, same workflow, it's all console-based. You don't actually need to go through this interface. It completely can be automated by using parameters or arguments in the terminal. But I just happen to like the TUI, so I can show you how to navigate it. But
so this is nice, and what I want to point out that is because a lot of times we get the questions, which is like, hey, I'm already in an existing app.
Right.
Does Spec Kit make sense for me?
Yes.
Even
absolutely.
if I already have an app that I've been maybe releasing into the wild for years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can use it with an existing project. I have a YouTube video for it too.
Oh, nice. We'll link to that.
We will link to that. But so we have our test demo project, and here I can just start VS Code right from the folder. So we'll see this light up in our Visual Studio Code instance. We're going to make this full screen, and let's zoom in just a little bit.
Beautiful. Just a little bit, all the way.
But notice certain things here. So when we started, that now there's suggested actions here.
Oh,
see this? So I don't, as a developer, because we have the GitHub specify all these folders that we talked about, we now have a suggested action for me to get started. I don't need to guess what's the command. I say, oh, constitution. The constitution is the starting point. The whole idea behind a constitution with Spec Kit is that there's a set of non-negotiable principles for your project. We're actually in Spec Kit v2 merging that into agents.md. So it's not going to be a constitution. But for now, there is. And the purpose of this is to make sure that whatever decisions you make down the line for your project, for your functional spec, technical spec, the tasks, you're always following specific requirements. Like, I always want to deploy to Azure. I always want to make sure that the packages that this tool is going to use are Azure specific and not pulling some other cloud provider, right? Because this is where I'm deploying things. So establishing the constitution is very important. So in our example, like, we can do something like, if I'm building, let's say, a podcast website, right? I can just say it's a static website with minimal dependencies, right? Like, we can make it more complex.
Yeah.
But I think that that's a good starting point.
Now, are you specifying like what technologies you're using? Because here's this. Okay, this is just generic.
Yeah,
like
this is very generic, right? And notice that also in the latest version of Spec Kit, we use the agent switcher. So for every instruction here, every command, we're actually using custom agents.
Oh, I see. I can see it down here in the bottom that it automatically switched to this agent. So that means that it kind of works everywhere. If you're on GitHub, you could use the same exact agent. So it's not just like a prompt.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, very cool.
And the agent itself is going to invoke a prompt for constitution, and then it's going to run all the scripts that it needs to be. But this allows us to do things like handoffs. Right, where once the constitution is finished, I can say, oh, and now go write the spec. Oh, and now go do the technical plan and kind of jump around. Right. So again, for a lot of the things that you see here with the constitution and the spec creation and design that we're going to see later, all of this can be done manually. Like, you don't actually need to use Spec Kit for this. You can just manually type the commands, but like, come on, we can do better than that. Right. So
here's a good question for you. If I was in an existing project, let's say I had an existing Blazor web app or React application, can I say, hey, go like look at this project and then create the constitution based off of what I have?
Absolutely. You can absolutely do that. And this is when you saw me kind of prompt it. You could totally ask it to just like go and first inspect the project and then give me the constitution.
I see. Gotcha.
So, and notice that now it provides me a handoff. Right, like proceed from Spec Kit constitution, build specification.
Beautiful.
So shout out to VS Code team who actually implemented this.
Yeah, that's really neat. Very similar if you're using plan mode. It's like I create the plan, then I do the next thing. You man hand off X, Y, Z.
Right.
There we go. So what's in this constitution?
So what's in the constitution? Let's hide chat mode for a second. So we'll see that it has a definition for static website. Right. So minimal dependencies, great requirement. Static first, also great requirement. I love it. Simplicity, complexity must always be justified, and YAGNI.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. There's some performance standards. And there's also this misconception that, oh, you use these commands, it creates these artifacts, and this is like, oh, now I have to go to chat and start like asking it to change things. It's a markdown file.
Yeah.
Just go change it yourself. Like you don't want the
change 3G to LTE and
right, exactly. Like, or like things like governance or things like development workflow. If you see like, oh, I actually don't want to test against Safari because I'm not, just remove it.
What else would go in here, Dan? Like, it did some performance stuff. Like, you very simplified. But when I'm thinking about it as a developer, what else should I think about? What maybe I might want to add in my own constitution here.
Things that you want to be non-negotiable for your project, right? So if you want like every developer that touches this project, I want to make sure that you're always using the latest version of TypeScript. This is where you go. I want to always use this particular package for logging. This is where it goes, right? Like things that you want to make sure that are consistent across the project.
I see. Got it. Okay.
And that can include both technical requirements and non-technical requirements.
I see. Gotcha. In this case, there's not a lot of technical requirements. Right. There's kind of, and there's performance stuff, but it's not like talking about frameworks or this. It does talk about Lighthouse performance, things like that, which is kind of nice. But so I'd be like, hey, always make sure I'm on the LTS release of this thing of Node or .NET or something like that. And that's where I would specify this here.
Or for example, if I want to say like it's a static site and I want to make sure that it's always built with Hugo.
Gotcha. Yeah.
There you go. Like you can just say that. Perfect. But we're going to go to the chat and now I can click the build specification and notice that it's switched my agent to speckit.specify command.
Yes.
Or the specify agent. And we can, I'm just going to remove this placeholder here, and we can just say, I want to build a podcast website with featured episodes.
Like that.
Right. So minimal format again. And notice that also as I type this in, I enter the command. Now it gives me handoffs for other steps. Like I can build a technical plan or I can clarify spec requirements, which is very important. And we'll get to that because we recognize the fact that once you build specifications, like we just one-shotted it here, like, oh, I'm going to ask the command to go and build the spec document. And we're going to have the document here in a second. But that on itself is not enough. I might be missing something. Okay. I might not know something that I required it to go and design in a way that I did not intend to. Under specification is also a problem.
So here you've, greenfielded it here. So you said, here, I'm going to build this website.
Yeah.
Again, I think about this existing application that I may have. Should I retroactively go back and create a default specification for what the app is first? Or should I break it down into features? Like for example, here you're like, hey, I'm going to create this page, featured episodes. Should I think about it of this first, even if I'm creating and going for the first time, should each sort of specification be a feature? Like, hey, I'm creating a podcast website, so create just the base website, and then I'm going to have another specification for episodes, another one for guests, another one for, is that how I think about it? Or should I try to one-shot everything in one huge specification first?
I think from my experience and us running this at Spec Kit for a while with different projects, the workflow you described probably would work best.
Okay.
That is, and the reason for that is very simple, is because you want to make sure that you chunk the context, right? When you start to kind of offload everything into one, like it could work, but then you have to be somewhat hands-on or have basically like an agent fleet to go and like check each other and be like, oh, is this right? Is it rendering correctly? Versus start minimally. But also we'll get to that, because for greenfield projects, what we've actually done is at the spec stage, because here I'm building a whole new podcast website. It's an end-to-end thing, right? We make a lot of assumptions and we make a lot of experience pieces, but it's very hard to dissect from it. Like, what exactly is the minimal product that I want? The MVP, right?
Yeah.
But once we get to the last stage of tasks, we are actually smart about identifying what needs to go into the MVP and start with that, and then incrementally build on top of it. So you don't actually have to do that decision yourself. Well, let's take a look at the spec real quick. So you create a new specs folder. We have our spec.md in our feature folder, 001 podcast website. So we're going to look at spec.md. I'm going to close the terminal, and we're just going to keep all these changes because we're just going to blindly trust the AI. So notice that it broke it down for me in user stories. So I have browse featured episodes and landing page. Great. It has some scenarios if you're a product manager. These might seem familiar.
Love this.
View episode details. Great. Like, notice I did not specify that I want to view episode details, but it just kind of assumed because you're building a podcast website, it kind of need it.
And this is kind of interesting too, because it's saying like, do you want to even play episodes? It's going to assume that you want an audio player, so you may not. So you might want to edit that, right?
Right.
In that instance.
And
too.
this is the interesting part. So we have the edge cases here and all the functional requirements. Notice that it broke it down into a way that I can easily see them and see exactly what needs to be. But let's say that I read through this and say, oh, this sounds reasonable. This sounds great.
Yeah.
Like, but I don't actually know what I don't know.
Yeah.
So this is where we use clarify.
I never know what I don't know.
I never know what I don't know.
Yeah.
So we're going to use the clarify command. I just one-clicked it, and it just bootstrapped the clarify agent with the clarify command. And what this is going to do, it's going to use the LLM again, use the model to look over the spec and then start thinking through, like, what are the things that are missing? Right? And we kind of see this here where it created this table for us. It says coverage. Oh, there we go.
That's my new favorite button. Yeah.
Today I learned. There you go.
That's a great button.
I love it.
Yeah.
So we see this table that it created, right? So like, oh, you have things like core user goals. They're pretty clear. Like, okay, makes sense. Things that are out of scope are not defined. Things like user roles and personas, not defined. Because, oh, hey, visitor, like, is this a new versus returning? Is it a podcast owner? Because here, right, which makes sense. It's a podcast website. Identity and uniqueness rules, all the stuff that's missing here, which is like, yeah, I like this. And then it starts asking me questions.
I like that.
We limit it to 5 questions to start, just because we want to make sure that we don't overwhelm you with too much. But it's actually going to ask the question itself. So how will episode data be managed and added to the website? And it recommends you an option, but also it gives you other options.
Oh, nice.
Right? So it's like, oh, you can import things from an RSS, you can static JSON define things, and I think option B makes sense. So I can just literally be lazy and say B.
Oh, it's going to do one question at a time? Oh, nice. Interesting. Okay. I've recorded this answer. I like it. Okay, cool.
Because it not only records the answer, but it actually goes into the spec and it adds it. So see, it says clarifications and it has a session from today.
Nice.
And it's going to, oh, okay, let me add this to the plan. And then it's going to, like, let's look at the changes. And it actually added the requirement here.
Oh, nice.
Now it jumps to the second question here, which is, like, what is the expected episodes catalog size this website needs to support? And it's like, okay, 10 to 50 episodes. I like D. I wanted this to be a popular podcast. So I'm going to use the 200 episodes.
Podcasting forever.
Right. So you can be lazy and answer these with just 1 letters. Or you can give a short answer yourself. So you can say, actually, none of this is correct. And so you can kind of go through the steps here. And we're not going to go through all the 5 questions because you get the idea. But like it questions you and makes you rethink the assumptions that you have. Because it's your step of like ask me questions about this and see what you say.
That's my favorite part of plan mode when I'm thinking about planning just like a small implementation, right? In this instance, we're planning like bigger things as well. And you could be planning things in plan mode. But I love the questions because it's thinking of things that I would have never thought of. Maybe I would thought of, but I just wouldn't have put it into a prompt to like fire off and even to create.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once we're good with the spec, we can build a technical plan. And this is where we are establishing the technical requirements. So I can just say I am building with Hugo because I want a static site.
I love Hugo.
And I can just add it, like Tailwind, CSS for styling. I don't know. You can use any other libraries. But basically, this is where you come in and add all the technical requirements that you want to have for your project. All of them. And the more detailed the prompt, the better, right? Like you want to avoid the LLM making assumptions.
And in this case, again, if you're in an existing application, you have the technical.
Correct.
Because you already have the project. So you just say, go look at it, figure it out.
Exactly.
And then review it to make sure. And you might find some things maybe aren't what you expected.
Right. Exactly. And notice also that VS Code, smartly enough, does that. It has this kind of a set of stages that it goes through, right? Because my planning has several stages to it. Like I need to generate a research file, data model, the contracts, the quick start. And so it's going to go and do all of this. Plan or setting the technical details is probably the more time-consuming part of this.
Gotcha. It's going to
go and think.
A lot.
It's going to go and think.
Now, you also are using an Opus model here. When you are thinking about these different tasks, do you just kind of stick with one model? Do you move around? I mean, there's new models every week, every day. Like how are you think about this? Because I did a recording for the VS Code podcast with Julia, and we're talking about the exact same thing. What models to use when, X, Y, Z for these different scenarios.
Yeah, it really depends on your mood. There's more to that, of course. But it depends on what you're trying to do. I am personally a fan of the Anthropic models, like the Claude models, because they're much more, I would say, creative and much more like, oh, you're writing a spec document. Let me think through the various things that you can include in that spec.
I see.
GPT-5, for example, could be a bit more reserved. Like it's not going to go as far about like, giving you all the options, and it can actually sometimes interrupt. And it's like, oh, I wrote this section for the spec. Would you like me to continue thinking about the spec? And it's like, I just don't like that. I let Claude, like either Opus or Sonnet, just go and run with it, and then I can always interfere and then say, nope, stop, let's do something else. But ultimately, it depends on also scenarios. Like I've seen a lot of the Sonnet models be really, really good with C# code, for example. And GPT-5 is like, hit or miss, right? But if you use GPT-5 at TypeScript, it's somehow better. So you have to try this out by yourself and then see
what it does. Yeah. And that's kind of the cool part is it's going to be part of your source code. And I saw it created a branch automatically. So you can always be committing, rolling back as well if it wasn't
exactly
correct, right?
Right. And this is actually something that we're looking at adding in Spec Kit v2 where you can auto commit things because we're already on a branch.
Yeah.
As it goes to different stages and you go from spec technical plan, it commits it. So then you can say, nope, never mind, revert it back. Now, I will also add that something that I love about the fact that you have this spec-driven workflow in place in a repository is that it allows you to build multiple implementations, multiple variations. Like let's say we're building a podcast website right now. And notice like I could have stopped at the spec and not even go into the plan and say, I want to have one with Hugo, but the other one, what if we use Next.js with a static site rendering?
Yeah, what would that look like?
What would that look like? And not just that, but maybe you want to compare the performance. Like I want to make sure like which one is faster, which one is going to be like better suited for my specific cloud provider. And if you have just one spec, you can easily fork that and start implementing like 2, 3, 4, 5 different variations with sub agents.
Yeah.
Right? And they can create their own branches and you can use Git work trees. Magical feature, by the way. Everybody should be aware of Git work trees.
Yeah.
But this is I think this is the thing that is really, really going to change how we work is that a lot of the workflows around spec-driven development are heavily leaning into Git-based operations. And if you know Git and you can use like this quick like, oh, did not like the spec, revert back. Right? And agents, modern agents are really, really good at operating on top of Git.
Yeah. And I like that idea too. When we were answering questions earlier on, there's a lot of different selections. You might in your mind say, okay, actually, I want to do another version of this with different answers to those, and then be able to actually refine them in general.
Right. All right. You because you're not binding yourself to a specific implementation with the spec. Spec is detached from technical details.
I see.
You are able to essentially come in and say, I want this to look different. I want this to be implemented with a different stack. It still binds itself to the Constitution. So if you have like non-negotiables, like it still needs to deploy to Azure successfully.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick it
minimal.
Right.
It needs to be static. It needs to be thing. Yeah.
But it gives you the ability to then fork off basically, and then go and each iteration can work independently, and you can see the outcomes of each and then decide which of them are more suited for what you're trying to do.
That was very cool.
Yeah.
All right, then. So what's the next step here? So now it's creating these requirements, checklists. What all is happening here?
Yeah, so it's going to create the plan. It's going to give us technical details. And then the last stage here is just tasks. It's going to break things down into individual tasks. And you can watch some of the past videos. We'll have documentation for this. But you'll essentially have a broken down list of tasks that the LM can one by one proceed and implement.
I see.
And some of them can be parallelized. Yeah, that's essentially the flow. That's the gist of Spec Driven with Spec Kit. We're trying to make it very straightforward. Like there's only a handful of commands that you can just use and be on your merry way.
All right. Well, before we get out of here, I do want to tap really quick onto the generated code in here. So let's bring your machine back up here because it's really close. It's on 8 of 8. So if we open up, this folder for this production, I want to kind of walk through really quick. We have the requirements, we have contracts, we have data models, and a plan. Can we just open them up really quick?
Yeah, of course. So let's close the chat here. Let's close the terminal. Let's take a look at I'm just going to keep the changes. And we're going to use the chat and keep all of them. Yeah. So it's easier to parse that. But if you look at the plan, notice that it has a technical context. It actually structured based on a template that says, okay, it needs to use Go templates because we're using Hugo with HTML5, some dependencies, target platform, how we test things, the scale, the constitutional check that I mentioned, right? Very important, not to be missed.
Nice.
Because it made sure that, okay, whatever I generated, does it fit with the requirements that define the Constitution, minimal dependency, static first, simplicity, perf, and development workflow. So it passed, so it can continue. It outlined the structure of like, how is the content going to be laid out? This is great. Like, I love this. The archetypes, the assets, the content itself in the episode subfolder. So this is great. All these details are now captured in the plan. And again, I can modify them if needed. The data model itself, it defines, for example, the entities that we're operating with, because they're podcasts, like here's the podcast episodes, right? And like which of them are required, which of them are not, which again is very, very convenient for us to manage this correctly. And if anything stands out, you can change it. Research is a very important one because if you are using agents like Claude Code, it'll actually go out on the web and research. And we can probably use beast mode from our friend Burke.
Yeah.
To go and do this. But right now, because it did not do this in VS Code, it basically researched it from the corpus of data that it has.
Very cool.
In a training, right? Yeah. But it actually looked and said like, oh, okay, what's the best way for me to do front matter? Okay, like this is the format for an episode. Like, okay, great. It's like key findings and document all this stuff. Tailwind CSS integration with Hugo. Like, how do I do that? Like, okay, I should probably use an NPM build step for this. Like, makes sense. So all the stuff is captured. All the stuff is now like, because it's in a folder, the 001 podcast website. This means that this is the context that I can operate on. So down the line, after this podcast website is implemented, if I ever need to go back and change something, it now has the historical, like, what did you think about like the data model for podcast episodes? How is the configuration done? Where are episodes located? This is how. This is context.
So then we create the tasks, and at that point, is it just implementing it just like we would normally?
Yep. Like at this point, if you go and create the task, it's just going to go, like I didn't need to type anything. I just click the button, and it's going to just break this down based on the plan, the spec, and all the details, and create a tasks.md file. It's just going to have the list of tasks. And then at that point, you just ask it to go and implement this.
In fact, there's a button for it. Implement.
Implement project. Yes.
And you can fire that off in a background agent or anything you want.
Very easy
to work.
Yeah.
Very cool. So this is nice because you got that really superhuman in the loop, understanding, going through the requirements, going through the specification, going through the plan, the implementation, not for the first, but for existing, for every new feature. So now we're going to add a guest page. We do the same thing. We created, it'll be a 002 then, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's going to increment these. And then if you want to add any capabilities, you go through the process that we just showed you. You don't need to create a constitution because it already exists. So you can just go straight into spec.
Yeah.
and just go from there.
Very cool. Den, this is awesome. We will, when we put this up in on demand, we'll put links into the show notes and all that stuff. And maybe we'll figure out some way of putting Den's YouTube on here. And we actually have some great videos on the GitHub YouTube and the VS Code YouTube as well. Just look for Spec Kit, basically. And we'll go to the GitHub, github.com/github/spec-kit, and you'll find a bunch of videos there. Den, thanks so much for coming and showing this off. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, back to Katie and Christina as we go into our next episode, or next session, whatever it is. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Sessions. We're doing sessions. I'm in podcast mode. All right, thanks, Den.
Thank you.
And let us know and follow up in the Discord and ask questions in the chat, and we'll have Den follow up as well.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, we are, in fact, on to our next episode.
And what even is it? Who is it?
Who is it?
You've probably seen a lot of his face.
I was going to say, you've seen a lot of his face. We actually have a really great workshop right now from our one and only Mr. James Montemagno.
Yeah, everyone, I'm back. That is right. I ran across the room, and I'm back because this year, more than ever, I shipped more code and more products than I ever have in my entire life. And in fact, my entire team has. And it's just been astonishing as you kind of come together the day yesterday and the day today, and how this all comes together to ship real applications that are infused with AI, that are AI native, and using these amazing developer tools. So what I want to do in the next 15 minutes or so is walk through some of the applications and some of the products that I shipped and how I did it and how I brought these things all together. So let's get into it. Go. And the first thing, every single thing that you are going to see is straight vibes. That's right. Everything was built with vibes. Vibes only. That's what we're all about, no matter what. Because it's a great vibe when you're in the code, when you're working with these tools, and you are in the flow. Just like you're in the flow of coding, when that IntelliSense is coming up and this next set of suggestions are coming up, everything here, all built with vibes, off my dome, into agent mode, let's go. So what have I built? Well, this year I've refreshed, I've updated, I've built brand new applications in more different programming languages than ever before. If you know me, I'm a C#.NET developer, so this year I shipped brand new applications across Blazor, .NET MAUI, Blazor WebAssembly, Server, and so much more. But I've been learning, I've been experimenting with a whole bunch of new React and Vite and TypeScript apps, a bunch of new WinForms apps that kind of satisfy my needs for the type of application on Windows. And then also more recently, I've been experimenting with some native iOS applications written in Swift, SwiftUI, and Swift Data. So what do those look like? Let's get into it. First, me and my wife, we play tons of board games, and we needed an app, so I built one. I built My Scorekeeper, which is available at myscorekeeper.app, so we can keep track of our scores. And then we went on our phones, so I took that application, put it in an iOS app with Blazor Hybrid. I go to a lot of bingo with me and my wife. I built a lot of apps for me and my wife. The bingo MC was using a terrible app, so I built a brand new application so we do custom bingo games, upload it, and this has been super fun to go and do. We're in 100% all with vibes in like one night. I also took my personal LLC that I have off on the side where I do podcasts and my app development. I gave it a brand new, fresh redesign. I really love those MCP badges to one-click install, so I built a website to easily search the MCP registry and add a bunch of other things like VS Code extensions, packages, and a bunch more. And I vibed it all out 100% with Copilot. We do a bunch of podcasts like the VS Code Insiders podcast that you should subscribe to right now. Search in your podcast application for VS Code Insiders, and it's going to be there. And I wanted to visualize all these stats from that podcast and also other ones that I do. So I created a beautiful pod stats application that I can upload the CSV, and it parses and visualizes all of the data, which is absolutely astonishing. I started building this application, Trim Tally, on a flight to Japan, which I talked about with Jay yesterday. I was getting onto a flight, and I had this beautiful prompt of an app idea that I wanted, and I started building it out. And I now have it being tested by tons of folks. If you actually go to my Twitter account, you'll see a link to test flight that you can test it yourself. It's a beautiful liquid glass design for both iOS and Mac. And because every app needs a website, I vibe coded out a full website. So TrimTally has a beautiful website with all the features, 100% vibed with Copilot and deployed to GitHub Pages. And then the biggest thing that I built that I'm going to talk through is Feedback Flow. And why I built it, how I built it. This is a full, huge production application that I started at the beginning of the year. Now, Feedback Flow is a tool that I use to help analyze different social media posts and videos, Hacker News articles, and a lot more to help get product feedback in a really easy, consumable way. It's actually up on the internet. It's running on my personal Azure subscription. So let's actually talk about the problems of why and how I've been able to ship so much code this year. Well, one of the problems that we have here at Microsoft is that we ship a lot of awesome products. And that may not seem like a problem, but it can be a problem where we talk about promoting those new releases and how we get feedback into a distilled form. So if you just look at the Visual Studio 2026 Insiders, we did a video, Mads posted on Reddit, we did tweets, we did Blue Sky posts, and we have a bunch of different comments in a bunch of different places. Now, traditionally, I'd go off and I have to go search and get all these comments and distill it all down, but wouldn't it be great if an AI could pull that together? And another problem that I actually have as a PM, as a program manager, is that I actually spend a tiny bit of time actually coding. It's the tiniest little sliver because I'm mostly just joining and leaving Teams calls all day, every 30 minutes. So I only have this fraction of time. And in fact, as a developer, you actually only spend a fraction of your time coding because you're doing a bunch of other things, right? So you're doing research, testing, migrating, planning, architecting, designing. And funnily enough, Copilot can help with all of this. And you may have seen this slide before, but it's true. You can actually bring it all together to help streamline and get you back into the code, back into the flow. I think of Copilot as really the command center. Whether I'm in VS or VS Code, on GitHub.com, whether I'm doing pull requests or issue review, or I'm doing deeper research or discussions, Copilot can help me with everything across the entire stack of everything that I'm doing. And that's really what's really helped me ship more high quality code and develop more products than ever before. So this is what I built. I'm going to hop out to my desktop. Hopefully. It's a black screen. Tested it. Do you see it? Duplicate. There. Do you get it? There we go. Perfect. All right. So let's say I'm on Hacker News and GPT 5.2 just launched, and it's also readily available right here inside of Visual Studio Code. And let's say you wanted to get feedback on it. So I'm just going to grab this URL and I'm going to go over here and paste it into Feedback Flow. So now I have a bunch of different analysis, I have a custom prompt, and I can go off and start analyzing it. It's going to take a look and start gathering comments from this Hacker News thread. There's 562 of them. It is now going to go off. It's not going to take that long, but it's going to go and analyze and do a full report for me of all of these comments. So this is going off. It's pulling the Y Combinator API. It's then taking all those APIs, calling into my backend, which is calling Microsoft Foundry to do an AI analysis from it and return it back to it. It's also keeping track where I can store this information as well. So this is a pretty big thread, but it's also doing threaded conversation as well. And I have to have confetti on everything. But now I can export this, I can share, I can speak it back, I can copy it. I'm going to share this publicly. I get a full link back, and I can see the full takeaway of the TLDR, feedback, platform information, key insights patterns, and it even gives me user experience and engagement. And I could add a bunch of different ones in here. So I could add a bunch of URLs as well. I can also do reports so I can understand what's happening in different communities, like on Reddit, for example. I can save them, feed them, or I can just paste in anything in here as well and just get a full analysis back. So that's Feedback Flow. And this is an application that I started building earlier this year. So what is it in general, and how did I build it? Well, the architecture is that it's a Blazor application. It's a Blazor server application. I'm a C#.NET developer, so that's where I started on it. So that's the entire front end. I also have an MCP server, and I'll talk about how that works. But I want to be able to access this information and do the analysis from anywhere, even if I'm not directly on the website. I also have a remote MCP server that is hosted in Azure Functions as well, via the Bring Your Own MCP. All of these are calling into an Azure function that is my backend for my website, my MCP servers as well. And that is doing all of that communication, not only to the APIs, but also to blob storage, table storage, account registration, calling off to Microsoft Foundry, and I even have email reporting as well that is being called into Microsoft Communication. And then this is all Aspire-ified, and all of the telemetry is being piped into Application Insight. So it's a full end-to-end of this application that's deployed out there. So again, this is 100% built with Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, and GitHub Copilot. In fact, I wrote 0 lines of code by hand in this entire application, in any of the parts that I just showed you. Everything 100% was generated by these tools. Reviewed by me, of course, happening locally on my machine, in background, and up on the cloud. Every time I had an idea, I gave it to Copilot, let it rip, reviewed it in staging, and merged it away. So how did I do it? Well, I had the idea back in April. I had this idea of going in. I actually got very lucky, and David Fowler had a beautiful command line tool to get some of these different sources of information. But I'm not a command line person. I want a beautiful GUI. So I broke down the problem, and day one, I started working with it. I broke it apart. I built out APIs. I structured the main web application. By day two, I was improving the components of the application, started to add features, styling, and I actually had it spin up a full deployment to app service for me automatically. And at the end of day two, I had a full working prototype. Now, it doesn't look as fancy as it does today because I just wanted to get it going. I wanted it to happen. But already within just a day, I had a way of selecting a source, going in here, selecting the exact same thing of a URL that we saw earlier, pasting it in, and doing an analysis. So you're saying, wow, 2 days, fully working prototype, deployed CI, like how did you do it? Did you sleep? Well, Copilot doesn't sleep, it's always working, and agent mode is always working as well. I did this a lot during the day as I was joining and leading Teams calls. Every time I had an idea, and every time I was building out the application, I'd go into agent mode, I'd give it a prompt, and I'd let it rip. I really gave all into agent mode. I wanted to take and harness this new tool in my toolbox and really accelerate my application development and really get good at it. And agent mode is just that. It allows you to tackle those complex tasks locally in the background or in the cloud, and also integrate into deep parts of VS and VS Code and extend it with MCP. Now, you've seen it a whole bunch here at AI Dev Days, but again, the awesome part here is having an idea, planning it out, having it implement, and then going and getting it. I worked a lot specifically creating GitHub issues with the GitHub MCP, planning it and assigning it to background cloud agent tasks, and allowing it to work at all parts of the day for me, which is really cool. So as I started to build this out, I quickly realized I had to improve my prompts, add more context, draft up these ideas, and execute those plans as well. I was really early in my prompt engineering journey, so my prompts weren't that good. And as I started working deeper with agent mode, I realized that this was one of the very first things I needed to do. And to actually even get better, I really figured out that personalizing my workflow and giving it customizations were going to be really important. Just like I had a README or a style guide that I would give to other folks on my team, I could provide that same context to GitHub Copilot inside of agent mode, no matter where it was running, to help me get better results. And I'm going to talk about some of this here. And the first thing really is that Copilot instructions. This is something that really helped streamline my application development by giving an overview of the root space, understanding where the project lived, how to build, how to test it, what my development workflow was like with Aspire, the tech stack that it was at the time, now it's on .NET 10, and then specifically a deeper understanding of what I want out of my Blazor front end, of my CSS, and the theme support that I would have. And this would get sent with every single request. I also customized my instructions. I think that this is an overlooked feature here, but doing an apply to and having custom instructions specific for my Razor files or my CSS files or my C# files so I could get better, deeper results for those specifically. And the great part here is that we have Copilot instructions, but you can mix and match those with Agents MD as well. So whatever you're comfortable with working across multiple agents. I also think that prompts are your best friend. When I was building out this application, I was creating a lot of reusable components, and I found myself repeating my prompts over and over again. So when I finished something, I would ask Copilot to create a prompt file for me of the thing I just created, but in a generic way. So every time I create a new component, I could prompt it with this one prompt that would follow over and over again. And the custom agents are also new, but also very helpful because you can give it access to tools and ways of working specifically when doing different tasks. You might be doing work in an Azure function, in an MCP server, or you might just be doing generic C# or TypeScript work. You can have specific agents that are really good at that one task and specifying it out. And of course, MCP is your best friend. MCP for all the things. It is really something that I leverage time and time again. Not only amazing servers like deep integration with Playwright for UI testing, but GitHub for creating and managing my issues and assigning it to my agents and helping me deploy to Azure. Something I do often, for example, with the Microsoft Learn MCP server, is ask it how I can optimize my applications for C# and .NET. So here I'm asking it how I would optimize it, and it comes back with different ideas. I then ask it to draft a plan up and then create issues with it with the GitHub MCP. And I love all the models. There's new models every day. GPT-5.2, I just updated this right here. I pick different models for different parts of the job, whether I'm planning, whether I'm implementing, whether I'm targeting one specific thing or many things. I mix and match. I spin off new ideas with new models and let it rip, and I let it see what it can come up with. And then I review those results as well. And now it's really flexible. You can pick those models in the CLI, in the Cloud Agent, and locally inside of VS Code. And of course, if those models aren't good for you, you can bring your own key and mix and match and play around with different models as they're advancing. Now you might be saying, James, you love VS Code and Visual Studio, but I love the command line. Well, don't worry. As we saw earlier today, you have the full GitHub Copilot CLI ready to go at your fingertips. Not only just in your favorite terminal, mine's a Windows terminal, and Kayla has a great blog post that we'll drop a link to about how to customize your Windows terminal with for Copilot with Oh My Posh and so much more. But of course, you can spin up background tasks directly inside of VS Code now and leverage Copilot CLI sessions as well. But then you're saying, James, well, not on my machine. I don't have time for that. Well, don't worry. The Cloud Agent is there for you that can spin up, and you can do so much more with it. I literally am using the Cloud Agent every single day. Literally right before this, I'm spinning up new tasks all the time. I can't help myself. I have an idea. I can just assign it right away. And in fact, I do most of that from the GitHub mobile application. I either do it on github.com, inside of VS Code, inside of Visual Studio, but a lot of times I'm just doing it directly on the repo. I'll actually work with Copilot on the mobile app to draft up an issue, create that issue, then assign it. But then sometimes I just have a simple task and I assign it right away directly inside of the GitHub mobile app based on my repo and let it rip. And then on my CI run, so I can validate everything. And in fact, this is how 90% of that Swift application was built with the background agent. Again, coming up with ideas, drafting it, assign it to Copilot with ease. And of course, you can customize and see any of this inside your CLI as well. And of course, I love being able to go in, start work, and then delegate things to coding agents or to background agents as well, directly from VS Code. So again, no matter where you're working, it all comes together. Now, I often litter my code with a bunch of to-dos, but don't worry, you can just assign to coding agent right there from that to-do as well. So anywhere you're working. Now, finally, you saw Den and I just talk about specs, and if you want more details, maybe vibes don't work for you, but vibes, they work for everybody. You have Spec Kit. You just saw the deep dive that Den and I just did, and there's so much goodies in there, so definitely check that out. Okay, so in summary, okay, I know I sped through this, but honestly, you can do it. There's so much more. Honestly, think about saving every single second and every single keystroke. Think about Copilot commit messages, PR summaries, code reviews, ideation, issue creation, debugging, profiling of your application. There are so many capabilities that save you precious moments and times every single day. There's tons of good reads out there. Of course, just install the latest versions of Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. I rock Insiders, Team Green all day over here. Check out Spec Kit. Check out app modernization. Check out my GitHub for all these goodies. Everything that I do is open source, so check it out there. And also check out a great blog by Simon Wilson about vibe engineering to go deeper on vibe coding and so much more. And of course, tune in to the VS Code Insiders podcast. There you go. I can do it. You can do it. Check it out. GitHub Copilot, VS Code, Coding Agent, CLI. It all comes together, and it's how you use these amazing tools in your toolbox every day to make you even more productive. Now, you've seen the craziness that I've been up to this year. It's time for you to build as well. I believe we have the one and only Harald back with us live from the Silicon Valley office in beautiful Mountain View, California, where he's going to be doing a full lab walkthrough of everything that we talked about today. So let's take it over to Mountain View and Harald for the live lab.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mountain View living room here on campus. We're going to dive a bit deeper into everything you saw today, from background agents and custom agents and cloud agents and all the new customizations that just shipped yesterday. So it's hot off the press. So this is a follow-along lab. So
The cool part is I have a few people in the audience, so I'm going to look to everybody in the audience how close you are in following along. And then hopefully people remotely will do the same. So the lab's called SOC Ops, Social Ops, and it's connected to, after this session here in the office, we're actually going to have a little happy hour. So the goal of today, and especially for people here in the audience, to get this whole thing building, and in the end, you should have your own little personalized social bingo app that you can bring to the happy hour, make friends, and bring the good vibes. So what I want you to do now, here and everybody listening in, is check out the latest VS Code. Make sure you have no updates pending, because the team just shipped a new one yesterday. Then make sure you're signed in with GitHub. If you're on Copilot Free, you won't get to the Cloud Agent, so make sure you got Pro or your enterprise subscription. You got Git and Node installed in your development environment, so everything is open and ready for action. So the repo we're going to use is, if you run it, it looks like this. So it runs as a GitHub page once you got it set up, and it's a little game where you can then find people that have interesting, in this case, attributes like loves spicy food, does yoga, and has garden, and then you got the bingo. So beautiful app to get a conversation started and get to know people around you. So the repository itself, I have a link here. I'm going to make this bigger. So it's github.com/microsoft/vscode-agent-lab-soc-ops. So get that opened. That's your first step. I guess I'll leave it up for a moment. And then there's a button on the page in the top right for use this template and create new repository. While people type this in, I'm going to have it open here as well. So we're going to up here use this template and create new repository. We'll bring you to a page that looks like this. Create new repository. You want the template's up here, and then you can choose yourself as an owner, and then you my awesome sock ops. I guess bingo. My awesome bingo. That's that. This will be your name. You can pick whatever you like. You don't have to give a description. You have to make it public, though. That's otherwise you need to have special access to make it a pages work. And then you hit create repository. Raise your hand if you got that far. Okay, wow. Beautiful. Yes, link again. It's also up. Yeah. Let's zoom in. Okay. So what this repository comes with is basically, it's a simple byte React app with Tailwind. The URL. This one? I can't hear the question. The URL? It's github.com/microsoft/vscode. Is it showing? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. So what this repository has, as you get this cloned, we're going to take a look at it. So now open up VS Code, and then you got to do the git clone from GitHub. You're going to do that in the other window I already have open. So I have an empty VS Code here. I can go right into the source control view and click Clone Repository. And from my page that I did, which is up here, my awesome bingo, I can copy out the local link. Okay, how many people got the template forked and ready? There we go. Few. You got it? Raise your hand. Okay. Got critical mass to continue, I think. So in VS Code, everybody got VS Code open. If you want to use the command, there's also a command for clone, git clone. You go in here, git clone, the command palette. and enter that URL that you just copied out of GitHub, which in this case is github.com/digitarald/myawesomebingo.git. Hit enter, and it will ask you where to save it. I have a developer folder that I put stuff in. If you want to put it on WSL or your Ubuntu, wherever you want to put it, wherever you usually put your code. And then it's already cloned, and I can open it in the same window. And I get this. So if you got that far, again, raise your hand. You're my audience to see how far people get. If you get stuck, ask people that raise their hand to see if they can get you unstuck. The reason this might be failing that you don't have Git installed or any of the other dependencies, but otherwise it should be pretty smooth. Okay, once you have it open, you can start poking around at the code base. Most importantly, there's a .lab folder with a guide.md, which will be our guide for this lab. And the thing you have looked at before. Cool. Quick raise of hands, how far people are at? Do people see this in front of them? Yeah. If you don't, it's all documented in the guide. So if you get to it later, you can also follow along in your own time later. So don't get worried. What you can do with this guide, because this will be where you copy out prompts and everything else along the way, I'm actually going to pin it. If I right-click this tab and click pin, it's not going to close as I clean up my tabs and open other stuff. In this case, my pinning makes it collapse. Your pinning might look different. But yeah, let's talk about learning objectives. So as people get ready with their cloning and finish up, because I'm going to talk about, so when you're done with this lab, you understand how to bring AI into your code base, how to onboard it with context engineering that brings instructions and everything else. So AI out of the box works better and understands your code base much better and deeper. Next up is the understanding of agentic primitives. So you can build your AI-first workflows. Because the out-of-the-box stuff we bring helps the 80% of tasks, but in many cases, you want to customize Copilot further to your workflows and the way your team works with these agentic primitives. And there's a lot of abundance that can be unlocked with these agentic systems when you use them to run more things in parallel, and which can scale exploration and the speed of learning for yourself or your team. So that's something we're going to explore later. And lastly, you hopefully at the end felt the vibes of a cozy Wednesday afternoon session of vibe coding. And you have an app ready that you designed and built that you can run and show your friends and make friends using it. So quick check of hands, who's got the VS Code working like I look at it now? Yeah. Few. Because we need to build a better custom agent that just gets your thing ready and cloned. I did add one piece of AI here to get you set up, which is a welcome prompt. So once you have it installed and ready, and you can open the chat on the side, either with this icon on top or with the sidebar, and then you do /setup. Again, /setup. And that little prompt, we can take a look at it. So you can just run it. I'll run it. I have nothing to set up. But it's a little helper that takes all the effort off your plate to understand what things to install, what dependencies might be missing. We'll basically run everything for you. In this case, it will check npm install. It will run linting. It will run builds. Move this down. And run the dev server in the end. And all of these are just prompt crafted into your goal is to successfully build and run the workspace, and giving a checklist of tasks to achieve. So then to give it step by step what it needs to do, but it understands how to install dependencies. It understands all these things as a conceptual thing. It just needs to give it a checklist like, I want these things to happen. In this case, dev server, open the browser preview, which we're going to see here. My game is running. Wonderful. And now it's giving me a quick tour. No. Oh, no, it wants to create a welcome to a component, and we don't want that. We don't explain. Maybe they should explain. So if it starts creating files, it went too far. It also doesn't know how to create files because it didn't give it an edit tool, so it prints them out as a code block. Quick check on the guide. So if you just joined, this is the repo, Microsoft/VS Code Agent Lab Soc Ops. Otherwise, ask the person next to you, or check the recording. Everything we're going to walk through is in here. Okay, we are 15 minutes in, so we're going to get started. So if you check this out, if you ran the setup prompt, you should have a working version in front of you with the guide pinned and the browser showing you the game in a working order. The free space is free, and then I can just play the game. So what else is in here? So we have it actually added some MCPs for later. So the VS Code folder has an msp.json. I added some of the settings we just shipped to make sure you're using all the latest features we just enabled. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. If you are late, if you have the repo checked out, then in the guide you can follow along. Yes. There you go. Okay, once it's checked out, you can follow along. Back to the guide. Okay, so first step, this repository has a bunch of stuff already, but what it doesn't have is Copilot instructions. And the agent actually tells us in this beginning screen that I should generate some agent instructions. If you haven't seen them, let's create them and see what they look like. But what it basically does, what instructions look like, is they want to have a succinct mini-map and intro to the repository that the agent is always aware of. So most of the time, you want to give it some basic understanding of what the repo is about, kind of what is the product you're working on, and then give it a brief overview about where different artifacts of the repo are, which folders logic is in, and what the general rules to contribute are to the repo. Most oftentimes, you end up with a file like this. When you auto-generate it, Copilot will look at different files and understand what's happening. And it will basically look at those files, look at some more files. And then it will start already to document what is happening in the repository. So if you haven't done it yet, first is generate chat instructions. Is also in the menu up here. So you can trigger it from the agent window or trigger it from the menu or a command. Once you have that, it goes pretty fast. We also, because we're using Haiku, which is a sneaky little fast model, we can now actually go down and maybe, if it's too long, let's copy out this prompt from the guide, because this is still a lot of stuff around like what the features are. There's some extra examples of local storage API. We don't necessarily need all of that to have the agent understand how this thing works, because it can just look it up eventually. So we can tell it, compress it down by half. We want to have this very succinct, very small, because all of these instructions will be in every request. The more we can optimize these tokens and compress them down and still keep the meaning, the better. And what I also want, we just learned about checklists from the setup prompt. So this can help a ton with making sure that every time we change anything big, that linting and building and testing is happening, we want to give the agent another checklist, because agents love checklists. So we're going to ask it to compress on behalf and add the checklist into the instructions as a follow-up. So always treat these auto-generated instructions as a draft. You want to make sure they're correct, and you keep working on them. OK, it's done the edit. Now we have a checklist on front. We have the architecture a little bit pointed out, much shorter. Let's talk about styling with Tailwind and some common tasks like adding to the question TS. So that's a good first step. I haven't even looked at the code yet for the code base, and you don't have to necessarily, because the agent just has documented it for itself and for later purposes. So we can actually, one recommendation I put up in the guide is every time we have a working state, let's commit. And we can auto-generate and commit. OK, who created instructions already? Yeah, none of these things is blocking the next step. So if you fall behind on one step and want to jump to the next task, we can just do that. So let's try a background agent. So in VS Code, we just shipped a method for actually running things in the background in parallel. So why this could have finished, I could have already started, go into the big plus menu up here and the drop down and hit background agent. And these background agents run in isolated Git work trees. So all of the changes they do won't conflict with whatever the agent has been doing on the main agent, but you can actually pull them in once they're done and merge them back. So one thing that's really important for agents and for humans when they work on a code base is having good linting rules. So the one thing we're going to add some slightly stricter linting rules for things like unused variables and await uses. Because one thing that you notice when you use AI is that agents are good at adding new features, but really bad at cleaning up after themselves. And just checking for unused bars is a good hint to the agent that it probably added some new feature somewhere or refactored something else, but it might have forgotten some code that's still idling around and it's not actually being used. And what's cool, because this agent runs in VS Code, any linting rules any red squiggles that you get in VS Code, the agent also sees automatically once they edit files. So you see now it created an isolated work tree, and how this looks like. Doesn't look like. We now edit it. We see this up here now. So we have a work tree, the lexical whippet, where changes are coming in, where it runs the linter, actually has to npm install, because it's a new work tree, it's a new checkout, it doesn't have the dependencies yet. And then it can make the changes. And we don't actually need to watch that. We can just put it to the side and keep it working. And that's a new concept in VS Code, that you can actually just open up a new agent and the old agents will continue in the background. That's new. And that's something I think mentally I had to switch my own working style around to not just stare at the agent doing stuff. So now you can think about what else can I do? Can I do the next planning step? In this case, I can scroll down. I could now also do README is kind of boring. So let's actually open a cloud agent, new cloud agent, and send it the prompt to make the README more engaging, which is always a good thing to a project to do. Like we want to adopt some new contributors to the project as we have this new social ops bingo experience. In this case, the cloud agent won't work in a work tree, but actually will create a PR in the repository. And it will show up here. So now we have this background agent that changes. The cloud agent started making changes, and we have this completed. So we have already multiple agents we invoked in different parts. The cloud agents will work in a PR, and we see an update here once it made the changes, and we can accept the PR or bring it back in. The background agent worked in a work tree, and we can bring these changes in with a simple keep and apply. and we got the ESLint config now back in our main branch. So this is a change that happened in the work tree. And now this change is now back in our work tree. So it fixed it all. Let's make sure it actually run. It did run the linting. Everything passed. That's great. And that's how you can now much better understand that the agent did a good job to actually create working code and not something that fails out of the box. That it ran the linting and the build out of the step. Okay, let's commit that. That's working. The background agent we just merged. We can archive that. That's done. That's done. And that's done. Okay, the cloud agent we can check in later. We don't have to do it now. Okay, back to the guide. Anybody who hasn't gotten to the custom instruction step yet or past that? Everybody still caught up? Question.
So we were kind of used to have everything done in the Visual Studio. Yes. But when you're running in a background agent or a cloud agent, like things like, for example, like a state of Azure CLI status login or some secrets that you might have in your repo that you work with locally, what's the best practices around that?
That's a good question. The coding agent has access to the secrets on your GitHub Actions. So we'll be able to run everything that you run in GitHub Actions. The coding agent can also run there. Locally, it's whatever kind of local environment you have to manage those. Okay, one more, and then I'll continue.
I see you call this agent by plus, and then you select the agent you want to call out. Is it possible that you give a task, it selects the agent automatically for you?
Yes. Automatically in ways, so there's multiple ways to trigger them. Let's walk through the next one. So just two things I want to highlight that you can check out later as well to understand instructions better. I have two instructions already in the project that are domain specific. So one is the front-end design instructions. We actually just copied from the blog post from that the Cloud folks did. And it's kind of how do you get Claude out of making purple gradients is kind of the main effect of this instruction. If you've ever seen vibe-coded websites, you usually can see that it's a vibe-coded website by it being filled with like large types of the same font and purple gradients. So what it usually tells it, like, don't overuse generic fonts, pick a good aesthetic, and then avoid overused font families. Don't use cliche color themes, predictable layouts. So it's trying to nudge it out of its comfort zone with the safe design themes it picks by default, and that really does wonders. So that's a great prompt to have if you work on front end, but also think about where else you want to nudge AI out of its defaults. And the other one is Tailwind CSS v4, and that's a big pain point I have as soon as I go into vibe coding and use the latest stacks, is that there's just a slight missing knowledge of these latest stacks in the agent. So it does understand Tailwind CSS3 by default. Anytime I ask it to make Tailwind, it will default to whatever is like the majority in its training data. So there's a prompt down here that you can check. This is what I used to fill in this instruction. I gave it a web search tool, part of GitHub MCP, and ask it for a one-pager that's minimal prose and compact to explain Tailwind v4 specific development essentials to a front-end developer. So it doesn't have to go into like how to install it, like why it matters. I just want the best practices that I would tell a front-end dev like my agent. And this is what I end up with, really on point of just like this. These are the theming primitives that are new in v4. Anything that's kind of outside of the training data, layer it on top. So really great practice to write instructions for parts of your code base. And if you want to try it out, just basically nuke the file and try it out from scratch. So these are the Tailwind 4 instructions and the front-end instructions. So anybody who has a setup running can now join more fun stuff. Otherwise, you can also try it out at home alone and have more time experimenting. So next one is design first, front-end vibing. So we've context engineered repo. You can get creative. Now we're going to use plan mode. Who has been using plan mode in VS Code, Copilot? So not enough people. So very good. You open up a new agent, and you go down to the plan in your agent dropdown. And we're going to put in this prompt. Let's do a full redesign. And we just gave it really good front-end instructions to get more creative. So I expect excellence. And I gave you some ideas of like, what could this redesign be? And that's where you can pick your own adventure. I usually went with Vaporware Wave in my Sunset, which always looks great. Great kind of 70s vibes. I'm going to do Cozy Coffee Shop because that's where we are at. So let's see how that looks like. I definitely am excited to see what you're coming up with. Feel free to pick your own design here as well. Skeuomorphic stickers is probably something I would try out if I didn't have just one option. OK, let's do a full redesign. We're in plan mode. So what happens now is the agent by default will think much deeper around how to apply what you're asking to the code base. And right now, what I ask it is a very broad request. So it has a lot of room to explore what this actually means. Like, what does a redesign to Cozy Coffee Shop actually mean in terms of like, what the design is? So it's reading a bunch of files. It's doing all this work, as you can tell, in its own little container somehow. So all these things are under research current design. And that is what we call a sub-agent. It's isolated in its own context, and it just brings back the research. So it looks at a ton of files. It looks at multiple files, and it just thinks about these files and to solve, basically, to give an answer back to the research question it got, which in this case is, please make a plan. Yeah. Well, wait, so you have a question. Yeah, we can do it. There you go.
It's a very basic question. The difference between the plan mode and then the agent mode. If I do things in the agent mode, will it automatically make the changes to the file that I'm working on? And the plan mode, it's still thinking and it doesn't commit or make changes to the file. Is that right? Or why should we do the plan mode versus agent mode?
Yes. So that's a it's like I missed to talk about why plan mode a bit more. So the big parts of plan mode from a kind of trust and confidence perspective is that plan mode allows you a much easier review than the final code. So anytime you have a larger code change, even though your request might have more ambiguity, so that's often where things fall apart in agentic conversations, is the agent makes assumptions of what you're asking. So the plan mode pulls those assumptions out. So you can see now in the plan mode, we have what it wants to change. It picked the color palette already, did some other stuff, but then it asked about like what would be the typography, because we didn't define that. So it pulls out anything that you might not have specifically answered in that original request, and really pulls it out in a way you can quickly answer. So it already gives you some defaults and some suggestions in those questions as well. So that's one. And it's much easier to iterate on that versus once you have code already written, giving feedback on that, it gets a lot harder because it then has to iterate across the whole code again and potentially revise very basic assumptions that it had while writing the code. And it's also easier to read. Once you have a plan that looks really sound and doesn't have any like big breaking considerations still open, any assumptions, then you have a much higher confidence that the resulting code follows everything you just said, versus a broad kind of prompt crafting approach where you iterate through smaller changes. Okay, so we got this going. The guide says we should review this and it's up here. Review plan and start implementation. Let's do that, implementation and start. We have the browser open, so we can actually follow along. So, cozy coffee shop. Let's see how it looks like. Any guesses? I guess like brown tones, like cozy vibes. see what it looks like. So a few things we just shipped. So one, to-dos has been shipping for a while, but has been polished since the last release before that. We actually now put them down here. So you can follow along what the agent's working on. In this case, it needs to update the index, put a color palette, redesign the start screen with, warm cream and coffee tones, perfect. And the bingo square will get cappuccino color, which definitely sounds coffee. And the view restyle will be all warm coffee theme. So that looks perfect. Once it's done, still thinking. So now actually you see more of these thinking squares. We now have thinking enabled for Claude models and GPT-5. So a lot of the work, if you use Copilot in the past, will now be happening in these thinking blocks as well. Yeah.
Sorry, another question. For the plan mode, is there any way you can essentially make it a task list and it just follows along, and maybe like you have certain tasks done by the background agents?
Yes. Yeah, you can do it. We'll try it out in a moment as well. Yeah. Sorry. Too quiet.
Oh, apologies. Sorry about that. I was just wondering, is there no way to review like a before and after a visual representation of what it would look like before we implement?
Before you do changes, so having a before-after screenshot. I think that's where PRs work better. Kind of you want to see, but yeah, I actually had this question today as well from somebody else. Like, I just want to toggle the changes on and off. It's a cool feature request, I think, because sometimes you just want to see visually. But now actually, I could follow along. This is what it looks like. This is my warm coffee color. Change the font. Let's see how this looks like when it's completed. Cozy coffee house. But yeah, in this case, I could actually, if I had done this in a work tree with a background agent, I could actually toggle between the two easier. So that's, I think, where also background agents or using the cloud agents helps as well. Yeah. Okay, now we made a design change, and actually we have a design system. We went with this bold, cozy coffee house that really makes for interesting, engaging bingo. So what we're going to do, we're going to add the design guide, because we have all this conversation. This conversation is now filled with design decisions that we want to reflect in any later changes. Otherwise, next edit we make is going to go back to our kind of boring out-of-the-box tailwind for design. So what we ask is, we're going to add the design section to Copilot instructions. We can keep the prior changes. Cozy coffee house is here to stay, like it. And we can also, I think, already push maybe. So we get an updated page. Coffee. I love commit messages. It's very important. Coffee, push. There we go. And then we have updated instructions too. Okay, let's see what it actually changed. It did document the color palette, which color accent and brown accent, which are there, so Copilot can make better use of the color palette that's predefined. Defined the font family, Georgia serif, and a coffee cup emoji for branding. It's always a good fallback. Otherwise, so very succinct design rules. So anything we do now on will reflect that design. Yeah, question.
With the plan mode, do we have like a questionnaire where we can customize what we want rather than just go with what it gives us? Like what color palette or what font? Do we have the choice to pick them out?
Yeah. What it didn't do in my plan mode, it actually asked me like, which typography would you choose and which colors. So I could anytime go in, because it actually pointed out which colors it wants to use. So you can go in and adjust it and reply back to plan mode. These are the color palettes. I don't want an emoji. I have a real logo here. So you can keep, that's my recommendation for plan mode, at least iterating at least once. We're going from plan directly to implementation because it's a workshop, we don't have time. But otherwise, I would spend more time in plan mode than any other thing later on, because that leads to higher.
It would be much easier to have a questionnaire where we pick the most basic criteria, or I think that would help us out.
Yes, yeah. I think we're definitely looking at like what is this section down here, the further consideration, to make it kind of more of like, do you want to pick this, that, and that? Now it's very natural language focused. So I like to just go into dictation mode and kind of read through the spec and say yes, no, oh, maybe we can do this, and then just send it back. So using inputs like dictation actually makes it a lot easier as well.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, we're more than halfway through. Let's use a lot bigger redesign using the power of the cloud. That's why I talked about abundance in the past. So we're going to open a new chat, and then we ask it for redesigning the start screen. Because if you look at the start screen right now, keep playing, go back here. It's not, yeah, the logo is cool, but we need more. Okay, so redesign the start screen. Again, we go into plan mode. It's probably going to have a ton of questions because I didn't give it any details on what this is meant to do. But it's interesting with these kind of tasks is like sometimes I don't have a good sense. Like there's a lot of tasks we work on where we have a general direction of where we want to go, but there's a lot of ambiguity where we actually want to go and how we get there. And plan mode can help pull out some of these things. Like it will make some assumptions, which might be wrong. Like the colors, it assumed like what does color, warm coffee house colors mean? It made some good assumptions, but we can still steer it like to a specific color palette we might want. In this case, we see it reads the front-end design instructions, which is good. So hopefully we get some very bold aesthetics and looked at all the other components. And then the next prompt we'll execute, we'll look at that, because that one does the heavy lifting, is the Cloud Explorer. Oh, no. Sounds fun. I'm using an experimental TypeScript extension here, so. All good. Still running the plan. So Cloud Explorer is it's using the GitHub MCP. Who has been using MCPs? Just get a sense. So MCPs are these little protocol servers that allow you to connect your agent to different servers and infrastructure and to other agents. So it's just a communication protocol. And you shouldn't even think about MCP. I just install basically GitHub into my Copilot, and it now speaks GitHub. In this case, it can actually create new pull requests and assign them to the coding agent, which is a really powerful way to just say, here's a task, hand it off to the cloud. I don't want to think about it for a while. And then you come back once you do it. So best pattern that I think we pointed out throughout the day, AI Dev Day, is at the end of your day, figure out what you want to do first the next day and just send all these tasks as coding agent PRs. And then the next day you come back and you have some ideas and drafts of where to start your day. So in this case, now we have a plan. It came up with a layered atmosphere, geometric coffee-inspired patterns. That sounds great. I have no idea what it means, so we're going to look at that. A stronger call to action, the one elevate typography. I think it sounds really bold. Let's do it. But what I want to do is I use the Cloud Explorer now. So I'm going to use this HTTP. And Cloud Explorer will look at the plan and figure out 3 variations to run, and then create a PR for each of them. So we have a plan. We have a lot of ambiguity in the plan, like what is animation complexity, background approach. But I want it to explore design variations. And just hit enter. So this will switch to agent mode because that's defined in the prompt. It will now look at the plan and figure out like what are the explorations. Let's look at what the thinking is. So minimalist, playful, and atmospheric immersive. Depending on what your design is that you applied, you will see different variations. So, and everybody who comes back with a working app in the end gets a pin. 3 people get a pin. Shouldn't overpromise. Yeah. Okay, the MCP gets called. This is the agent being called. It's the run task, perform the coding agent, has a problem statement, blah, 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 super long text, hello. We trust it because it's my repo. The PRs run in sandboxes. And I can actually, the next request, I can allow for this session. Okay, the other way I could have done this, if I had the same plan, let's copy the plan. And I could just gone into the Cloud Agent with a good plan and send it to the Cloud Agent. Or I could have opened this chat and then click down here for continue it. So there's a lot of entryways into delegating things to agents within these flows. Sometimes you already have a plan. You want to spend some time planning locally in a quick, iterative way. And then a continue and allows you to then hand off the final result to the Cloud Agent with more confidence. Okay, and it's really cool that I can now just switch to a new agent and the rest is just continuing on. So this one is handing off. And what do we got here? So we got a final summary. We have 3 versions: minimalist, playful, atmospheric. Apparently atmospheric is the most complex. Performance-wise, we probably get some problems with patterns and layers. So it's a really nice way to have the agent explore problem space. In this case, it's about design. I could have also given it different implementations or the way the call to action works, maybe different kind of growth hacks of engaging people in bingo games. But there's all these places where we as engineers or product manager are exploring a space with high ambiguity where handing things to the agent and just giving us mockups or a working architectural diagram that can really help us to explore faster. So this did 1, 2. We did just 1 this time. That's cool. But we have 1. Okay, so this is now running. You can also click on it and see it running. So, and you can do the same in here. I think I filtered out cloud, that's why. Oh. You can filter down here what you actually want to see. So this is now the Cloud Agent working, and I can follow along in VS Code. You can also open and browser, so it's still planning on what it's doing. So this will take a while. So Cloud Agent usually takes a few minutes to half an hour, or even longer, depending on the task, because it's really kind of long trajectory, complex task. So it's a really good idea for you to figure out like what it's good at, so you can hand off these items from VS Code and then work on what you want to actually take more control about or keep iterating on hands-on. All right, that was a redesign. Going to review those later because it will time. Okay, let's try out a custom agent to actually make some better quizzes. Because right now we have kind of boring. Like love spicy food is cool and cooking, but it's too easy. So we could figure out a problem, like come up with super creative quizzes and do like what is a good quiz? Like what are the rules around quizzes that make a bingo game interesting? And actually I have a custom agent, a quizmaster, that has exactly that thought process. So its only goal is to curate icebreaker bingo questions, given a theme. If there's no theme, ask about a theme. And then there's a good mix. I wrote this all with AI, thank you. but like what are good icebreaker questions? It's balanced, like easy, medium, bolder, to really encourage the mingling at different priorities, making sure they're inclusive, make sure that interesting conversations start and they're not kind of boring, like, oh, you like cooking too? That's cool. So let's try this out. So custom agents, this one is in the repo. It's in .github/agents quizmaster. We're going to run this right now in agent mode. So we can pick it from the custom dropdown and say, what theme should we do? Tea or coffee? Tea, I guess. Let's do, oh, wait, I actually have some icebreakers here. So if you scroll down, you don't have to think too hard. So travel bingo sounds fun. Creative bingo, I do creative bingo. Creative theme. I lost my agent. This is in a weird state. Just going to refresh quickly. There we go. Okay, new agent. New agent and Quizmaster and creative theme. It's going to be the whole thing. So Quizmaster will basically be the agent that handles the request. So all at once is a theme. And then we'll go off and make me new questions. So think about what other jobs to be done or you have in your daily life where you just want to hand off, like, this is a reoccurring task. I'm going to just give you some extra context, and then reoccurring tasks can be solved by a custom agent. And that's the way we do it with locally. So it already went in. Public question is going to be awesome. Favorite design era. Wow, that's great. It uses creative software. That's creative. Attended the concert. Love it. Color palette. Has a color palette to love. Who loves a color palette? Anybody? My new favorite color palette is Cozy Coffee House. Yeah. Creative hobbies. Yes. Okay, let's go. We did this right now locally. VS Code has custom agent support. Those previously called chat modes, but we can actually do this in the background as well. So I can actually open a background agent, and it supports the same Quizmaster agent. And even the cloud agent has the same Quizmaster agent. So these agents are available in the cloud, in the background, in the foreground. So I don't want to care about maybe my Quizmaster updates as much. So I can also send it to the cloud. This is now the cloud one, and maybe I do another one because I wasn't sure. Like, creative is stuff, but also like, oh, maybe deep chat bingo. Or office humor. Let's do those. Theme, office humor bingo. So let's also send it to the cloud, and this will be handled in a PR again, and I can look at the questions later. In this case, so we'll ask actually, because we have a few changes pending, we'll ask if I should include the changes or not. In this case, I don't need them because they're my prior questions that I already did. So let's also submit our questions. So we have the questions pending. The questions are updated. They figured out it's a creative theme. Success. Okay, good. 10 more minutes. Who has updated their questions? Anybody got so far? Cool. Sticker. There we go. So next up, is there a question? Yeah.
I had a question, which was, we've seen custom prompts and we've seen instruction files, and we've now seen this agent that you've built. How do you decide which one you're going to use for different tasks that you have?
Yes, there was a talk earlier today, which I can recommend by me. But the general rule is I usually start with prompts just to get a basic idea of the workflow. If it's like a single shot problem where we just ask the agent to do something. So this could have been a prompt. Basically, the new answer to everything, like this could have been an email, this could have been a prompt. But then once it gets more complex and multi-shot and you're working with the agent, or the agent is supposed to pause, which this one does now. I gave it, if there's no theme, propose a few themes to the user if you look at the custom agent. So that makes it multi-shot. And that makes it has to reason over a longer time and stay on focus. And that's where you want to have a custom agent. And then instructions are really more about how every agent should work in a code base. Either the code review agent, is it a code writing agent, is it a planning agent? All of these kind of knowledge and context bits, those would be instructions. But yeah, it's an evolving field. I think it's ever changing.
I also have a question about here. You show the custom agent, and then before you show the background agent, are they different, or you just defined your custom agent for the previous one, like the background agent you just demoed?
Yeah, it's a good question. Our terminology is strong there. We have cloud and background agents just define where these agents run, basically. So cloud agent will run in a GitHub action and create its work in a PR. Background agent will work in a work tree, so it's less isolated in a way because a work tree can still potentially conflict with other things you run on your machine. So it's but they still run locally and in a faster feedback loop. So while custom agents are really just a file you saw, it's just a prompt, a selection of tools that defines a very specific workflow that can be used by all the agents. So you basically, it's a different hat each of these agents can put on to apply more specific thinking, other than I can see your code base and you can ask me anything, right? Okay, seems like we should be close to getting a screenshot here. Question?
Can custom agents be run as cloud agents?
The cloud agent, yes. Yeah. The same agents I have here will actually show up on GitHub as well. So if I go into my repo, agents, I should go to my repo, maybe show it. I don't know how to get my repo here. Let's go back. Okay, here we go. I mean, in my awesome Bingo repo, which is the template one, and again, go up here into the agents panel. And up here, I can also pick my agent. So Quizmaster is defined in the repo. Coding agent, which is the agent in GitHub.com is called, will also pick it up. So I could also update my themes here. Yeah. Any questions? So another PR, and a Quizmaster will handle it. Okay, we got a few more minutes left, or more like 5. And then we gotta see what James did in the studio with this template. I'm really excited. He's probably now, he has really high vibes, so his bingo is gonna be amazing. Okay, scavenger hunt mode. Let's do, this will take longer. So the multi-agent, multi-bingo section, maybe you wanna bring this to your desk, do it home with a weekend. This will be breaking it down in a test-driven development flow, which means you go from failing tests to passing tests to actually implementing it. But we want to try out something more visual in the end. We're going to do the card deck shuffle. So open a new agent. Let's make some space. And we're going to do a new mode, new game mode, where we want to see card deck shuffling. So just show one icebreaker, and you have to find that person that matches, not multiples. And we're going to pick the Pixel Jam. It's another agent. And this one is actually more iteration focused. So this one targets just VS Code. So to your question, like where do these things show up? I can actually say that this one should be VS Code only. Pixel Jam asks, what should we design today? And it designs interfaces quickly and iteratively in code. Meanwhile, while it iteratively applies the design, it will actually keep notes of feedback and decisions I make along the way. So when I'm done designing, I'm not just ending up with a vibe-coded design, but also with a document that can then guide how we actually want to implement the design that's less vibe-coded. So bring into a meeting, like this is the design I made. These are the decisions we made along the way. So let's see how this looks like. I'm going to do sonnet and then just run it. Meanwhile, I'm going to look at the output. Going to move that here so you can see it. And then Pixel Jam just walks through it a bit. So the other thing that has access to, so it's going to focus on UI only. And that's a typical problem you have with AI. Like, even in software development in general, what is the most critical aspect of your plan? In this case, it's like, I have no idea how a card shuffle deck should look like. I have some ideas. There's probably swiping involved, and it should look like a card. But otherwise, there could be a lot of assumption just in this single line statement. So I want to pull out all the assumptions from this initial step until I move on to actually implementing it fully. And this is what these help. So I could also make one for architectural design, like help me figure out 3 different ways to implement this in the backend and think more about all the other decisions I have to make while implementing this. Okay, gets the designs back, and we should get some visual changes soon. What's also interesting with this agent, I want to give it eyes to actually look at the design. We already have a simple browser built into VS Code. So it already has some eyes on what it's supposed to do. And access to logs if something fails. Yep, there we go. The card deck just popped in. Edit this draw screen. And that's how I bias this pixel jam. It's supposed to build the entry points first so I can follow along as it builds stuff. So who has been using Playwright before? Who understands Playwright? Yeah. So the team, there's some people from the team also here at Mountain View. If you meet them, say them thank you. It's an awesome tool. It's basically, it can automate your browser. So if you think about agents and browser use, it's the tool you want to use for that. It can open a website. In this case, it's a headless browser. And it will look at the website, find what it can click. It's really a good functional way to bring everything together. 2 minutes. We're going to keep an eye out here. The other things, so let's look at a few things you can still do with more time. So that everything is documented in the guide.md in the repository. If you didn't get it to work, try it out. If you didn't get the repo to work locally, another way I recommend is using a dev container or WSL on Windows. That might give you more luck. And then we did front instructions. We did make it yours. We went through most of it. The most exciting one takes actually longer. It's the UX review agent. And I can highly recommend trying that out later. So see what it looks like. Just we get the card deck. We got the card deck. Beautiful. OK, review the question. Has to go to creative, watches design or art tutorials. Perfect. OK, this is my app. We're going to push it right now. We can play during the happy hour. Hopefully, I can play yours as well. You finished. And otherwise, follow the guide in your own time. File any questions you have. You can file any issues on the repo. This is now Playwright actually playing the game. You can follow along here as well as Playwright tries to be social. But otherwise, there's an end credits here as well. So thank you from me. Thank you from the VS Code team, and a few links on where you can watch our other content.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Harald. That was amazing. And thank all of you for joining us over the last 2 days. If you want to catch up on any of the sessions that you missed or you want to watch something again, we were going to have all of them on the Microsoft Developer YouTube channel, which is where you might be right now. You can also go to the VS Code YouTube channel. Also, don't forget to join our Discord. Lots of great conversations happening. And if you ever have any feedback or questions, reach out to any of us, and we're going to be here to help. Thank you all so much for being here.
Yeah, as Christina said, thank you much for spending both days with us. It's been honestly just like super humbling to end the year this way, bring everything together these 2 days of just the last few months, but honestly, this entire year of really seeing how so many things have evolved, but also giving you that hands-on time so you can relive and re-journey and revisit those labs with you and your team and your friends, get some holiday hacks going as well. And honestly, a huge shout out and big thanks to the production crew here in Redmond for making this a reality, for all of our amazing speakers here at Microsoft and around the globe, and our amazing crew over there in Mountain View for making that a reality too. So thank you so much.
We appreciate you, and happy coding.